New Balance, we got now.
It is a very appropriate song. Summertime here, historic field, New Balance Nationals, 2023 outdoors. And these amazing athletes we have. Just a bit of a break. This is mixing. Even Movement's been made down that back stretch. Just shy of the knee from the air, his first evening. Breaking the field as he makes some noise for our winner here. These amazing athletes. And Owen, 420.
Welcome into the fourth and final day of Newbalance Nationals Outdoor. We're kicking things off with the Rising Stars Boys Mile. Stephen Miller just brought home heat 1 of 5 in the Boys Mile. And we'll keep things rolling. Getting started a little early this morning, making sure we stay on and ahead of schedule.
Just keep an eye on the field. High jump, pole vault, as well as the triple jump.
And there's your results from Section 1. Stephen Miller, 421. Tyler Rader, 422. Evan Smith, 423, your top 3. Rest of the results on screen. And already rolling into Heat 2.
We want to say once again to the families that travel, please safe travels this afternoon, this evening as you depart Philadelphia. And to the grandfathers, happy Father's Day. To the uncles, happy Father's Day.
And Section 2, the Boys Mile, Rising Stars is lining up. We'll give you all your competitors once they get started. Some full fields. In this one, we've got Adam Patel, Raghav, Gapalakrishnan, Evan Lacey, Billy Dennison, Pierce Noel, Nate Roberts, Rami Dib, Kian Gara Grady, Nick Scarangeli, Henry Anderson, and Elijah Jones. It's another beautiful day in Philadelphia as Rising Stars Boys Mile takes to the track here at Franklin Field. About 72 degrees and sunny, and we expect a solid day of weather throughout. No expectation of rain. Wind staying pretty light once again, and things will creep up to the low 80s a bit later on today, so a bit warm for some of the distance races, but not too warm that we won't be able to continue to see the electric performances we've seen all around.
Looks like it's going to be 64, first quarter. Let's ride, boys.
And this Heat 2 of the Rising Star Boys Mile went through 64 seconds through 4:09, so a good clip. But we'd expect to see these boys trying to run under 4:20. That's right around, you'd expect to see these, each group trying to edge up a little bit quicker than the previous heat. Based on seed times, they're getting consecutively faster. And coming up on the halfway split, this is Evan Lacey of Ridge Runners leading the race. Big move up the side from Rami Deeb. Franconia Flash TC kit on the outside there. Lacey takes him through in 2:11. So we're going to need a little bit of a negative split to dip under the 4:20 mark, and that's... But everyone's still in this one. They're all ready to race. Lacey, Roberts, Scarangeli, Patel, and Deeb. Now Deeb moving into second. Looking pretty comfortable there on the outside. Nick Scarangeli of Ocean City TC. decides it's time to pick the pace up a bit. Nate Roberts of top of the hill to follow him. That was the first time I heard you on Unity. Here comes Nate Roberts, Scarangeli trying to hold him off. Nate Roberts makes a move on the outside. Nate Roberts, top of the hill, TC, coming down the home stretch. Scarangeli with one more move, trying to chase him. Roberts has one more in the tank. 4:20, new top time in the Rising Stars Boys Mile. And top of the hill, Nate Roberts, repping the top of the hill kit, showing it off. Roberts wins it. Scarangeli second, Deeb in third. Tiangara Grady in fifth.
Section 3, Boys Rising Star is on the open.
And now joining me on the call, Dana Giordano, and this is Declan Murray. We'll be bringing you this morning's action, and soon we'll be passing the mics over to Dave Milner and Kate Van Buskirk, who will finish off the fourth and final day of action at New Balance Nationals outdoor from Franklin Field on the campus of UPenn. And Dana, it's been a great 3 days, and weather's looking great, and all these athletes are excited to wrap things up on our final day competition at New Balance Nationals.
And it just looks like the perfect day out there as we get started on Section 3 of 5 with the boys' mile Rising Stars.
Section 3, Boys Rising Stars.
We've got Colin Eckerman, Alex Fernandez, Jake Pasalugo, Charlie Butler, Zach Zerby, Aiden Smith, Joseph Jaquat, Colin Martins, Owen Larson, Ethan Przinski, Asher Beck, Timothy Rank, Ryan Smith, Michael Krasuski, and Jack Sokolowski. 4:20.14 the time to beat in the Rising Stars Boys Mile.
Some pretty large fields here, but I think this is great. I think it's great, Declan, to have this many guys running together, ending the season, trying to figure out where they're going to settle up and try to chase that PB for next year.
Well, throughout the season, certainly, we see that there's a lot of boys capable of running 4:20 faster around the country. But when you're running at dual meets, you might be running 4:20, 20 seconds ahead of second place. So it really provides a chance for this depth of competition and a new type of racing a lot of these athletes aren't used to.
And sometimes you can get excited in that way, and the pace can get hot pretty early, but it looks like everyone is nice and bunched up here, which usually indicates that it's a comfortable pace for everyone in this field, not super strung out single file.
64.6 seconds through 409 meters. Full mile here. Zach Zerby leading the charge. Timothy Rank, Charlie Butler, Ryan Smith, all up there mixing it up. Ethan Przinski now moving on the outside, and he's going to take the lead. Likely saw the previous heat slow a bit on that second lap and wants to keep things moving.
And you can see them just string on out a little bit with that pace injection here. Tough to do this from over 800 meters out. You have to have a lot of confidence to make your move, to know you can hold on for 2 full laps.
And Brzezinski runs 64.9 seconds there, so really just running likely the exact pace that they'd want to run at that 420 mark. Such a benchmark for the high school athlete that they really know how to run that pace. It's just oftentimes getting out and hanging on to it as long as they can. So Brzezinski leading the charge. He's followed by Colin Eckerman and Timothy Rank. Charlie Butler and Aiden Smith right now in 4th and 5th.
Declan, do you remember the first time you broke 420?
I do, but much later than most. I only ran 1 mile ever in high school, so it wasn't until college that I ever ran under 420.
These guys are already ahead of you.
In college anyways. Yeah, well ahead. I'd like to stick to 800 and down for as long as I could. Brzezinski's pass, that's Joseph Jaquat. Another 64-second lap, and they're starting to wind it up. Colin Eckerman was in 3rd. He's now moving up on the outside. Eckerman in the yellow kit. Brzezinski in 3rd. And Eckerman makes his move to the front.
Very decisive decision to go around. And you know when you have something left in the tank, everyone thinks they have a good kick. Everyone always does to make that one decisive move. I believe it was Jakob Engebretsen always says that you only have a few moves. And this one out front may stick.
Eckerman pulling away in a huge charge into 2nd. That looks to be Charlie Butler. It's all Colin Eckerman. Strong finish, 4:18.12, the official time. And Charlie Butler, Mount St. Joseph, with a 62-second lap to come from way back, moves up 3 places on the final lap to finish 2nd. Brzezinski took the pace early, runs 4:21, and Jaquat finishes 4th in 4:21 as well. Great racing by Eckerman to slowly move up, close that gap on Brzezinski, and then make the charge while he still had the momentum 300 meters out.
Very smart racing there. As a miler, if you go too early, you are absolutely in the danger zone. You have to be extremely patient. And some of the best in the world just say you have to wait until the bell to get in position, but you really want to wait until the last 250, 200, 150. Because if someone's there, you have to have more in the tank in your final kick. And it's something that you often learn the hard way. Getting past in that final 400 is always so difficult because you have nothing else to pull.
And your results just scrolled through on screen there. We've got 2 more heats of the Rising Stars Boys Mile. There's also 2 heats of the Girls Rising Stars. And then we'll jump into some 800s to follow. Heat 4 is off. We've got Simon Donovan, Nicholas Strayer, Ryan Sarafaglu, Jesse Principe, Christopher Howard, Dylan Scheiflin, Sean Rady, Ryan Gruska, Eric Scully, Brian Theobald, Will Kozlowski, Jacob Redmond, Jamel Green, Aiden Dupil, and Jared Platt.
A lot of hard running going on in lane 6.
Yeah, they're separating a bit, but a huge move there. Will Kozlowski wasn't able to get out well at the break, but he said, I'm going to move to the front now. Made that first early surge. Hopefully early enough that didn't take too much out of his legs to make it.
Again, another risky move here in a mile. You can slowly be patient and take your time, and that's something you learn over time as an athlete, is that there's a lot of racing over 1,609 meters that you don't have to make those aggressive moves. But sometimes, if you know you're a better front runner, it's worth it to get up there and be confident out front.
Well, you saw, you mentioned that, and at the same time, Ryan Sarofaglu is making a move slowly up, as was Jesse Principe. So those two followed that slow move recommendation. Is now up front, Jacob Redman. Redman now stringing the pace along. 65 seconds is actually the slowest first lap we've seen from these Rising Stars races, but as that depth gets closer and closer together, some of those athletes, they might start thinking a little bit too much about the pace they need to run or how they want to do it, and things get a little bit caught up. And it looks like right now Redman just wants to get out there and race, and he's up at the front being followed by Nicholas Strayer.
I think it's an interesting tactic, and we'll likely see a larger negative split from these athletes because of it in the second 800 meters. Running that really evenly will give you a better shot to cut it down the last 800.
So they come through in 2:10. Redman and Strayer leading. Strayer's now out front. And they've wound it up a little bit. 65 seconds down to 64. That's for a full 400.
Strayer's looking very confident out front. But you always have to know that you're being chased out here at the track at the New Balance Nationals at Franklin Field. No race is safe, no race is given to you.
And Nicholas Strayer, a 420 miler from the town I live in, LaGrange, Illinois, runs at Lyons Township.
Who knew?
And Strayer pressing now with a lap to go, and another injection of pace, 62.88 on that lap. Redman hasn't gone away.
Redman coming. Here's the race. We're starting to see these boys move.
You see him nice
Strayer,
and strong
Redman,
out
and
there.
Gruska. And that move by Strayer from just at 800 to go. He's trying to see if he can hold on. Redman grimacing behind and trying to hang on for one last move. And in at third, Eric Scully making a late charge. Here comes Eric Scully. Strayer responds, but does he have enough to get back around Scully now that Scully's gone? Eric Scully's going to take heat 4.
Asher back, I believe. Asher. What a great race right there.
Great race from Eric Scully. Closes it down, 58.8. Almost 6 seconds faster than any other lap he ran in that one. So shows with that kind of close, he's likely ready to run something even faster than 4:15. 4:15.09, new time to beat in the Rising Stars. 4:15.09 is the new Rising Stars top time. Strayer's time of 4:16 is second. And Gruska, who finished third in 4:17, that's the third fastest time so far this morning. And here's Scully coming off that final turn.
Coming off that final turn, looking back a little bit, am I actually doing this? Going through his head, closing so hard in a 58 final 400 meters, surprising himself, and that's the reaction you want to see from someone who's like, I finally, you know that there was something that he just broke through right there.
And well done from Jacob Redman. Nicholas Strayer pressing that pace early, stringing the race out and getting after it. Now on to section 5, final section of the Rising Stars Boys Mile. A little pushing and shoving on the inside there. We've got Ethan Wood, Max Wang, Porter Hurteau, Matthew Short, Lucas Regino, Francis Perini III, Chris Larnard, Connell Alford, Jacob Bronstein, Emmett Johnson, Evan Horgan, Dakota Dyquist, Jason Rettinger, Nick Garcia-Whitco, Michael Petrovic, and Samuel Trumbull. Another busy heat, 15 athletes in this one. And they're much more strung out than the previous heats.
Yes, and they're trying to get this pace going. They saw that 4:15 being thrown down and know that they have to beat it. 4:15.09. I think what they forgot is how how much of a negative split that race was. So we're going to see a pretty quick 400-meter split coming up. In a 63.47, which is definitely the fastest first 400 we've seen out of any of these heats so far. I think these guys are ready to hold on, but the entire field is strung out, led out front from Samuel Trumbull.
With that, Dana, that we saw the other heats capable of those negative splits. Do you feel that this should be the fastest Rising Stars heat on paper? Do you think that 63 is a little too quick, or do you think that's just more of, if they stick to that pace, they could keep replicating that for 4 laps?
I think the 63 is a smart spot. If they went out in a 62 or 60, I would say absolutely too fast. But, if you're trying to go on a 65 and you end up going a second and a half fast in a 63.5, you're okay. You get excited the first lap, you're going to settle the second lap. I bet this next split that's coming up right here will be just a touch slower as they get resettled in the field. And then it's all about digging deep on that third lap to make sure your pace doesn't slip too much. And we can see that they just went through by Samuel Trumbull in that 65, 62. So really settling back into the pace. You can see the field compressing yet again. And then someone's going to get excited, pop themselves out front and say, hey guys, we need to run faster.
Lucas Reguino makes that move to the front. They came through in 2:09, so slowed a fair bit, and definitely something within the capability of all these athletes. So Reguino jumps out into the lead, tries to inject a bit of pace into the second half of this Rising Stars boys mile. Trumbull, Bronstein, Garcia-Whitco all up front. Reguino and Trumbull, 1 and 2. Trumbull going to take the lead going into the last lap, and the two are trying to break away. Connell Alford, Matthew Short, Jacob Bronstein, all still in this one.
Here in that bell lap, might be likely the last race of this outdoor track season. Now's the time to give it everything you have, and you see this whole field pushing extremely hard right now just to see, do I have anything left in these tired legs at the end of the season?
Reguino and Matthew Short in the pink kit moving on the outside. Connell Alford in third, trying to cover the move from Short. Alford will cover the move. Does he have anything left as they come off the final turn? Matthew Short, Connell Alford. Alford into the lead. And Alford's going to power away down the home stretch. Connell Alford, he'll take Heat 5. 4:15.20 officially, just a hair off of what we saw in Heat 4. And that will be the second fastest time of the morning for Connell Alford. And the winner of the Rising Stars Boys Mile is going to come out of Heat 4, Eric Scully, 4:15.09. Alford, 4:15.20. There's the rest of the results from this section. Matthew Short made a big move down the back stretch, and Reguino went with him. Connell Alford made the final move off the final turn, was able to get the win.
You can see all these pace changes in this final 100 meters as Alford goes around Short, and Alford digging his head down, going to the arms to run that 4:15.20.
And there are your
Scully.
compiled results. There's your compiled results. Scully wins it out of Heat 4. Alford second, Strayer third. Those came out of heat 4. Short out of heat 5, Arguino out of heat 5, and then the rest of your compiled results. Great job by those 68 boys that raced this morning in the Rising Stars Boys Mile.
We only have 2 heats of the Rising Stars Girls Miles already up on the track.
And a lot of athletes on the start list. We'll see a few scratches here, but Abigail White, Maggie Powers, Elizabeth Coe, Mia Wickard, Katrina Sandman, Rena Johnson, Anna Maria Bacchetta, Hannah Devine, Courtney Kaiser, Jessica Hagidis, Shaylin McNally, Emily Wickard, Maggie May, and Julia Rudolph.
And some of these athletes will be trying to get close to the magical 5-minute barrier today. It's a very special thing to break 5 minutes for the first time, so I'm sure that's top of mind for these girls in the Rising Stars Mile. And we'll get a better sense of what pace they're running as we approach 400. But pretty bunched up right now. This is well within the control of these athletes.
They'll come around to 409 meters and get their split. 2 sections. Right now, Jessica Hagidis leading the way. On her hip, Elizabeth Coe of Arlington Warriors.
Going through in that 75-32. This is right on that 5-minute pace. If they go through 800 in 2:30, but they have to remember that this is a full mile, that extra 9 meters. They're gonna have to be just a touch under 75 seconds per lap to dip under 5 minutes.
And that's certainly a benchmark in high school girls running, something that everyone's always trying to achieve. And making the charge to the front, Mia Wickard of Cow Harbor.
Cow Harbor, where there's a great 10K race each year. Area steeped in running.
Wickard only an 8th grader and mixing it up in the Rising Stars race.
It's been amazing to see the progression of how the 8th grade and high school level has just improved year over year as we approach this 800 meters, where they slowed down quite a bit, going through in 2:33.04. So they're going to have some work to do on this 3rd lap, Declan, to make sure that they can get close to that 5-minute mark. And someone's going to have to pop out and really string this field along.
The move from the back from Emily Wickard to move up towards the front, but you could tell Mia Wickard made her move to the front as the pace started slowing, wanting to be up there. Now you've got Mia and Emily Wickard of Cow Harbor up running 1 and 2.
And sometimes it's not just because the pace is slow that they're all bunched up. They could just all be of a really, really similar level. These girls are working hard here, and they all want to do the same thing. They all want to break 5 minutes, but it's going to take a little bit more on this 3rd lap to make sure they can get close and give themselves an opportunity on that final 400 meters.
Mia Wickard on the rail, Emily Wickard on the outside of lane 1. Anna Maria Bacchetta mixing it up. Emily Wickard, Anna Maria Bacchetta, Mia Wickard, your top 3 with a lap to go. You ran a 75-second lap there, and now really winding it up for a big kick. 300 meters to go. Emily Wickard, Anna Maria Bacchetta, but a lot of athletes in this. Big move on the outside there from Courtney Kaiser in the pink. Maggie Powers tucked into second now, right on the rail behind Anna Maria Bacchetta.
And they've really picked up the pace these girls wanted. They are fighting, driving to the line. as we see Bachetta cruising, trying to open up her stride, giving some powerful steps as the whole field absolutely opens up.
Here comes Powers. Maggie Powers making her move off the final turn. Eases past Bachetta. Maggie Powers going to run away with this on the final 100. And a huge close from Maggie Powers. And officially that time, 5 flat, .05. Maggie Powers closes in 70 seconds to run 5 flat, which is great run from Powers. And most importantly, really well executed racing.
Great racing. That second lap slowed a touch, but they didn't get too nervous about it. Picked up the third lap about a second, and then a very strong close from Maggie Powers coming back in at 70.33. Running that 5 flat .05 is frustrating for sure. You want to dip under that barrier, but that's some really strong running from the junior.
And more importantly than running any time is being able to go out and get a win, and showing Maggie Powers showing what she's able to do this morning at Franklin Field, getting a win in the Rising Stars Girls Mile Heat 1 and Heat 2 now on the track. And final mile of the weekend from individual races at least. We've got Victoria Ketzler, Ella Hayes, Noelle Barlett, Abigail Kowalczyk, Lauren Vermani, Emily Cooper, Caroline Barton, Macy Roberts, Kirsten Melnick, Reagan Exley, Amaya Armini, Ava Tomanak, and Rory Sullivan.
Declan, racing at this level is all about figuring out what is your level of confidence in racing. What is your race smarts? How do you make sure that you're running in a good position? And these are all really hard things to do, especially in such a big and crowded field. There's a lot of jostling going on right now, trying to get position. Athletes are running in lane 2 of what that inside rail is, adding a couple extra steps, but everyone's got a lot of nerves here this morning, and they're coming out here to run a fast time as we come up to the 400-meter split.
Everybody knows now there's a time to beat from the first heat. However, what's really mostly on most of their minds is how can I get a win and how can I run a personal best? That's what everybody wants out of these races late in the season. And you see Amaya Aramini just pressing up to the front, and a 74-second first lap from Vermani, who was leading at the lap. She's now in second. It's Aramini who's leading down the back stretch.
And it's great to see these athletes getting a little bit more settled. We had athletes almost out in lane 3, just adding more distance to this race, which is something you want to avoid. But everyone's finding their spot as they work through the hard middle 2 laps. I always like to say first lap's about settling, second 2 laps are about work, and the third lap's about racing. The 4th lap.
And now they're settling in to their positions. Caroline Barton has made her way into the mix. Ava Tomanak. Barton on the rail, just trying to find a little bit of room there as they come up on 809 meters. And that looked to be 230, 230.9. So nicely paced and putting themselves in a position to dip under that 5 flat 05 we saw from Heat 1. Aramini leading the way on the 3rd of 4 laps.
Smart running right here from all these athletes, and at this point it is anyone's race, seeing the whole field together. They're all aiming for a big time today, Declan. I can just feel it.
Aramini, 600 meters to go. Noelle Barlett on the rail, now making a move up on the outsides. Emily Cooper, purple TC. And they're really starting to wind things up. Nobody wanted to take the pace from Aramini, but now with 500 to go, things have bunched back up and people are getting ready to make their move. Caroline Barton on the outside in the shades. And your early leader, Lauren Vermani, is now on the outside too. They're 3 wide with a lap to go.
And an even third lap, but they know they're going to need a little bit more to make sure they can be competitive with that 5 flat 0.05 time to beat.
Here comes Ava Tomanek of Ohio Speed. And Macy Roberts. Tomanek on the outside, hip 17. Barton still on the rail. Barton and Tomanek, Vermani, and Aramini.
Barton wants
Tomanek.
this, she's looking back.
Tomanek having to make her move on the outside. Barton just trying to hold her off. Vermani still there in third.
Miss Caroline Barton, she's run at the New Balance Indoor Nationals before. Looking a lot behind her, but she's going to hold on and likely take this section.
Caroline
Coming
Barton.
to the finish line.
4:58.91 officially. Caroline Barton, your winner of the New Balance Nationals Outdoor Rising Stars Girls Mile. And she does it all in the last lap. A 71-second close to bring it home. Vermani finishes second in 5 flat. Ava Tomanek in 5 flat. Macy Roberts in 5 flat. A really deep field and lots of athletes there charging into the finish. 10 only separated by 5 seconds.
Caroline Barton was jostling in that final 4 meters, but found something extra the last 100 to open up and dip under 5 minutes, running 4:58.91. Being such a gracious competitor, shaking hands, making some new friends out there at the New Balance Nationals.
And there's your compiled results. Barton, 4:58 out of heat 2. Powers, 5 flat out of heat 1. And all of your results there from the Rising Stars Girls Mile. Final individual mile of the day. Still some 1,600 legs on distance medleys to come. But we've seen lots of miles from last night into this morning. And we are going to move into the 2-lapper, the middle school boys, 800 meters.
Oh, middle school. What a time to be running and racing. I expect that we're going to see a lot of very fast first laps, Declan.
Yeah, usually see blazing fast 200. Things settle down for about 500 meters and then a blistering finish. It's usually how these things go. It's always fun and exciting. On paper, these will get faster. We've got a heat here, all 8th grade. But then we'll start seeing some 5th through 8th graders mixing it up in the rest of these heats. In this one, you've got Danny Karan, Christopher Yu, Anthony Colella, Cash Plyman, Xavier Kleps, Ethan Levesque, Benjamin Harwood, Christian Miller, Grant Patterson, Solomon Jim, Ethan Lai, and Nicholas Frank.
Getting out nice and hard as we expected. This middle
Running
school
7
boys
wide.
800. Woo.
I think everyone is able on this track is able to run that pace for 400, so they just feel so comfortable early in the race. Now things are starting to string out. Up at the front, you've got Anthony Colella, Danny Karan, and Nicholas Frank. And they are out quick. 66.
Declan, like you were saying in the miles, this is one of the first times that you're seeing outside of your dual meet competition, lots of athletes that can run the same pace as you.
Yes, even more so at the middle school level. And down the back stretch, Kalela now chasing. And that's hip 2, Christopher Yu of Speed Skills. Yu powering off the final turn and challenging back Anthony Kalela and his teammate Christian Miller. Yu trying to hold on, but Anthony Kalela of New England Elite TC will run that one just as a little bit of a negative split, 2:11.52. Great time for middle school 800.
It's a very smart way to run this. Love to see a negative split in the 800. It can be hard to do when you get excited, but Anthony Kalela ran wise beyond his years, came away with the win in section 1.
And here's that final 100 meters, Dana. Yu trying to hold off the rest of the field, but Kalela had enough in the tank to finish that off.
What a great shot.
And moving on to heat 2. In heat 2, we've got William Painter, Farrell, Noah Cotter, Marshall Brown, Eli Aitken, Gunnar Hammett, Joseph Pangialo, Jaden Smith, Luke Sudol, Josiah Brown Price, Joseph Kozier, Eli Rope, Musa Hersey, Zarian Ali, and Bryson Anderson.
And out like a rocket, we have someone taking charge in this middle school boys 800, putting about 30 meters on the field in this first 200. Perhaps realizing what he's done, slowing down just a touch. That's the Dwayne Bang Solomon approach to the 800, aging myself here, but there's one method of 800 running where it's go out hard, keep running hard, see what you got.
They call taking it to the gray zone, infamous Johnny Gray line. Musa Hersey leading the way, 59.31 through 400, and he's still hanging on to it. Noah Cotter trying to chase him. Bryson Anderson, Eli Aitken down the back stretch. That's Hersey. And Hersey putting on a little surge. See what he's got left.
Hersey's done the work. He wants this.
Cotter, Anderson, Aitken, Hammett. In the red, that's Eli Aitken. He's going to swing wide, but Musa Hersey, who went out hard, he's driving the arms. Hersey and Aitken. Musa Hersey. He's got one more gear, 2:05.44. What a run. Musa
That was a fun
Hersey.
one. Musa Hersey, just, you know, we should never know to doubt you ever again, Musa Hersey, because that was some brilliant running. You took it out in a 59.31, came back with a 66. Positive split, but held on to that win, and that's all that matters.
It's tough running. And a really nice job by Hersey getting out there in front. 100 meters to go, the crowd cheering, and you could tell that there is an athlete behind him. And he just manages to lean forward a bit, drive the arms, and get back up to top speed for whatever he had left. Musa Herzi wins heat 2.
He's got a really smooth stride, Declan, so I think he's someone to watch out for in the high school level.
Herzi, 8th grader from Penridge, TC. And that's the new time to beat, 2:05.44. Heat 3, we'll see if they take a page out of Herzi's book and get out after it. And we've got Cole Kober, Sam Farjami, T. Harrison Moeller, Malik Greason, Liam Hodge, Max Tobar, Connor Ryan, Ian Miller, Danny Garrison, Naren Maharana, and Anthan Panchu.
It looks like a page out of Musa Herzi's book is being taken by 2 athletes out in front, and we'll get a closer look of who they are as they come around into this 400-meter split coming up.
One of the interesting things about running on this track is seeing that rail on the inside. What I believe that's Malik Grissom. Looks like hip number 5, but Grissom has stayed in lane 2 in that lane 5 the entire way around the track, so ran quite a few extra meters. He goes out in 60.5, but he does that run in the whole lap in an outside lane. Now Grissom makes the break in as Sam Farjami and Cole Kober are now with him. Grissom doesn't want to give up the lead. He's surging every time someone tries to go around him. But here comes Cole Kober, 100 in Lions track club that I coached back in my days with the New Jersey, New York track club. 100 in Lions, Cole Kober, 8th grader, just charging away from the field.
Cole Kober, decisive move heading into this final 100 meters. Saw the time on the clock. Wants to dip under 2 minutes, and it's going to be very close.
Cole Kober is going to win Heat 3 of the Rising Star, or the middle school boys 800, 2:04.08. What a run. New fastest time. Making the 100 in Lions proud.
That's a great split differential for Cole Kober, a 61.69 for the first lap and a 62.40. Pretty textbook 800-meter running.
Kober looked really smooth making that move down the back stretch. No response from the field. New time to beat, 2:04.0. We've got our 4th and final section of the boys' 800 meters.
On your mark.
We've got Ethan Gallagher, Reed Click, Joshua Kakpo, Remy Farrow, William Van Etten, 3rd, Nicholas Katsoulis, Brandon Kumrau, Quentin Clemens, Aaron Joshi, and Wesley Rogan.
You can almost not even tell that there's 2 athletes running up front. They're so in sync.
Quentin Clemens of Jaguar Track, now in 2nd, but was leading early. We'll get an idea on our leading athlete as they come around here. That's Aaron Joshi of 7 Locks Running Club. Locks and Clemens, 62 seconds. Aaron Joshi. Clemens, Wesley Rogan of Spirit of Pre, Ethan Gallagher, Central Toronto, Big chase pack trying to run down Aaron Joshi. And a big move. That's Ethan Gallagher, Central Toronto. Ethan Gallagher looking powerful down the home stretch. He's gonna take heat 4 to race against the clock now. Ethan Gallagher. What a run
Brilliant
to
running.
win heat 4. Middle school boys 800, 2:03.73, and that will be the fastest time. He's the middle school boys 800-meter champ in New Balance Nationals.
And Ethan Gallagher, an 8th grader, ready for high school, coming in with the title of Middle School Boys New Balance Outdoor Nationals champion. Congratulations, Ethan.
There's your
Very cool
results
that they
from
let them
section
keep the
4.
finish line. I don't think they used to do that. That's a great touch from New Balance.
Cool piece of memorabilia to take home. There's your compiled results. Ethan Gallagher wins it 2:03.73. Cole Kober out of heat 3, second, 2:04.08. And Musa Herzi, who won heat 2, ends up finishing 3rd. Got the middle school girls 800, 4 heats. Nyla Aiken, Taylor McGuire, Greta Sutherland Roth, Kellis Costin, Haley Mancini, Zoa Mazar, Emma Waterman, Maya Zalmover, Amaris Masadou, Jalen Alexander, Mariah Pender, Rebecca Frank, Eden Solorzano, and Ava McGuire. Right now, it's all Nyla Aiken.
Taking it out hard up front, leaving no chances getting mixed up in that big pack for Nyla Aiken.
Aiken leading out front. Taylor McGuire of Garden City Track Club chasing. Eden Solorzano also in that chase pack. Aiken goes out in 69 seconds. Got a 3-second gap on the field right now. Taylor McGuire, Garden City TC, trying to reel in Aiken.
69 seconds, getting close to that 2:20 800-meter mark. She can hold on to this pace.
And Solorzano, the 6th grader, now moving up. But Aiken still with a big lead. Solorzano trying to close it down. Aiken tiring with less than 150 to go. Solorzano closing hard. Into the final straightaway. Nyla Aiken, Ridgeview TC, and she's got one more surge. Great close from Solorzano, but Nyla Aiken takes it gun to tape. Aiken's gonna win it. 2:30.26.
Smart running from Aiken. Super impressive to be able to lead a whole 800, execute, hold on to secure that finish. And Eden Solorzano having a very strong, fastest final lap in the field, running a 78 to close hard and move up 2 places over the final 400.
Here's your results. Aiken, Solorzano, Mancini, Sasadug, your top 4. And we got another big field. Heat 2 of 4. Middle school girls 800. Got Madison Brown, Caitlin Morrow, Kara Whiteside, Jasmine Karan, Lila Flores, Janelle Goring, Isabella Daly, Sonia Schwartz, Jordan Spence, Isabella Miller, Emily Flagg, Elizabeth Munn, Caitlin Paisley, and Mabel Blair. They'll break in. And we've got Kara Whiteside of Guilderland pressing the pace early. Madison Brown up there with her. And on her heels, Isabella Daly of Delco United TC.
2:30.26 is the time to beat, section 1. Kara Whiteside taking it out.
Got Whiteside, Daly, and Morrow. Morrow running on the outside of lane 1. Daly of Delco United gonna shift off the rail and try and get on the outside of Whiteside of Guilderland. They look like they're handling this 70-second pace a little more comfortably than the first section. Whiteside surges down the back stretch. Kara Whiteside, Isabella Daly, 1 and 2. Whiteside starting to tie up, but Daly has a lot of ground to cover. Whiteside's led this one from the gun. Kara Whiteside of Guilderland TC out in just under 70 seconds and able to bring it home. Leads that one wire to wire, 2:23.77 officially. Kara Whiteside, winner of Heat 2.
Kara Whiteside, 2:23.77, the time to beat in section 2 of 4 for the middle school girls, 800 meters. Kara's an 8th grader. We'll see her back here next year at the New Balance Nationals on her high school team.
And we've got Heat 3 of 4 taking the track. Time to beat on the screen, 2:23.77. And middle school girls, 800 meters is off, and a big fall. And right for them to call that back, just the jostling for position. And that was a tough fall.
Hope she's okay.
It looks like Jillian Bergeron of New England Elite.
It's the right call to bring them back. Let everyone breathe. Take a second. The officials are checking in on her. Asking if she's
Making
okay
sure
to
she's
go.
okay. Also probably providing a little advice on what went wrong there. Trying to cut down a little too quickly and feet get tangled up. So explaining that in the waterfall, you've got the whole turn to cut in. And this time, they get off all right. And Bergeron up to the front. A little bit of adrenaline pumping after that fall. It's Keitel Berglund, and Bergeron. Right now we've got Keitel, Berglund, Jackson, Young, Flag, Jillian Bergeron, Emma Curran, Mallory Myers, Emmeline Lynch, Kaylee Kaiser, Ayanna Samuels, and Ella Munger all in this one. And Neve Keitel taking it out.
They've strung it right on out. You can see all the athletes in that single file line. This is going to be a pretty quick 400-meter split.
Keitel pressing the pace. Sydney Young sitting in second.
Woo.
That is a hot pace. Keitel doesn't look scared of it.
Going through it at 66.33. That would be around a 2:13, 2:12 pace for the full 800, and Keitel is going for it.
Pouring it
That would
on
be a
down the
competitive
backstretch is
opening.
Keitel. Sydney Young in second. Bergeron starting to fade a bit. Berglund, Curran, and Jackson moving up, but it's all Neve Keitel. Out hard from the gun. And now there's some athletes chasing her, but Neve Keitel leaving a lot of ground for the rest of the field to make up in the last 100. Neve Keitel, fearless running. Out hard through 400, presses down the backstretch, and brings it home strong to run 2:20.24.
Impressive running from Neve Keitel. Looking at these splits, 66 to a 73. Neve is 8th grader, and I know she's going to find a way to get those splits closer to each other in the future, but just a brilliant way to run. The 800 is an event where you have to find your limit, and you can't figure it out until you test it.
Neve Keitel putting out the time to beat. Fourth and final section, middle school girls 800. Time to beat on your screen, 2:20.24. We've got a full field here. Set 15 athletes: Shina Collins, Janae Coleman, Chelsea Cornelia, Caitlin Estep, Kennedy Brown, Rebecca Prebaz, Sophia Thompson, Leah Thomas, Aisha Wajid, Morgan Means, Morgan Hillman, Lauren Kloss, Ariana Vargas, Kaylee Devine, and Jaleesa Derry. Shina Collins, though, out there. The 6th grader going for it.
To the amazing families that travel to the city, brother love. And sisterly affection, want to say thank you.
Collins
Most important, happy Father's
out in a time that would be an impressive open 400 for many middle school runners. Take him through in 61.03 seconds.
Woo.
Motoring. Morgan Means in second, Chelsea Cornelia in third, Janae Coleman in fourth. And I'll see what Shina Collins can do on this second lap off such a hot pace.
Very impressive running from Shina Collins. Definitely something you're not used to seeing at the middle school level, going out that hard, like Declan said, would win a ton of open 400 meters. But Shina's not afraid of this pace. And I know that her high school team, she's only a 6th grader. She's got some years to go. I was gonna say her high school team is excited to have her on their squad, but a couple years to go from Shina. And as she slows down just a touch, competitors are right behind.
Janae Coleman of Motor City Track trying to reel in Collins. Shina Collins out hard. doing everything she can to finish strong. Shina Collins, 2:13.19.
Oh my
It's an
goodness,
unbelievable
Declan.
run.
Sixth grader running a 2:13.20. Absolutely unbelievable from Collins. Phenomenal running. That is a name to remember.
What
And
a
also
run.
from Janae Coleman in 7th grade from Motor City running a 2:14 as well.
Collins and Coleman came in with the fastest seeds on paper, and they come out with the fastest times. Not afraid to press that pace early. And Collins had nearly a 4-second lead on Coleman. Actually, a little over a 4-second lead on Coleman. Coleman reeled her in the second lap, just ran out of real estate. But impressive running from Collins, Coleman, S-step. Saw a 9 dip under 2:20 in that middle school girls 800. Now it's time for 5 heats of the freshman boys 800. Dominic Bergio, Nicholas Cherry, Corey Coughlin, Luke Whitlow, Benoit Deli, Kirill Arnold, Eric Ramos, James Hansen, Ty Oakes, Evan Guidish, Aiden Green, and Caleb Rock.
And these guys, just 1 year older than most of our middle school field. We have a lot of 8th graders in the middle school section, and you can really just see the development that happens in 1 year, the race sense. But it's great to be running against your fellow classmates. It's not often that you can say, hey, just the freshman boys, we're going to get after it and figure it out as they go through 400 meters.
And to show you how quickly that middle school girls race went out, actually went out quicker than this freshman boys race. And that's just a testament to the fearless running of Collins, Ramos, Arnold, Green, all down the back stretch. This is James Hansen of Delco United. It's being tracked by Eric Ramos. Ramos now making his move on the outside. James Hansen. Here comes. From way at the back, hit 9, Ty Oakes. Ty Oakes in the shades and bandana. Challenging Hansen down the home stretch. Ty Oakes. Ty Oakes, what a strong close from Oakes. A negative split. Out in 62, back in 58, and Oakes takes the win, heat 1 of 5.
(2:01.11) from Ty Oakes. James Hansen, 2:02.31, and Dominic Bergio, that 2:02.78. Great race.
Ty Oakes was sitting 12th place 400 meters into that and managed to make his move all the way, ran in the outside of lane 1 and in lane 2 the whole way. He gets the win. Heat 2, Maximos Tsoukalis, Connor Manning, Marlian Wiest, Drew Lawler, Wyatt Brady, Yuhan Cruz, Price Fee, Richard Federico III, Oliver Rake, and Paxton Reyes. Yuhan Cruz leading them out. It's up 30 seconds, first 200.
A lot of jostling action happening in that backpack as we come through 400 meters.
And Yuhan Cruz threw in 61, and that's the pace that all these boys want to be running. We're a little fearful of going with the pace at the start. Marlon Weist, Drew Lawler through in 63 seconds in second and third. And now they're going to try and chase down Cruz, who's got a decent gap on the field. Drew Lawler hit 4, starting to close the gap. Here comes Lawler. Johan Cruz, does he have anything left? About 100 to go. Cruz and Lawler. Lawler with the momentum, making his move. A little bit of bumping. Cruz, Lawler. Cruz closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Johan Cruz gets the win.
Gotta have
Lawler
your game
second.
face on. Cruz is stoked, a little dancing at the line. A lot of dancing. I wouldn't be able to remember that.
Johan Cruz with a strong finish. Took it out, runs an even 61-61. Winning his heat. Freshman boys 800. 3 more heats to go.
On your mark. Stand up, guys. Stand up. Relax, guys. Gabe, put him right on the line. On your mark. Come back, guys.
And there was a little bit of movement on the line, and they're going to bring him back.
Guys, please check your toes. Green card.
This is a great
Just,
learning experience here. You have to be patient, still at the line. It's hard.
get used to being in a crowded field, and just the officials telling them to get their toes behind the line. Got Aiden Janowitz, Iadel Joa Griffith, Justin Paris, Aija Goins, Austin Bubel, Angel Giuliano, Brandon Hayes, Dylan Hamilton, Joshua Coos, Joseph Murphy, and Adam Caldwell. And that's Aiden Janowitz at the front. Joshua Coos of Metrolina Christian TC in second. Now this seems like the first time we've got a race where everyone wants to get out hard.
It's nice to see a little different racing style race to race. Makes for fast times when everyone's pushing themselves, especially with the first 400 meters.
Aiden Janowitz, he takes him through about 58.6. And he's got about 8 meters on the field with 300 to go. Janowitz driving the arms, trying to get away from the rest of the field. Joshua Coos, Iadel Joa Griffith, Aija Goins. That's Aija Goins in second now, trying to reel in Janowitz. And Janowitz out in front. Iadel Joa Griffith. Joa Griffith's now reeling in Janowitz. He's got 5 meters. Now it's 4. Janowitz peeking over his shoulder. Janowitz, Iadel Joa Griffith. Iadel Joa Griffith. He's going to take it at the line. 158.56. Iadel. Aija Goins takes the win, 158.56. Aiden Janowitz second. Angelo Giuliano third.
Guys, watch your ears. I'm getting ready to start another race. Dave, spread that first about.
Making some new friends here. The New Balance Nationals. These guys are going to see each other on the circuit in years to come. As we're heading into heat 4 of the freshman boys, 800 meters.
Heat 4, we've got Nicholas Lyle, Zachary Brumfeld, Atlee Finney, Alan Sultan IV, John Nathan Lawrence, Mateo Chisera, Nathan Gurman, Wesley Kitchen, Seven Garcia, Connor Poland, Alexander Mazzeo, and Teddy Foster. And down the back stretch, this field pressing. We come through in 58.9. That's John Nathan Lawrence, Formula Track Club. Seven Garcia of Hackensack across the way in New Jersey. And second, Alan Sultan IV in third. John Nathan Lawrence. Seven Garcia on his heels. Alan Sultan IV trying to close the gap. John Nathan Lawrence, Formula Track Club. Seven Garcia, Alan Sultan IV trying to close it down. John Nathan Lawrence all the way through the line for Formula TC. John Nathan Lawrence, 159.0.
John Nathan Lawrence, we got that very cool shot of him head on, chasing down that finish line. Dipping under 2 flat for the freshman boys 800. Great running by Jonathan Nathan Lawrence of Formula TC. We've got our last heat of the freshman boys 800, stepping up to the track, heat 5. Time to beat is 158.56.
And your competitors in this one listed on the screen. Field of 12. Only 10 going to toe the line. And you can see Owen Hereni in the pink kit. And hip 1 was falling over a little bit there. And Hereni out hard, trying not to get boxed in on the rail. Owen Hereni, Rohan Gazula, Noah Thayer, Henry Burge, Jackson Davis, Brandon Morrow, James Daniel, Samuel Herrera, Reed Robinson, Alexander Medina, Hunter Bates, Michael Gomez. Hunter Bates out in the lead, Owen Hereni on his hip. Hip 6, Brandon Morrow on the outside of lane 1 in third. Owen Hereni on the heels now of Hunter Bates. Hereni and Bates also mixing it up. Henry Burge and Brandon Morrow. Big move on the outside. Rohan Gazula, 55.8. That pace is no joke for these freshman boys. And Hereni going to start pressing now. Henry Burge of Patriot TC on his shoulders. Burge moving wide down the back stretch. Rohan Gazula of Takeoff in the black and green kit trying to make a move as well. Henry Burge, a commanding lead. 200 to go. Hereni and Gazula trying to chase. Here comes Gazula on the outside. Hereni in the pink kit. Henry Burge of Patriot TC. He's got 5 meters on the field. And the chase pack gunning for him down the home stretch. Owen Hereni separating. And he's going to take Heat 5 of the freshman boys 800. 155.08.
Wow.
Big close from Henry Burge.
Takes the freshman boys 800 top time of the day. Should be proud of that result. Gets to take home a little piece of the finish line, maybe to put on his wall. Definitely getting congratulated by his competitors. He worked hard in that event. Henry Burge is stoked on that result. Great final lap, 58 seconds, and the results in that race were 158.8 from Henry Burge, Hunter Bates 156.2, Owen Hereni 156.4. As we move on to the freshman girls 800 meters. Getting settled, a little switches on the line, making sure everyone's in the right place. So we have some clean starts. This is section 1 of 4 in the freshman girls 800 meter.
On your mark.
11 towing the line. Got Chloe Fights, Emma Watson, Anya Budzinski, Steele Summers, Olivia Sawyer, Lily Schlack, Kelsey Jones, Kate Leonard, Jordan Jones-Maddox, Ella Solorzano, Josie Scheel, Mia Waldron. A big move down the back stretch by the field. Everyone pressing. And now things are starting to connect a bit better. The athletes all bunching up after 200 meters. Anya Budzinski, emerging elite. It's Steele Summers leading the way right now.
Steele Summers looking to set the opening time in his first section. Heading through that 400 in a 68.97. Followed by Jordan Jones-Maddox, Chloe Fights, and Anya Budzinski.
Chloe Fights now moving into the lead. Jones-Maddox falling back into 4th. Budzinski of emerging elites now moving out wide and into 2nd. Fights and Budzinski. Chloe Fights of Camillus Track Club. Anya Budzinski of emerging elites. Steele Summers, your early leader, in 3rd. Chloe Fights trying to pull away, 100 meters left. And Chloe Fights of Camillus TC. Down the home stretch. Taking the win and setting a top time of 2:19.40. That'll be the time to beat for the remaining 3 sections.
$2:19.40 from Chloe fights. We're moving right along into section 2 with freshman girls, 800 meters.
Here's your
I said it
results
for the
from
boys.
section 1.
On your mark.
It's great to see all these freshmen together running against athletes of their same grade. And we were called back. Didn't quite get to see the angle of why, but we're getting reset back on the line for section 2.
And on your screen, you've got the competitors in this one. We'll give a green card to the field and just make sure everyone stays behind the line. And we're off. Lucy Arnold, Vivian Osfeld, Berkeley Holtz, Gracie Gazetta, Madeline Meter, Cameron Kane, Raquel Bush, Ryan Dancanis, Allison Lee, Camille Lichtenstein, and Emma Schmitz. Now in front, early on, Vivian Osfeld. She's followed by Berkeley Holtz.
Osfeld with a very smooth stride, opening up out front.
Osfeld, Holtz, Bush, 1, 2, and 3 as they approach the 400-meter split. Vivian Osfeld, the Falcon TC, trying to get a little bit of distance on the field. She takes him through 64 seconds.
Vivian Osfeld holding on, doing all the work up front. Does she have it left in the final 200 meters?
Osfeld and Holtz still 1-2. Raquel Bush, West Springfield in third. Now Berkeley Holtz starting to close in on Osfeld. Does she have anything left in the tank these last 100 meters? Vivian Osfeld and Berkeley Holtz. Final straightaway. Berkeley Holtz starting to swing wide. Vivian Osfeld led from the gun. She's got a little bit of a move left, but Berkeley Holtz has more in the tank. Holtz, 2:16.88, takes section 2 and a new top time.
It's a great time from Berkeley Holtz at 2:16.68. Hearing some big celebrations in the crowd at Franklin Field. Waking up this morning, remembering that they're at a track meet. It's time to cheer for everyone. And it looks like another beautiful day in Philadelphia.
On your mark.
8-3. Ivy Slavinsky, Bridget Snyder, T. Pignotti, Huntley Buckingham, Anna Hardiman, Addison Sear, Kieran Murray, Emmy O'Hearn, Carter Torrance, Riley Fair, Marissa Mock, and Courtney Toy.
Section 3 of 4, time to beat. 2:16.88 just set in the last section. These athletes are getting out really well in section 3.
And we're coming up on the 400-meter split. That's Ivy Slavinsky. She's followed by Bridget Snyder. Oh, and a big fall there. His feet got tangled right as they were coming up at the 400 mark. And the cheers, it sounds like an athlete that fell got up as the fans are clapping. Marissa Mock leading. Bridget Snyder, Olentangy Liberty High School second. Emmy O'Hearn of Union Catholic in third. And they'll come around. And that does appear to be Ivy Slavinsky. Hip one leading. Slavinsky being chased down by Carter Torrance. Slavinsky coming into the home stretch, and she's just trying to hold off Carter Torrance. Carter Torrance, 2:16.98. Crozet crew. Torrance with a big close.
Carter Torrance.
Cheers all around for
2:16.98.
Carter Torrance win. And Emmy O'Hearn, the Union Catholic athlete that fell, managed to get up across the finish line. There's Carter Torrance celebrating her win.
There's really nothing you can do in that situation. It's so unfortunate when you get knocked over. The only thing is get back up, check to see where you are, and manage the adrenaline.
And you could see, I think that one of the officials might have had a word for the field. You could see hip 13 Blythe Dudley stood up and looked over at the official right before the gun went off. Likely just some toes over the line. And the freshman girls 800. Heat 4 of 4. Time to beat 2:16.88. In this one, we've got Jessica Abbott, Javelin Garmer, Avery Chapman, Kennedy Proctor, Sasha Lamikina, Kalista Garmer, Carolina Arhart, Abigail Hennessy, Haley Hightower, and Blythe Dudley.
Some fast running up front, stringing this whole field out in section 4 of the freshman girls 800 meter. We're going to keep an eye on that clock to see if they can take down Berkeley Holt's 2:16.88 as we come and grab this 400 meter split.
Here, Coach H on the in-stadium mic. Kennedy Proctor, Haley Hightower, Jessica Abbott. Javelin Garmer also mixing up in the top 4. It looks like Kennedy Proctor down the back stretch. And Jessica Abbott of Shore. Proctor and Abbott. Proctor in second. Jessica Abbott took the lead with 300 to go. Jessica Abbott opening up her stride down the home stretch and powering away to a Heat 4 win in the freshman girls 800. Well under the time of 2:16.88. Jessica Abbott, your freshman girls 800 champ at New Balance Nationals.
Shore AC jersey. coming across the way to Philadelphia, claiming her title in the freshman girls 800 meters. Congratulations, Jessica Abbott.
Here's your results. Abbott, Proctor, Chatham, Lemekina, your top 4, all the top 8 in that section, all under 220. Great running. And that will do it. There's your compiled standings. Abbott wins it, 2:12.25. And very strong field of 16 that went under the 220 mark.
We need to look at that at the board, please. The Rock Wilson Johnson family floor.
We're going to be switching gears as we head over and are setting up the hurdles.
At 209, can we make some noise? Gunner, you are special record. World record, 209.53, under 11. Gunner Hammer, that's that guy right there. Thank you, Franklin Field. I go back to Coach H. I'll be back on the show 19 with the phone at Coach H Live on IG. Peace.
A few finals ahead, one section finals at that, here at New Balance Nationals from Franklin Field on the campus of UPenn in Philadelphia. I'm Declan Murray, joined by Dana Giordano, and we are excited to bring you more finals. We got the 110 hurdles and 100-meter hurdle championships, boys and girls 200 finals. Not only the championship finals, but the freshman and rising star finals as well. And that's all coming up for you over the next hour here as our crews get the hurdles set. We're going to take a quick commercial break while our hurdle crews finish getting things ready to go. We'll be back. Boys 110-meter hurdles final next on the track.
Hey, you! Can we come together?
New Balance, we got now.
We're back for more finals action at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. And we're excited for what we have in store. Coming up next, boys 110-meter hurdles. And we saw some records go down just yesterday. Meet records taken down in the prelims. And more fireworks potentially as we crown a champion this morning. The boys 110 hurdles in that first round. We saw Josh Mooney and Nathaniel Ryan, Abdul Saisavan all run incredibly fast, but Joshua Mooney with a big tailwind, and he went and broke the meet record. But then a little bit later on, saw some semifinals. And in those semifinals, Nathaniel Ryan into a headwind, broke the meet record. Sai Savan also was under the previous meet record and was in second. So lots to be excited for, Dana.
Yeah, I'm absolutely stoked to see this race. This is really when you bring the best of the best together, and these guys have raced each other many, many times, especially at New Balance Nationals indoors, and they're just focused on today cleanly getting over these hurdles We saw a lot of false starts yesterday, so patience in the blocks, making sure everything's set up correctly, and executing the race. I'm mostly excited to see how Sai Savan responds to this pressure off of being the indoor New Balance national champion. Coming out, it's always hard to repeat and grab that title a second time.
And the big final ahead as these athletes take their final run outs from the blocks.
And in historic Franklin Field, you can see they're blocked in this bowl we've been talking about all weekend, this brick that's containing them, giving some great protection from any wind that's going on. You can see the flag, the New Balance flag is waving just a touch, so we'll have to see what the wind readings are for this race. But I anticipate the weather looks perfect. It's going to be a fast day.
Lots of excitement around this race. Having returners from the 60 meters indoors, Dana, that produced some great results, not only in the heats, but also earlier this indoor season in the 60s.
Yeah, Abdul Sai Savan was the indoor 60-meter champion. Joshua Mooney from Brownsburg TC, second in that race. And Yaisha Brown was third. So we had the 1, 2, 3 returning from indoor.
And just to add to that, you've got Nathaniel Ryan, who's now the meet record holder. You got Braxton Brand of Ann Arbor TC. In lane 8 from Western Branch, Antonio Smith. From Washington Township Elite, he'll go in 7. That's Ishaya Brown. In lane 6 from ATL Zoom, the indoor 60-meter champion at New Balance Indoor Nationals, Abdul Sai Savan. In 5 from Scotch Plains Vanwood Track Club, meet record holder Nathaniel Rand. In 4 from Bounds Bears, set a meet record in the heats yesterday, Joshua Mooney. And from San Antonio, Swift going in lane 3, Malik White. And going in lane 2 from the DM Stags, it's Anthony Waterman. Championship boys, 110-meter hurdles. Time to crown a champion, New Balance Nationals. Mooney in 4, Rayan, meet record holder in 5, Sai Savan, the indoor champ, in 6, Brown, 3rd place indoor, in 7. Eyes on the middle of the track. And they're off, and they're going to bring him back up. They hit the first hurdles.
It's hard to see a little bit
what the officials
angle.
saw there.
Franklin Field. This is the 110 U.S. Championship hurdles.
Officials at this level of meet just a little bit more strict than what these athletes are used to at some of their high school meets. As these very well-trained officials.
Lane 2 get red card.
And it was lane 3, Malik White, who just flinched a little bit. And a false start to Malik White. Gets a red card.
Malik White.
Always so disappointing to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's had an amazing season so far. Let's clap it up for him.
Very tough. And by the book, that's the right call, but always disappointing to see an athlete miss out on an opportunity to race, especially high stakes race like this. Field is down to 7. Waterman, Mooney, Rayan, Saisavan, Brown, Smith, and Brand. And they're set. And another one. Lane 8, Antonio Smith, full step out of the blocks and green card to the field this time. Sounds like the officials must have told them to come up.
Sometimes there's too much noise in the stadium. It's really hard to hear the officials.
And you can tell because of all of that noise, they're asking everyone to tone it down. So now we've got Waterman, Mooney, Rayan, Saisavan, Brown, Smith, and Brand. And we'll do it for a third time. Boys 110-meter hurdles championships. New Balance Nationals Outdoor from Franklin Field. The meet record holder and the top 3 from indoor in lanes 4 through 7. And they're off. Saisavan and Rayan out well. Rayan in 5. Mooney in 4. Out in lane 7, Yeshaya Brown. Here comes Saisavan. Saisavan clips last hurdle. Mooney's gonna take it. 13:48, Joshua Mooney with the clean run. He's gonna be your New Balance Nationals champion.
Mooney almost looks relieved. Great running, hug from Abdul Saisavan. Brilliant run from Joshua Mooney. Got over all hurdles cleanly and really picked up the speed to execute on those final 2 hurdles to get just a touch forward of Saisavan.
Joshua Mooney, cool, calm, and collected as Nathaniel Rayan got out ahead of him to the first hurdle. Rayan with just a jump on the field. But Rayan started clipping hurdles with that trail leg, and then it was Saisavan who looked like he had it there, clipped the last 2 of the last 3 hurdles, and Mooney just had a little bit cleaner of a run. See, Saisavan batters the second last hurdle. Mooney maintains momentum. It's Mooney, the winner, Saisavan second, Nathaniel Rayan third, Braxton Brand in 4th, Rashaya Brown 5th, Antonio Smith 6th, and in 7th, Anthony Waterman. What a run from Joshua Mooney.
Joshua Mooney came here, executed. The senior from Bones Bears TC, making his mark at Franklin Field.
Second place indoors to Abdul Saisavan, and he comes back into a 0.9 meters per second headwind, runs 13:48. He crowned a national champion, or champion indoors. Abdul Saisavan settles for second. And Nathaniel Rayan, who set the meet record in the heats, finishes third.
And we'll see Joshua Mooney next year competing for the University of Connecticut.
And now it's time for the championship girls 100-meter hurdles. Our crews moving those hurdles, getting them set. But we didn't just see records fall yesterday on the boys' side. We saw it on the girls' side as well. Camden Bentley, 13:36 meet record. And we'll see Bentley in lane 5.
We also have Mila Green from Bullis, who was second in the indoor 60-meter hurdles, as well as Makaria Harris, who was third indoors from Run Fast TC. The pedigree of these athletes: sectional champions, group champions, state champions, and looking to be the national champion.
Camden Bentley, who ran that meet record, was in that final indoors in the 60, finishing in 8th. And then with a strong performance in the heats and semifinals. That's Olivia Powell of dry phase. Second fastest in the semis. And they'll get into their lanes and get ready. Championship girls 100-meter hurdles.
Ladies and gentlemen, in lane 9, we have Maya Rollins, Purple Track Club.
In 9, it's Purple Track Club's Maya Rollins. In 8, from Union Catholic, Taylor Cox. In lane 7, representing Bullis, Mila Green. In lane 6, from Drive Phase Track Club, it's Olivia Powell. In lane 5, meet record holder yesterday from Ohio Speed, Camden Bentley. In lane 4, from Run Fast TC, Makaria Harris. In lane 3, also representing Bullis, it's Kennedy Flynn. And in lane 2, from St. John Striders, Brittany Jennings. Jennings, Flynn, Harris, Bentley, Powell, Green, Cox, and Rollins. Championship girls 100-meter hurdles at New Balance Nationals. And they're off. Makaria Harris out well. Bentley in 5 now. Harris in 4, Bentley in 5. Powell, Bentley now into the lead. Camden Bentley, meet record holder yesterday, 13:42. 13:41 officially for Camden Bentley. Camden Bentley is your New Balance Nationals champ in the girls 100-meter hurdles.
Camden Bentley, absolutely ecstatic, jumping up and down. You can hear her teammates cheering for her. A brilliant run. Keep your eye on the middle lanes of the track, the buns. That's Camden Bentley. Watch how cleanly she gets over all these hurdles, increasing momentum over each one, and then really opens up a gap right here over the final 2 hurdles to take the New Balance Nationals title. And here's another angle.
In lane 4, Makaria Harris gets to the first hurdle first, as is Bullis's Mila Green, but it was all Bentley Bentley takes the win. Miley Green of Bola second. Olivia Powell out of lane 6. The dry phase TC finishes 3rd. Taylor Cox 4th. Makaria Harris 5th. Maya Rollins 6th. Kennedy Flynn 7th. And Brittany Jennings finishes 8th. A little bit of a headwind there for Bentley. Comes away from this weekend a meet record holder and a New Balance Nationals champion.
Fun fact about Bentley, a former gymnast turned track and field athlete. The senior has seen so much success since transitioning to track. Ohio State champions as well.
And committed to run at the University of Kentucky. One of the
known for
premier hurdle
hurdling
programs.
talent.
2 electric hurdle finals.
Woo.
And we got more
Declan, I'm
finals
awake.
coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we're back, it's the championship boys and girls 200s here at New Balance Nationals.
Hey you, can we come together?
New Balance, we got now.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, blue skies at New Balance Nationals from Franklin Field. And exciting races behind us, but more exciting races ahead. I'm Declan Murray, joined with Dana Giordano, and we are bringing you all the action here at UPenn. We got the boys championship 200 meters up next. I'm excited to see Dana. Slated to go in lane 3 is Abdul Sai Savan, who's just runner-up in that 110-meter hurdles final a few moments ago.
Think of it as a really hard stride. It's a hard stride. He's ready to go. Tough turnaround we saw at the NCAA levels of athletes trying to do doubles and triples, and it is a challenging feat for sure. But Abdul Sai Savan looks to be, keep an eye out for lane 3 to see if he's up for the challenge.
On paper, an 18-minute turnaround might actually end up being a little bit less. Did you ever do any crazy doubles?
Oh yes, I did the 1500 5K double at conference one year. It was a painful 5K, I'll tell you that.
I'd say the most races I ever did, I did the 1600 leg of the DMR, the mile, the 800, and the 4x4, all at a conference meet. But the most painful double was the 17-minute gap between running the 400 and the 800 at a conference meet. Would not recommend.
That is not enough time, but perhaps in these sprint races, you're really getting your muscles primed and ready to go. Some hip mobility for sure.
And it's time. Championship boys 200 meters. In lane 9 from Ann Arbor TC, it's Braxton Brand. In 8 from above expectations, DeZante Levon. Going in lane 7. In the white and pink kit from Space City, Jelani Watkins. And 6 from St. John's Striders, it's Christian Miller. In lane 5 from Legend Bound, DJ Fillmore. And going in lane 3 from ATL Zoom just 15 minutes ago, he was the runner-up in the 110-meter hurdles. It's Abdul Sai Savan. He had scratches in 2 and 4. Devon Underwood and Kane Stanley. Lots of racing this weekend, and sometimes need to, especially if you're running U20s, USAs in a couple weeks, got to make sure you're ready for that as well. So, Saisavan, Fillmore, Miller, Watkins, Levon, and Brand, boys 200-meter championship final.
Savan, son of an Olympian, coached by his dad.
And they'll get into their blocks. Meet record fell yesterday, set by Christian Miller, who goes in lane 6. Today's not about records. It's about getting the win. Championship boys 200-meter final. Christian Miller out well in lane 6. DJ Fillmore to his inside. Jelani Watkins of Space City to his outside in 7. Christian Miller now making up that stagger. Fillmore in 4 trying to catch him. Christian Miller trying to pull way down the home stretch. Jelani Watkins challenging him. It's going to be Christian Miller. 20-45. Christian Miller, New Balance Nationals outdoor champion in the boys 200.
And that looks like it's going to be another meet record, breaking his own meet record of 20:69, set just yesterday. Christian Miller of the St. John Striders.
Dana, we saw him get off well, make up that stagger early. What was the difference maker for Christian Miller?
The way that he pushes off the turn right here, you can see he's still driving through, not letting up on the gas. And as he sees the athlete to his right, opening up in these final few meters to show his dominance in this event. But it was really anyone's race along the curve.
Miller in the red, in the middle of the track. Jelani Watkins to his outside, finishes 2nd. Fillmore in lane 5, finishing 3rd. Gisante Levon in 4th, Braxton Brand 5th. Abdul Sai Savan, after that quick turnaround and a tough lane draw in 3, he comes back, still runs 21:27, finished 6th. Here's your results. New Balance Nationals Boys 200-meter championship.
Congratulations to Christian Miller. This is about to be an unbelievable championships girls 200 meters. Just for fun, the high school record is still held by Miss Allison Felix, set in 2003, 22:11. But Shanti Jackson, who's in this race, holds the meet record of 22:84, set yesterday.
Shanti Jackson, not the only superstar in this one. Lauren Lewis, Deja Hodge, among others. Going in lane 9 from Spring Grove, it's Layla Campbell.
The girls 100-meter champion. We heard Caitlin Hutchinson on the PA announce.
In lane 8 from Canes, we got Madison White. New Balance Nationals 400-meter champ in lane 7 with Lauren Lewis. representing Run U Express. New Balance Nationals outdoor meet record holder is Shanti Jackson. Going in lane 5. She's a national record holder in more than one event. It's MVA's Adeja Hodge. Going in 4 from McDonough. It's Elise Cooper. And in lane 3 from Phoenix TC, we've got Avery Lewis. Crowds at Franklin Field starting to fill up the stands. An exciting day of finals. Championship girls 200 meters. The New Balance Nationals. Time to crown a champion. Hodge in 5, Jackson in 6, Lewis in 7, White in 8, Campbell in 9, Lewis and Cooper on the inside in 3 and 4. A little bit of a flinch there. Straight to lane 6.
Shanti Jackson.
Held up a bit. We'll see what the official decision is. And in the pocket, seem to be, and it's a red card. Shanti Jackson.
Devastating.
Another. You hear the crowd very upset. And here, take a look at that replay. Hold him up and certainly a flinch and a full step out. It's absolutely a false start. Always tough in meets like this where there's a lot going on in the infield and potentially other noise, but need to stay calm and ready, and crowds are loud now as they approach the start of this Championship Girls 200. And a clean start on the second try. Hodge going well in lane 5, trying to make up the stagger on Lewis in 7. Hodge has made up the stagger. Adeja Hodge. She's out well. Can anyone challenge her? Lauren Lewis, the 400-meter runner, trying to. Layla Campbell in the outside, but it's Adeja Hodge. 22:65. New meet record. And Adeja Hodge, New Balance Nationals outdoor champion.
Put the crown on twice. Indoor champion, outdoor champion, Adeja Hodge. What a brilliant athlete. A name that we'll remember for many, many years to come. Taking the moment in. Take a look at Adeja Hodge in the purple. Easy to spot there. Already makes up the stagger, about 3/4 of the way through the first 100. And as we approach the final straightaway, Adeja is already a few steps on the field and powers through without any other competitors in her eyesight to take the national title and a new meet record 22:64 from MBA, sprinting powerhouse we've seen all week.
Hodge, just absolutely uncatchable down the straightaway. Madison White of Canes, 22:94 for second. Layla Campbell, 23:26 for the 100-meter champ. Elise Cooper, Avery Lewis, and Lauren Lewis round out the field. And that unfortunate DQ from Shanti Jackson. Adeja Hodge, New Balance Nationals 200-meter champion.
Such a bummer to see Shanti Jackson getting DQ'd when we're on the edge of something special, to see that heads-on competition. But Adeja Hodge rightfully earn her title. And that's track and field.
And with that, we've still got more 200 finals up next. Those were the championship sections. Now we've got your freshmen boys and girls and Rising Stars boys and girls 200 finals. These are the freshman boys: Jace Williams, Kerry Adams, Joshua Kai Smith, Corey Brown, Joshua Howell, Jake Ode Jordan, Abase Hunter, Connor Salmon. And the freshman boys 200 final is off. Jake Ode Jordan in 7. Joshua Howell of St. John Striders in 6. Joshua Howell, Jake Ode Jordan coming down the home stretch. Jake Ode Jordan charging. It's going to be the lead at the line. Jake Ode Jordan points to the sky.
Jake Ode Jordan from Team Pilates, celebrating, just got it right at the line. Out of lane 7, Joshua Howell from the St. John Striders providing chase. It was all Jordan leaning at the line.
21:39, Jake Ode Jordan. Josh Howell second, 21:43. Corey Brown third, 21:71. But off this turn, Ode Jordan and Howell making up the stagger on everyone, and it was a two-man race the last 100. Howell seemed to have that edge, but Ode Jordan staying power over the last 50 meters, and he points to the sky as he finally gets half a step on Howell in the last 10 meters.
So great that those are two athletes in 6 and 7, Ode Jordan and Howell right next to each other. You can sense perhaps a risky celebration from Jake Ode Jordan across the line, but it's with the chest. The chest is the mark that comes first. Maybe, point at the sky helps him with the leaning.
There's your final results. Jake Ode Jordan, Joshua Howell, Corey Brown, your top 3. Salmon, Hunter, Adams, Smith, and Williams round out the finalists in this boys 200-meter freshman championship race. Time for the freshman girls 200. Zamini Eskew, Alaya Varnado, Brianne Barnett, Cameron Tatum, Skylar Franklin, Lisa Ray, Alexis Brown, and Anyi Azigbo. And the girls' 200 meters off. In 5, Cameron Tatum. Skylar Franklin in 6. And out in 7, Lisa Ray. Lisa Ray out really well in lane 7. She's being chased down by Skylar Franklin in 6. In 5, it's Cameron Tatum, but in 7, Lisa Ray. Lisa Ray. 23:58. Cameron Tatum, 23:93. Lisa Ray of West Warwick High School wins the freshman girls 200.
Lisa Ray, first place in this freshman girls 200. Walking off the track with purpose. Lisa's ready for that championship section next year. And take a look at this replay as you see Ray get out of the blocks nicely. Cruise through the turn where a lot of these athletes get their power. And it was all Lisa Ray coming down the final straightaway Ray in lane 7, opening up in a fall in lane 6, but no distraction to Ray. She crosses the line. Take a look at this replay right here of
lane
Ray.
6.
A really unfortunate stumble by Elia Varnado. We hope she's okay.
It was Skylar Franklin that went down in lane 6, and just a very unfortunate, caught her foot a bit as she was driving down the home stretch. She was challenging Lisa Ray. And Lisa Ray wins it. Cameron Tatum second, Brianne Barnett third. Brown, Azigbo, Varnado, and Askew round out the finishers. Girls 200-meter freshman. Congratulations to Lisa Ray, your New Balance Nationals freshman girls 200-meter champ. 2 more 200s remain for this morning's action before we move into distance medley relays. This is the Rising Stars boys 200. Competitors in this one: Shelton Todd, Okiki Adenayi, Tariq Wright, Perion Williams, Sean McCollum, Desmond Starks, Adrian Cardero, and Micah Walker. Rising Stars, boys 200. And they are off. McCollum out well in 6. Perion Williams in 5, challenging him, but McCollum making up that stagger on Desmond Starks of Archbishop Carroll. Sean McCollum. Here comes Desmond Starks to the line. Sean McCollum holds him off. 21-36 for Sean McCollum. Desmond Starks of Archbishop Carroll second, Perion Williams third. Sean McCollum is Rising Stars boys 200-meter champion.
Sean McCollum stoked with that result. Desmond Starks said there was just a few more meters at that finish line. It could have been a little risky, but Sean McCollum held off to take the 200. Take a look. And McCollum in the red. Entire field was in it, driving through the turn. And Starks right on McCollum's outside in 7. McCollum opening up in this final 50 meters. And watch out for Starks pushing towards the line, but McCollum has the edge and takes this section, championship section of the Rising Stars boys 200 meters. Great replay right there. You can see how hard these athletes are trying. We had Sean McCollum 21:36, followed by Desmond Starks in 21:41, Perion Williams 21:54, Tariq Wright 21:60, Adrian Carrero 21:65, Michael Walker 21:65, Shelton Todd 21:83, and Oki Adenayi 21:91. Those are your final results in the boys 200-meter Rising Stars.
Rising Stars girls 200 now on the track. Got Izzy Zahn, Mia Adim, Taylor Aska, Tresta Miller, Kimora Lee Williams, Kira Davis, Jasmine Sharps, and Elijah Darden. Kimora Lee Williams in 6. And in 5, Tresta Miller making up that stagger quickly. Miller, Williams, and Davis. Those 3 in the middle of the track off the turn together. Kimora Lee Williams of Trailblazers in the white. Kira Davis of Rough Cuts on the outside in 7 is going to take it. Kira Davis.
Kira Davis at the line. 24:06. Kira Davis, followed by Kimora Lee Williams. Let's take a look at this replay. Kira Davis in 7. And we had an early start from Tresta Miller in 5. It was all Kira Davis coming around this final straightaway. Kimora Lee actually pulled out front, but then Kira Davis had one more gear and caught her at the line. Kimora Lee Williams just edged out. Kira Davis first, 24:06. Kimora Lee Williams, 24:13. Followed by Taylor Aska in 3rd from Union Catholic TC. And we are moving right along to another final, the championship boys distance medley.
We got a full field here, 21 teams. The Red Devils Track Club, Calvert Hall TC, the Olentangy Orange. Got MWTC. The Westfield team, Daniel Cortese, Joseph Piero, Jonathan Scalia, and Avery Keith. Island Express, Fernando Diaz, Tristan Clark, Zakari Anjo, and Joseph Perazzo. Kerry TC, Marco Evans, Joaquin Iber, Colin Peterson, Luke Liming. South Farms TC, got Martin, Mitchell, Casarino, and Willette. Got Flyers, Track Club. Another team from Westfield, Maida, Guyanilo, Murillo, and Daly. Got Hall TC.
We have the Sparks in indoors, and we got the Smoking Outdoors announcing these athletes.
St. Xavier out of Cincinnati, Graff, Jackson, Nesbitt, and Trapp. That's the team from Union Catholic. Saldana, Hicks, Wilson, and Chichaki. There's the Ridgewood TC. Bajrakari, DeMarco, McKenna, and Posh. Arlington TC with Satino, Ryan, Boyce, and Cernansky. Got Colts Neck, New Jersey's Croc, Busalides, McNamara, and Kilkupa. Valley Project TC, McMahon, Patel, Condolin, Doran. Cumberland got McHugh, O'Shea, McGill, and Burke. And the Red Devils Track Club, Sakaya, Walensky, Moradell, and Prakash.
Declan, we got a big field here in this championship boys distance medley. It's really giving me some Penn Relays energy. Love to see all these teams out on the track. DMR is such an incredible event. We lead off with the 1200. An odd distance for a lot of these athletes. Are you an 800-meter athlete who goes up, or a miler that comes down?
1200, 400, 800, and 1600. The order of legs here on the distance medley. It's the Championship Boys Distance Medley Relay. All your teams scrolling on the left of screen. And it'll be an absolutely packed 1200. And with that, Dana, positioning going to be really key on this first leg.
Yeah, seeing this many athletes on the start line definitely makes me a little bit nervous and apprehensive. I always like to get out extremely hard off the line just to get out of any trouble. it would drive my coaches a little bit crazy, but I didn't want to risk getting tangled up in someone's legs, especially when you're cutting in and you have the rail right there. And a lot of these athletes can run a similar pace, especially in the 1200. It won't be, I suspect, until the third lap do we see this group really break up.
Running for the win here, and not necessarily for time. So all of these teams just trying to position their 400-meter legs well. Always a tough spot to be either on the rail. And they'll bring it back up a little bit antsy. As you can see, with that many athletes on the line, you don't really have much room. Can barely stand shoulder to shoulder within the lines of the track.
And 14's putting his arms out pretty wide. Union Catholic TC trying to create some space, but there's no space to be had here. You have to stay in your lane. These athletes are antsy, ready to get out, run for their teams. The relays are just the best events.
And with all of these athletes there, you got to be careful, got to hold on to that baton. Arms are going to bump, legs are going to get tangled. Just got to make sure you stay on your feet. And a lot of pushing and shoving there, and baton does go down.
Like I said, Declan, it stresses me out to start like this with so many teams. Looks like we have 19 teams in this championship boys distance medley as we come through. First break, two-turn stagger. Let's see who settles out front. 1,200, 3 laps for this first leg.
Right now we've got Westfield, MWTC. MWTC, the white kit in front with the purple shorts. You see Carey TC in the green kit on the outside. Going to come through right about 60 seconds. And it'll take a little bit more than that, than a 60 to separate all these talented athletes. MWTC, though, putting themselves in great positions. The pace isn't blistering. You certainly want to be up at the front. MWTC, Carey, Westfield, and Olentangy Orange.
The athletes on the straightaway are floating all the way out into that, what is lane 6 on the track, but is lane 3 with the rail. And it looks like Carey has had enough with the jostling. He's pulling this field out, stretching the teams just a bit. Declan, I like to say you can't win a DMR in the 1200, but you certainly can lose it. You can put your team in a tough position for those for that next sprint.
I like how Marco Evans is doing this. This is what he did in the mile yesterday when he was racing against his teammate Luke Gliming, and he strung it out from 800 meters out in the mile. And he's starting to do that now. Truthfully, if I'm the 400 or 800 meter leg, even the 1600 meter leg, I want the batonic attention, but I don't want it in the lead. I want to make sure I'm handing off to my 1600 meter leg. Unless you're giving him a commanding lead, then it's often better to get the baton right in second or third. It'll give you a few moments to collect yourself. You can lock in into second. And Carey putting themselves in great position right now. You've got Carey, MWTC, Olentangy, 1, 2, and 3.
And keep your eyes on this exchange. It's about to be a little interesting here, having the athletes sort themselves out, get the stick cleanly. There's a huge number here. As Carey gets off, and MWTC
in the lead. Carey second. South Farms in third, and Olentangy Orange in fourth, but a lot of chaos at those handoffs.
A lot of chaos, but we've opened up in this 400 as the sprinters take their turn in the distance medley relay championship at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals.
South Farms from third to first on this 400-meter leg. Styles Mitchell of South Farms throwing down for his team. And MWTC trying to just hang right in there. And a nice run from Styles Mitchell.
What a great shot of this chaos at the 400 to 800 handoff. That is one of the
tough one
toughest
for
handoffs.
Yeah, the 800 runners often getting their baton with so much speed that they find themselves going out way too fast often. So we'll see if they're able to temper their emotions this first lap. But 48-second split for Styles Mitchell. A couple 49 splits throughout the rest of the field. NWTC moved up into the lead. South Farms sitting second. Carey kind of anxiously sitting on the outside of lane one, making sure they're in position in case any moves are made. Those three teams have broken away, and it was because of their positioning being out in front. They got clean handoffs, and then the rest of those teams got caught up in all of the chaos behind them.
Yeah, these three teams up front are in a really good spotlight right now, setting their 1,600-meter anchors up very well. VMR is interesting that you end with the longest event, have a lot of time to figure things out, but you really need to have a strong position because look how much separation there is between all these different pods behind those 3 leaders.
Carey now challenging. 200 left on this 800-meter leg. MWTC and Carey starting to get a little bit of daylight ahead of South Farms, but a lot of running left on this 1,600-meter leg. Now Carey starting to slow, and South Farms making up ground. Always interesting when you see somebody facing the direction of all their competitors on the handoff. So MWTC gets the baton in the lead. MWTC pouring it on the first 100 meters of this 1,600, likely just trying to get a little bit of free speed. MWTC just pouring it on right now. We'll see how much they're able to put on the rest of the field, but really pressing here. Running about a 60-second first 400. That's a hot, hot time from Colin Ilstrat. Maybe just a little over 60, but a low 60 for sure. MWTC with a 156-800 leg. South Farms had a 157. Carey had a 156. So lots of fast times there, and really all of these teams are showing about the same time for their 400, 800 legs. Everyone really close together. The difference here was how much separation they were able to get at that 1,200 handoff, because a lot of teams were really still in it, but at that handoff, it really allowed for some separation, and now running 156, even if you're in 6th, 7th, or 8th, your team wasn't able to get back in it. You're leaving it up to your anchor leg.
That 1,200 is so essential. It's so important to get off to that 400-meter athlete because it's really hard to pass in the 400. Your positions are quite locked at that point, and leaving yourself in such a great position like this MWTC out front. It's been great to see. You can see the rest of the athletes on that split screen on the left, all racing together, but with some clear daylight. Colin Gilstrap from NWTC is opening up. And the race for second behind, and you see Colin Gilstrap coming around this turn. And second place is getting antsy. Sees Colin in his sights.
MWTC just really pressing here.
And that's Ridgefield. Making
On pace to
some
run
big
about a
rounds.
4:10 to 4:12 for MWTC. So for Ridgefield to be back 5 seconds, it's gonna, this is a monster close right now from Ridgefield. We'll see if Steven Hergenrother has anything left this last 250. He's had to make up a lot of ground.
Steven Hergenrother of Ridgefield came out here with a mission. The meet record is 9:56.84. And it's all Ridgefield going around MWTC. And Ridgefield with a huge anchor leg.
Ridgefield bringing it home strong. 9:57.91, a 4:01 1,600-meter close for the team from Ridgefield. MWTC, valiant effort, essentially a solo 4:07 for their anchor leg. And Ridgefield, 9:58.08 officially. They're your New Balance Nationals champions.
You have to wonder if Steven Hergenrother was waiting all weekend to save this mile performance to make sure that he could do it with his team. Oftentimes you see athletes, the relay is the most important thing to them because they want to get out here and do this with the guys that they've been training with, cross country, indoor track, outdoor track, and it's all Ridgefield. And they're putting the finish line tape on Steven Hergenrother, catching his breath. What a phenomenal performance with a great time, sub 10 minutes in this distance medley relay. This team should be so proud. And we're right into the announcements. Introductions for the Girls Championship DMR, led off by Kinetic, IMG Academy, down in Florida, Charlotte Country Day, Olmsted Falls TC with a great pose. They were ready for this. They're born for this. West Springfield TC coming over from New Jersey. Tub Gator. Lansing Catholic. The Spirit of Pre. An apt name for a distance medley. Corning TC. Hilly's TC. Westlake High School, coming over from California. Hudson. Warriors TC. The Crozet Crew. Crozet represent. 6 Mile TC. Woburn TC. Ridgewood TC. Perk Valley TC. Pearl River. And lastly, the Carolina Cavaliers. And that brings us to 18 teams in this championship girls distance medley relay, kicking things off with the 1200 to the 400, 800, and closing out with the 1600. Declan, based on that last race, what would you do in the 1200 with such a large field?
Well, I think there's a couple things really key here. First one, getting off that line, not just fast, but making sure that you're in a safe position. We saw a baton go down. We saw a lot of bodies getting bumped and forced to run in lanes 4, 5, that entire first turn. So being able to get out and be in good position is important, but to do so safely, but more important, make sure you don't go down. So that's number one. Number two is, if you don't get into that position, use that first and second lap to gradually put yourself in position. Don't try and make it up all at once. Gradually get yourself into a good position. There's going to be a burn up at the end, but it's more about just getting your team, the baton, in contention. Like you said during the last race, you can't win on the 1200 leg, but you can absolutely lose the race on the 1200 leg. So a lot of teams in here. Just got to make sure you find yourself a little bit of space and then put yourself in good position for the 400-meter leg.
A lot of these athletes are running on tired legs. They've been in other races all weekend at the New Balance Nationals, but they're here showing up for their teams in this relay. Great shot there at Franklin Field.
And lots of chaos at the start, but a little bit cleaner what we saw in the boys' race.
I didn't doubt them.
Carolina
I knew it would be
Cavaliers.
cleaner than the boys.
Carolina Cavaliers out well on the outside. But it's interesting, Dana, when you see some teams falling 10-plus meters behind in the first 150, but the difference that those 10 meters can make over the rest of the race, just from a positioning standpoint, is massive.
You have to hold your position in the 1200. It's your only job is to get preferred positioning for your 400-meter leg, because the 400 does not have as much flexibility. You can't gain so much time in the 400. You're locked in, versus there's a lot more variability in a 3-lap and a 4-lap race with the 1200 and the 1600.
Quick first lap, 66 seconds. The Carolina Cavaliers.
And I just love the DMR. I think it's such a brilliant relay. I vote for it to be added to the Olympics. It is the most fun to watch. It shows really the range of events super well. And it's always interesting.
There's a lot of change in leaders throughout the race, and Carolina Cavaliers trying to prove me wrong with that and take this thing out from the start and run away with it. And they've got the team of Charlotte Bell, Justine Paisano, Alyssa Paisano, and Stella Kermez. So this team very deep. We've seen all of them throughout the weekend in individual events, and now running on the DM.
Brave way to run. It is definitely a fast time. We're going to see that this 800 split, see if the Carolina Cavaliers can hold on. Definitely a little bit of a slower second lap, but still creating some great separation to the rest of the pack. And the Carolina Cavaliers, can't even see any other teams in frame, but that doesn't mean that they aren't right there. move.
Huge move made as they approach the end of this 1,200-meter leg. Even still, Carolina Cavaliers, nice job getting out hard, putting themselves in good position.
Handing off to Kinetic, a distance powerhouse. And Chaos at the exchange zone, getting off these 400-meter legs. These athletes trying to get off the track, but getting in the way of other athletes, but it's all Kinetic out front as we finalize the 400 exchange.
Few drop batons in there. And really tough just to get through, but Kinetic, just like we saw in the boys race, they get this big runaway because there's that roadblock and things get jammed up at the exchange. So Kinetic out there and pressing.
And Kinetic, great position holding on to that first place spot as they exchange.
IMG in second at the exchange. Team of Layla Haynes, Ava Nebel, Isabella Toscano, and Huntley Buckingham.
And it's easy to get carried away when you're out front like this in the 800. To put the gas on that first lap, but you've got 2 laps to go. The patience will be key for Kinetic to hold on to that top spot.
And a really controlled run so far, it seems, from Kinetic. Looking very comfortable through the first 300 meters of this 800 leg. Not letting anyone back in it quite yet. I like that on the 800 leg. Using that first 50 meters to really accelerate, really get out there and force those behind you to have to work in overdrive for those first 400 meters to try and connect. Because if you're able to put it out there and force them to think they can't come and catch you, then you're going to be able to give your 1,600 meter leg that large lead. They'll start racing for second on their exchange rather than thinking about how close can I get.
Kinetic comes from such a deep dynasty. Saratoga has gone by Kinetic for a very long time. They have been a consistent powerhouse at the national meets in the 4x8s, DMRs. And we're seeing that excellence on display here from Alicia Hart in this 800 meter leg.
West Springfield mixing it up as well in that middle pack with IMG and Carolina Cavaliers. The Carolina Cavaliers now making that comeback, and it was all thanks to that early press in the 1,200 leg, putting them out there. Carolina Cavaliers will pass the baton in second. Kinetic leading the way.
West Springfield's up in there. Much clearer exchange zone for the 1,600. A little less chaos. And it's Kinetic out front, getting hunted down by the Carolina Cavaliers on your right screen.
And Kinetic really out there right now. And just going to have to try and run this thing solo from the early goings of the 1,600 meter leg. This Carolina Cavaliers team in second has some depth. Charlotte Bell, Justine and Alyssa Praisano, and Stella Kermez all know that they can get up there and try and close this down.
Looks like that lead gap is opening up a little bit.
Emily Bush for Kinetic.
Coming into this final
And you can hear the in-stadium announcer giving a little bit of key info to Kinetic that that gap is starting to close down a little bit. We're only 600 meters in, so still 1,000 meters to go. That's a long way to run from the front. At this point, Dana, you start thinking about easing up, saving something for the end, or is it just all gas?
I think at this point the adrenaline is so high from being out in front. You're not really thinking about conserving anything. There's something about the bell lap that you know you have another gear, so it's more important to not slow down, because without even trying, you are easing up a little bit on that second, third lap of the 1600. So you really just have to pay attention and be hyper aware that you're not falling too far off pace. And it looks like Kinetic may be easing up just a touch right here. But we have this great video board that the athletes can use to really see their positioning on the track, and it's a resource. You use every resource you have out here.
That lead of about 30 meters down now to around 20.
And I would definitely be nervous if I was Kinetic.
Carolina Cavaliers still reeling in Kinetic. Carolina Cavaliers won the Girls Distance Medley Championship at the New Balance Nationals Indoor in March. And they've reeled in Kinetic. And they're going for it now. The bell lap, 400 meters to go. Carolina Cavaliers are going to go around.
Brilliant move by the Carolina Cavaliers. The 1600 is a patience race. You have a lot of time to catch up, to make the move with that adrenaline at the bell. Textbook running by Stella Kermes.
Carolina
Stella's
Cavaliers.
really opening up.
2:50 to go. Kinetic trying to rally here, but it's all Carolina Cavaliers, the last 200.
And keep an eye on that meet record, 11:42.78. Definitely in jeopardy as Stella makes her way down the finish line.
Carolina Cavaliers, the team of Charlotte Bell, Justine and Alyssa Praisano, and Stella Kermes. And they're bringing it home. Carolina Cavaliers are going to break the tape. They're your New Balance Nationals Championship Girls DMR champions.
New meet record. Absolutely brilliant running. The Carolina Cavaliers executed on the 1200, held position in the 4 and the 8, and brilliant on the 1600, being patient, and congratulating Kinetic. Such a deep, strong team as well. We see some celebrations on the right side of some All-Americans being crowned here at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals. It's a great day to run fast, Declan. That's pretty phenomenal running by the Carolina Cavaliers.
They get to celebrate as a team. Their splits of 3:31, 59 seconds, 2:14, and 4:48. So just across the board, great, consistent running. And Carolina Cavaliers get the win. Kinetic, they led the charge early. They also break the meet record and finish second, 11:37 with a 4:57-mile close. Purple TC brings it back, moves up from 4 places on the anchor leg, running 4:51. And Tub Gator 4th. There's your final results. Girls Distance Medley Championship. Carolina Cavaliers, Kinetic, purple, 1, 2, 3. Rest of your results on screen. Excellent championship racing here at Franklin Field on the distance medleys. That will do it for Dana Giordano and I. We're going to pass things off to Dave Milner and Kate Van Buskirk. They're going to wrap things up today here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor from Franklin Field and bring you all of the exciting finals action. So, for Dana Giordano, I'm Declan Murray. Thanks for joining us. Dave and Kate, take it away.
We're going to stick to the relays next. We have no sprint relays, 4x1. We're going to start with the boys rising stars, 4x1 on the track next. I've been here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
By 4x100 meter relay final. We had prelims earlier in the meet. So we're going to have 9 teams lining up for this final. And then we'll follow this with the Rising Stars girls 4x1. It's a beautiful afternoon, or almost afternoon here in Philly. It's 11:55, 79 degrees, light winds, great sprinting weather.
Sooner than later, we'll be starting with the boys and girls championship long jump. We also have the boys high jump happening right now as well.
All right, as you see our teams settling into their blocks, we'll get ready to introduce the 9 quartets ready to contest this Rising Stars boys 4x100 meter relay final. So running in lane 9 on the outside, it's Northwood High School from Silver Spring, Maryland. In 8 will be Grand Street Track Club, that's St. Peter's Prep from Jersey City, New Jersey. Running in lane 7 will be Elizabeth Track Club, that's Elizabeth High School from New Jersey. Running in lane 6, local favorites, Roman Catholic High School out of Philadelphia. They had the fastest time out of the prelims, 42:26. Ranger Track Club, better known as Methuen High School from Massachusetts, will occupy lane 5. Austin Fitch High School out of Ohio will be in 4. Winslow Township, better known as WETC here, will be in lane 3. They're out of New Jersey. Winchester High School out of Massachusetts in 2. And Union Catholic from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, will be on the inside in lane 1. So all of these teams in the 42-second range.
Well, and I think these athletes will be a lot happier, Dave, with the weather today. As you said, much warmer temperatures, better for sprinting. Winds have been sort of gusting on and off, but it's a beautiful Sunday here, beautiful Father's Day, as we celebrate from historic Franklin Field in Philadelphia.
So Kate and I are excited to close out the action here. We'll be here until about 3:45 p.m. or so, assuming everything runs smoothly. The team here at New Balance Nationals have done an incredible job pivoting with some inclement weather and being inundated with entries. We have over 7,000 athletes here at this meet from just about every country in the state and a few Canadians. And this meet has run pretty smoothly despite all the challenges set before them. So this race was set to go at 11:59. Looks like we're going to go right on time. So from inside to out, it's Union Catholic, Winchester, Winslow Township, Austin Town Fitch, Methuen, Roman Catholic from just down the road here in Philly, Elizabeth out of New Jersey, St. Peter's Prep out of New Jersey, and Northwood High School out of Maryland. So keep an eye on Roman Catholic. They're in lane 6, the local favorites. They'll be led off by Demetrius Bell. We'll hand off to Jack Kearney, then it'll be Marcus Allen and Julian Ward bringing them home, assuming the relay cards we were given are correct. So they had the fastest time out of the prelims, 42.26. Nice clean start. First exchange, Elizabeth running really well in the white and black in lane 7. Roman Catholic are in the sort of lilac-colored tops, and they had a smooth change. They've moved into 2nd place right now, it looks like. But out of lane 7, Elizabeth running really, really well. For Elizabeth, it's Joseph Desir. He's going to hand off to Jasia Shoemate. And they got a clean start. Roman Catholic coming through in lane 6, looking really strong. It's Roman Catholic now edging ahead. Julian Ward brings home Roman Catholic for the win, 42.11. So they improve on their prelim time. So Roman Catholic wins at 42.11. Elizabeth holds on for 2nd, 42.22. And Ranger Track Club, better known as Methuen High School out of Massachusetts, comes through for 3rd, 42.35. So completing our top 6, Austin Fitch out of Ohio, 42.42. Grand Street Track Club, which is St. Peter's Prep out of New Jersey, they were 5th in 42.61. And Winchester out of Massachusetts, 42.94. So those are the 6 teams that will get some hardware to hang around their neck. But congrats to Roman Catholic. You see the final exchange coming in here, Kate. So Roman Catholic is in the purple in lane 6, and they were just behind Elizabeth.
Yeah, an incredible speed over those closing meters. Extends that lead ever so slightly, just enough to take that win. Each of these runners sort of striding in tandem. But it is Roman Catholic with a big fist bump at the line. Really happy with that, rightfully so. And we'll get ready now for our final of our Rising Stars girls 4x100 meter relay.
So from outside to in, it's Tabor Academy from Marion, Massachusetts. They're in lane 9. Archbishop Bryan High School from right here in Philly will be in lane 8. Wheaton High School from Silver Spring, Maryland will be in lane 7. The Ladue Rams, that's Ladue Horton Watkins High School out of St. Louis, they'll be in lane 6. Old Saybrook High School out of Connecticut will be in 5. Paramus Catholic out of New Jersey will occupy lane 4. The Sales School from Columbus, Ohio will be in lane 3, and Gaithersburg High School from Maryland will be in lane 2. Looks like lane 1 is empty in this section. So this is the Rising Stars Girls 4x100 meter final. If you're just tuning in, I'm Dave Milner. I'm here with Kate Van Buskirk, and we're going to take you to the finish line of this 4-day meet.
So the Rams in lane 6 there, given that best starting position thanks to their fastest qualifying time out of the prelims. They ran 47.87, one of only 2 teams to crack the 48-second barrier. That's along with the team in lane 7 out of Wheaton High School. Of course, several of these athletes returning from individual events earlier already have some good running in their legs and looking to bring home even more glory and hardware for their team. Rams in the pink there, right in the middle of screen in lane 6.
Since Layla Murray leading off for the Rams, she'll hand off to Dylan Brinker, and then it'll be Michaela White and Journey Williams bringing them home. They're the pre-race favorites now in the third lane 6. And they're off to a really start wearing the all pink uniforms, and they're going to be the first to hand off. So it's the St. Louis quartet leading right now. Now running well in lane 7 is Wheaton High School out of Maryland. It looks like our pre-race favorite still leading. It's the Rams from Ladue in St. Louis leading. It looks like the Rams still leading right now, but they've got company to their inside. But Journey Williams is going to bring home the Rams for the win. 47.64, the winning time, and they are ecstatic.
Our rising stars 4x100 meter girls champion.
Well, that was about 0.2 faster than what they ran for that very speedy time in the prelims. So again, lots of reason to be thrilled with that very well put together relay. This goes without saying, but these runs really, these races come down to those exchanges, and the Rams had them nailed. There you see a beautiful exchange there into the final leg, and then using the position in lane 6, quick glance. And it wasn't even close in the end.
Yeah, Journey Williams looked very relaxed across the finish line. Coming in for second were the Paladins, Paramus Catholic High School, also cracking the 48-second barrier, clocking 47.95, and it was Old Saybrook from Connecticut grabbing third in a time of 48.16, as you see the full results there on your bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And now we get ready for the championship boys 4x100 meter relay. So we should see some substantially faster times here, with some teams scaring that 40-second barrier. Only one team in the country has gone under 40 seconds this year. That's Fort Bend Marshall out of Texas. They have the national lead at 39.80. But things are getting loud in here as we move into the championship 4x1s.
We have the Crusaders in lane 8.
So in lane 9, it's Western Branch out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Crusaders, that's Bergen Catholic High School, will be in lane 8. Brownsburg High School from Indiana will be in lane 7. Next to them in lane 6, it's the Archbishop Carroll Lions from Washington, D.C.
Archbishop Carroll Lions in lane 6. Hey.
He's ready to go. In lane 5, it is Leon High School out of Tallahassee, Florida, and you're looking at Kamari Jones. In lane 4, from Knoxville, Virginia, it's Patriot High School. And Malik Dark will be leading them off. And in lane 3, from New Rochelle, New York, it's Iona Prep, aka Gales Track Club, and Justin Hargreaves is going to kick things off for them. And on the inside, from New Jersey, it's Livingston High School, and that is Ethan Wang you're looking at, staring you down. And he looks all business. So 8 teams contesting this one. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 6 is your preferred lane here, and Archbishop Carroll will occupy that, the quartet from DC. That's Desmond Starks, Nicholas Harbour II, Daniel Bostic, and Marcus Brown bringing them home. Nice clean start, first time of asking. In lane 8, the Crusaders, Bergen Catholic running really well, as were Brownsburg. But now, a huge second leg. That looks like Oh, it was a poor exchange. It was a great second leg, but a terrible exchange for Archbishop Carroll from Washington, D.C. And now this race is wide open. It looks like they still have the lead, albeit a slender one coming into the last exchange. Yep, it's Archbishop Carroll, our pre-race favorites, romping down the home stretch, and they're going to take this with ease, it turns out, despite the really sloppy second change. So they run 40.97. So Marcus Brown brings home the Lions for the win. Leon High School out of Tallahassee, Florida was second in a time of 41:30. And then it was Brownsburg High School out of Indiana placing third, clocking 41:45. Now we missed that second exchange, which was not quite as smooth as his third one. So that was Daniel Bostic hanging off to Marcus Brown. And Marcus Brown pulling away with every powerful stride, and he brings the Lions home with a pretty healthy margin of victory in the end, 40.97, their winning time. So the championship girls settling into their blocks, wasting no time here at Franklin Field at New Balance Nationals Outdoors. We're running a tight ship, and these races are getting off right on time. So get ready to introduce our 9 teams. So they're on the outside in lane 9. You're looking at Kennedy Myers. And this is lane 4 track club out of Evans, Georgia. Next to them in lane 8, that's Arjane Thompson. And she's going to kick things off for Union Catholic, one of the better known high school programs in the nation out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. In lane 7, you're looking at Chloe Jones from Chargers AC. That's Timber Creek from New Jersey. In lane 6, that's a very relaxed looking Cassidy Hopkins from Bullis High School, the outstanding program from Maryland. In lane 5, that's Run Fast Track Club, and you're looking at Fatima Banks from Scotlandville High School at Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And in lane 4, can they replicate what their male counterparts did? Archbishop Carroll from DC, that's Simisola Balagoon. In lane 3, from all the way in South Florida, in Miami, that's Brianna Harper from South Aid Express. And in lane 2, it's Parkland Magnet IB School in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, aka Mustang Track Club, and that is London Green DeBoos. So lane 6 is your preferred lane, and Bullis occupies that. It's Cassidy Hopkins is going to hand off to Mariah Bernard, and then Sage Hinton and Sydney Sutton is going to bring them home.
Well, and let's see what this team can do in the final. They set a meet record in qualifying of 45.75. A full 3/4 of a second faster than the next team, which was the Chargers. So Bullis, the team to watch. Look for clean exchanges from that very experienced quartet of young women.
Yeah, just for some context, Kate, only 12 teams in the nation have run faster than what Bullis did in their prelims.
And now Bullis really starts to turn the gears here around this top of the track into the final exchange. They've had clean exchanges thus far, and another one will set them apart, unsurprisingly so. They are cruising for home in this championship girls final, and they're going to completely run away with this thing, striding beautifully across that line. 45.55. That is a new meet record. 45.
Number 8 in the nation so far this year.
45.63. It's been corrected to.
Okay, so number 11 in the nation now.
But still another meet record, and about a tenth of an improvement on the meet record that they set in the prelim. So this team can do no wrong. Bullis showing their true colors into the final exchange here. Again, they're excellent technicians, and it was all over at this point. No one even close, and you knew that if they got the baton across cleanly to Sydney Sutton that it was going to be a barn burner, and it was. Bullis delivers yet again meet record and championship win in the girls 4x100 meter relay on our final day here at New Balance National Outdoors.
And yet another title for the outstanding program from Maryland. Bullis High School has actually been staying in our hotel. We've seen them loading their 15-passenger vans coming here. They're going to have to rent another van just to put all their trophies in. All right, so now we move on to some middle distance action. So the next event on the track is the Championship Boys 800 meter final. And you middle distance fans are in for a treat. So we've got 8 heats of this, getting faster as we go. So we're starting on the other side of the track here. So we've got 15 runners in this first section, a little crowded for an 800. They're going to start in 2 alleys, and they'll break after about 110 meters. They'll run the first turn in those 2 alleys, and then they'll break NASCAR style. Important to get out fast for the first 100 meters when you've got so many people in an 800 meters. So our runners in this heat are as follows: Adam Brazier, Dylan DeCambra, Lambert Edigan, Robert Walton, Nicholas Holscher, Colin Kern, Eli Sterling, Isaac Lind, Ryan Hessler, Matthew Canales, Blake Slavinsky, Reed Emsick, Aiden Lathrop, and Dawson Isbell. So actually only 14 runners because Eli Sterling is listed twice.
Well, we said it was nice, a nice set of conditions for the sprinters. Even more so, I'd say this is just about perfect weather for an 800 meter runner. Hot but not blazing, minimal wind. And a big shout out to our crowd on site here as well. If you're watching at home, you're probably picking up some of the crowd excitement from our audio, particularly with those 4x100 meter relays. You'll continue hearing that as we head into the rest of our afternoon of finals. Got 800 finals and then 4x400s rounding out the day. Of course, another crowd favorite. So, as Dave said, we have 8 sections of this Championship Boys 800 meter, and they will be timed finals. Dave, we've seen this so much throughout this weekend where sometimes the fastest times come from, on paper, one of the slower heats. Unlikely to happen in the 8, but we'll keep track of that as we go.
Yeah, probably not out of one of these first few sections, but we might get a few surprises out of heat 6 and 7. So most of these guys here in the 152, 153 range. So I got 3 scratches. Actually 4 scratches, so I think we are down to 12 runners right now. Your early leader, that's Blake Slavinsky from the Borough Panthers Track Club. He came through 200 in about 27 seconds.
And some separation there. 3 guys already well ahead of the rest of the pack, and they're going to hit the bell in just about 53 flat. All 3 of these guys turning over really well.
So Blake Slavinsky leading. He's a Clemson commit out of Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Pretty healthy opening clip. Actually 52.91 Kate for that opening 400 meters. So very fast running out of this first section. And Slavinsky continues to lead at 600 meters, reached in a very swift 1:18. And he's holding this pace. This is going to be a bit of a surprise here. Out of this first section, we might have somebody scaring 150. And he's still looking really strong entering the home stretch. 133, 134. We could have a sub 150 out of this first section, which would be amazing. He's run 47.60 for 400. His PB is only 154. He's going to absolutely annihilate that. Oh my gosh. 149.13 for Slavinsky. Wire to wire.
Heat 1 of 8. Look at that time. 1:49.
The bar has been set. That is an astounding performance. And again, it was a time trial in all essence.
Yeah, he has run 153.95 indoors, but he looks as amazed as we are.
This is what I love, again, about the post-championship season. These athletes, so many of them, just one more opportunity to put to good test all of the fitness that they've gained over the last several months. So that is an unbelievable first winning time out of number 1 of 8, keep in mind, of this championship boys 800. And I think that the rest of these guys are going to have to keep that in mind. His form looked fantastic throughout this race. Of course, you're going to see a little bit of tightening in that final 100 meters of an 8, but he just looked in complete control. Smooth operator from start to finish, and I would love to see what this kid could do with some real company in a race with some men around his talent level.
Yeah, congrats to the Clemson coach that recruited him as a 153 guy. Just landed yourself a 149 running right now as we move on to heat number 2. And we've got Robin Lefebvre, Justin Warner, Thomas Conklin, Henry Reichel, Owen Patton, Jaron Weinel, Ben Gableman, Denzel Monk, Liam Cody, Noah Nielsen, and Adam Brazier. And your early leader looks like Justin Warner, wearing number 2, wearing that yellow and gray speed suit. And he's out to a pretty healthy lead right now. Came through in about 26 seconds for the opening furlong. Occupying second place right now, that's Henry Reichel. And now moving up on the outside, wearing the green and orange, is Liam Cody. And our new leader, who looks like Owen Patton, wearing hip number 5 in the all black, and it is. So not quite as fast as that first heat, 56.18 through 400 meters, and leading down the back stretch. There was Owen Patton. Liam Cody has now moved into the lead, and now Justin Warner's in the lead. And then moving up on the outside, hip number 7, that's Ben Gableman from Ohio. And Gableman, who we saw running the mile last night, is leading, but Justin Warner hot on his heels. Gableman out of Westerville, Ohio. Can he hold on for the win? Justin Warner edging ever closer, but so is the finish line. Can Gableman hang on? Oh, late run, I think. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I think Gableman hung on.
I think he did, and I was just, it's amazing these mid-distance runners find space where it doesn't look like there should be. Gableman did hold on, and Lefebvre threw in second, just finding that tiniest gap in between Gableman and Warner.
Your compatriot almost stealing things on the line, crashing the party here at New Balance Outdoors.
What a final push by him. Not even part of the conversation here. And then I think it might have just been a function of the two guys ahead of him slowing down more than he was, but look at the way that he finds this gap. Not quite enough to catch Gableman, but good enough for second, and a really well-timed kick.
All right, heat 3 is underway, and we've got Owen Westerkamp, Jacob Poehler, Tristan Trevino, Daniel Coyne, Amber Bauer, Zach Makinson, Mark Vigiano, Hayden Singer, Ty Scambati, Charles Henney, and Jack Mattingly. And your early leader is Jacob Puhala. So Jacob Puhala out of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. He is a senior, and he's heading to University of Louisville to compete in the ACCs in the fall. And the Future Cardinal leading the way right now down the home stretch. And he's going to split about 55 seconds, actually 54.71. Mark Vigiano's in second, but about half a second back. That's all Jacob Puhala from Moon Township. And he's going to lead Or is he? Actually coming up on his outside, wearing hip number 8. That is Mark Vigiano. And Vigiano looking full of running with 150 left. Mark Vigiano from Toms River, New Jersey. He attends Donovan Catholic High School.
And he's well clear of the field. Taking this section easily in a slightly slower time than what we've seen from the previous heats. That was 151.52. Treviano threw in 152.12 for second, and then 152.46 from Macomson.
So Vigiano, the winner of that heat, he will be attending Rutgers University. I misspoke earlier, he's actually from Ocean Township High School in New Jersey. But he is your winner in a time of 151.52, personal best for him. But the lead remains with Blake Slavinsky, whose incredible run at a Heat 1 netted him a 4-second personal best, 149.13 as that time to beat. And that, I wouldn't be shocked if that holds up all the way through all but our fastest heat. So we have 8 heats. Number 8 should be the fastest, but we'll see. So in this 4th section, we've got Julian Rhyme, River Hardman, Santino Ramos, Majid Abouan, Carter Knox, Brendan Ruggles, William Mandel, Aaron Cavaney, Teo Mendez, Diego Mendez, Jameson Todd, and Tyler Edson. Early leader is Carter Knox. He wears hip number 5.
So he's headed to the University of Tennessee in the fall. He's out of Manchester Valley High School in Maryland. And 4:29.9 miler.
Yeah, he's got a PB of 152.36 set last summer.
But he's looking to improve on that. And again, I love seeing this gutsy running from the front, especially from an athlete who comes in with perhaps one of the slower seeds, wanting to take full advantage again of this opportunity, which counts for usually the end of the season for most of these athletes. He's got some company behind him.
This is fast, Kate. 119 through 600 meters. He saw Blake Slavinsky do it. He was like, if Blake can do it, I can do it. I'm a 152 guy. And he's got some company now, moving up into second. I can't quite see what hip number that is. It's hip number 8. That's Aaron Cavaney.
Oh, here we go.
And now on the outside, I believe that's Edson, Tyler Edson. And I think he's going to take the win, but there was yet another change in the last couple of meters there. So Edson, and then it was Abouan. Mahid Abouan comes through for second, and he came out of nowhere.
So Tyler Edson, your winner from Liberty High School in Sykesville, Maryland, heading to University of Maryland, Baltimore County in the fall. But his PB was 153.07, and he takes a whopping 2.25 seconds off that to post the second fastest time so far, 150.8, as we get ready for heat number 5. And we'll have Gabriel Rodriguez, Caleb Boast, Kelton Poirier, Martin Bracco, Leo Davis, Jake Eagling, Andrew Thornton Sherman, Colin Abrams, Sahib Dissa, Gavin Demas, Matthew Kim, and Caleb Wenders. Caleb Wenders, just a freshman, running on the very outside. And it's Wenders, the 9th grader, leading out the older runners right now.
Keep your eye on Barco. He was 5th in the mile last night in 4:08.7. So got some running in his legs, but he's a strong athlete as well. So again, Thornton Sherman leading. Again, some separation. Now a move on the outside, and that is Caleb Wenders, wanting to control this thing going into the bell, and they're going to split, again, a little bit, about 55 low, I think.
Yeah, Wenders, the freshman out of Bloomington, Indiana, still hanging on there for second. He's ran 152.68, one of the fastest freshmen in the nation.
300 to go.
The wind is falling back a little bit. It's hip number 5 leading right now, right, Kate?
Yeah, that's Leo Davis with a big move into the lead. And he is a tall man. He's using his stride to his advantage, but there is some fast closing happening behind him. And into the final 100. Does Davis have enough to hold off this charge? That looks to be eagling perhaps coming on the inside, and now on the outside, that's hip number 4. That's Barco. So Barco, after that great mile performance last night, makes up good distance on Leo Davis, but unable to catch him at the line. 151.4 for Davis, and Barco 151.57. Andrew Thornton Sherman able to stay composed to the line at 151.84.
Again, boys and girls, top 6 from the DMR Championship. And Heat 6.
All right, so Heat 6 will be next on the track of this championship boys 800 meters. We've got Jordan Good, Justin Gottlieb, Ren Langley, who ran very well in the mile, Caleb Levy, David Whitaker. Gabriel Rodriguez is listed again. I'm not sure if that's a mistake. Devin Kibiego, but don't see him on the line.
He had quite a bit of running in him yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if he just decided he needed a bit of a break.
No, he is there. There he is. We're hip number 7 in the white and red speed suit, so Kipiego is there.
So Kipiego, the winner of the mile last night.
Joseph Socorus, Hugh Jacobsmeyer, Aiden Hodge, Jack Musgrave, and Luke Shaglin. Devin Kipiego ran incredibly well in the mile and then came back less than an hour later trying to help out his
SMR team. That's right.
Brought them from 9th up to 1st before he ran out of gas with about 150 meters left.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap it up over there.
Well, that's Shaglin on the outside in that light blue into the lead at 200 meters with that pink armband.
And Heat 6, boys championship 800. Jordan
And then some pressure on the outside.
Luke Shaglin, the junior out of Rockaway, New Jersey.
Jimmy Kipiego, Joseph Sakaras, Hugh Jacobsmeyer.
Now, big move. Just looking for a hip number there. That's 10, so that's Hodge. Aiden Hodge now looking pretty smooth across the line here. He's going to come through in a faster split of about 54 low. 54.06 for Hodge. Shaglin 54.70. So some separation now, and that gap is continuing to extend.
Yeah, Aiden Hodge, he's headed to Ole Miss in the fall. He's from Landersville, Pennsylvania.
And that's Jordan Good, who's made up the distance on him now with Caleb Levy to the outside. And it is those 3 in the final 200.
Now Kipiego starting to get back in the race. He looked like he was really struggling 500 meters in, but now all of a sudden he's back in contention and he's in the midst of that pack with about 120 meters left, and he's creeping his way up. It doesn't look smooth at all. But still anybody's race. And now Kipiego moving up on the outside. Here comes Kipiego, your mile champion on the outside. Has he left it too late? Oh, it's going to be oh so close. I think Kipiego's going to take it.
Wow.
He looked like he was in so much trouble 500 meters in. And Kipiego pulls almost exactly even splits, 55.5 and 55.6 to win it in 151.20.
So 151.2 for Kipiego, and then look at the results behind him. Good at 151.35, 151.50 for Musgrave, 151.55 for Aiden Hodge, 151.64. So really tight finish there. And Kipiego, again, he's so experienced. I'm surprised he was able to pull that off given how much lactic he had in his body from last night, but clearly able to get rid of it and come away with the win in that section.
I'm surprised he was able to get out of bed this morning. That was very impressive running. All right, so we move on to Heat 7. This is our penultimate heat. So in theory, we should be getting faster as we go along, but Blake Slavinsky is still leading this whole thing out of Section 1 with a 149.13 clocking. So we've got Jonah Kerspel, Chance Jones, Brendan Herger, Ryan Handy, Drew Costello, Jackson Eckert, Colton Thress, Samuel Allen, Ambade Liggins, and Julian Carter. The faster the heats, the smaller the fields. So the faster runners on paper getting the benefit of having a little less traffic to negotiate. So your early leader, that's Samuel Allen, wearing hip number 8.
Here we are at the bell.
And right behind him, wearing hip number 9, that's Amber Day Leggins from Cathedral, and he takes the lead.
Oh, and a hard fall, and he takes out another athlete too. That's a real shame.
But it's Liggins, all the way from California, leading right now, but he's got plenty of company with 200 meters left.
All of these starters back on their feet, we should say, after that hard fall. So a real shame there happening behind the action up front.
Liggins from California, he's finally given up the lead. He held on for so long. And moving up on the outside, wearing the headband, with an impressive close. That was Jonah Kerspel, clocking 1:52.16. Again, very even running, gets the win there. 55.6 for Kerspel through 400, 56.5 for his second lap. So he gets the dub in 1:52.16. Jackson Eckert 1:52.48, and Julian Carter 1:52.90.
So you see all 5 of those guys together coming into the final straightaway, and then the separation occurring. Again, this section blown wide open because of that fall. Gives the opportunity for the win there.
All right, so we get ready for our boys championship 800 meter heat number 8. This is the fast one. And you see wearing hip number 1, that's Cole Matheson from Carmel High School, heading to Colorado in the fall. Wearing hip number 2 out of Edinburgh, Texas, is Keyshawn Garcia, heading to University of Houston in the fall. 1:49.61 to win running lanes a few weeks ago. Wearing hip number 3 from Oviedo, Florida, that's Miguel Pantajos de Jesus. He's heading to University of Florida in the fall. Wearing hip number 4, that's Andrew Rainier from Winoki High School, heading to UNC. 1:48.49 just on Wednesday night to place 3rd at the Brooks PR Invitational. Hip number 5 is Zy Ricks from Long Beach Poly in California. 1:49.19 is his personal best, and he was 7th in the 400 meters here at New Balance National Outdoors. Hip number 6, that's Patrick Hilby from Aurora, Illinois, home of Wayne's World. 1:48.81 is his personal best, 2nd at the Hoka Festival of Miles, so this guy's got some versatility. Hip number 7, keep an eye out for this young man, for Potomac, Maryland, is Tinodo Masatsa. He was your New Balance national indoor champion over this distance, also a sub-4-minute miler. Hip number 8, from Newbury Park High School in California, heading to northern Arizona in the fall. Got a mile PB of 4 flat 30s, won 1:48 for 800, that's Aaron Salmon. Hip number 10 is Marcus Gateson, and he's going to complete the field. So Marcus Riley is a scratch. So we're going to have 9 very, very fast 800 meter runners getting ready to circle Franklin Field twice. Hopefully faster than 1:49.13. Blake Slavinsky is going to be watching this very carefully. Could he win a national championship out of Heat 1? That would be incredible.
That would be such a great story. Again, we've seen it happen almost every time, and I'm going to just, I know it was hard to predict, Dave. I'm going to make you eat your words there. You said it's unlikely that it'll happen out of one of these first 2 sections, and here we are 7 sections later with our fastest on paper championship boys 800, and the fastest time, to your point, belonging to that dominant performance by Slavinsky out of Heat 1.
I got my knife and fork ready.
Okay.
To eat my words. So you're looking at Gaitson, Salmon, and Matsatsa. They're going to run in that outside alley. So they'll run in that alley through the first turn, and then they'll break after just over 100 meters. Matsatsa, your national indoor champion, and broke the magical 4-minute barrier just a week or two ago. He's heading to Georgetown in the fall. Not going too far from home. The future Hoya. And it's Salman wearing the speed suit from all the way out on the left coast to his right. And that's Marcus Gaitan.
Well, it's interesting, Dave. There's only 3 guys in this final section who have PRs faster than that 1:49.13 set by Slavinsky. So it will have to come from one of the 3 of them, or one of these guys is going to have to run a lifetime best if he wants to eclipse that very fast time from section 1.
Rainier and Matsatsu actually went head-to-head on Wednesday in Seattle, and Rainier beat him by a 100th of a second, clocking 1:48.49 to rank number 4 in the nation. The national lead, 1:48.20. So look for this one to get out closer to 51, 52 seconds.
That is Matsatsa to the early lead, slotting in very smoothly, but to his inside is
It's Pantojas.
Pantojas de Jesus.
So Pantojas from Oviedo, Florida. Distance runners may remember a young Jenny Barringer, now Jenny Simpson from that same high school. That's Matsatsa leading the way down the home stretch for the penultimate time.
And that's Renier to his outside, and I think he looks really composed. He's just sitting slightly on the shoulder of Matsatsa, and now a move at the bell, 51 high. 51.85 for that opening split, far and away the fastest we've seen so far, but Matsatsa not wanting to concede that top spot, and now some separation occurring. Just a hint of daylight between Matsatsa and Renier. They're shoulder to shoulder here with just over 200 meters to go.
And moving up into third, that's hip number 6, Patrick Hilby. We haven't really talked about him very much.
He's one of those guys with a 1:48.8 PR, so this is within his wheelhouse.
And Hilby now moving up from Aurora, Illinois, joining the party. Matsatsa looking perhaps the strongest. And now a big move. But Matsatsa has another gear if he needs it. Matsatsa wins it. It's a new national lead, 1:47.61. And it's a personal best. Andrew Renier also rewarded with a personal best, 1:47.95. And Blake Slavinsky, bronze medalist out of Heat 1.
Absolutely incredible. That was really smart running and brave running by Matsatsa. And actually, that's being corrected, Dave. Salman now. I think we just hadn't compiled all the results yet. So it looks as though Slavinsky will hold on to a podium finish. He'll end up in 6th. But here's Matsatsa. He just looks so composed, and he ran the shortest distance around this track. He had some pressure from the outside. He didn't let it phase him. He held his form. And he just looks so comfortable here. Like you said, it looks like he has another gear should he need it. He didn't. So 2-time New Balance national champion now.
Yeah, it was Kishon Garcia that came through with a late run on the outside wearing all blue. And he's rewarded with a personal best of 1:49.11. But absolutely a fantastic race that has completely rewritten the top 20 national standings. But we get a new national lead, and it's Tsunade Matsatsa, your double national champion, 1:47.61, as we get ready for the first heat of the championship girls 800 meters. So we'll have 7 heats, theoretically getting faster as we go along, but Blake Slavinsky is probably going to, well, he's already made me eat my words to some extent. Sure, some of these girls will do the same thing. So it's Isabella Schertzer, Kennedy Schlesman, Lillian Aitema, Keely Leighton, Brooke Chapman, Victoria Jackson, Peyton Scheffler, Kaylee Fries, Sarah Ann Miller, Lucy Moran, and Mamea Niyina. So early leaders are Isabella Schertzer and Kaylee Fries.
And a much different race playing out here than what we saw in section 1 of our boys. This is much more what we would expect. with Schertzer up front, and then girls all the way out into lane 3, so it's a much slower time. Eye on the clock here as they come through the opening 400 meters. It's going to be about 66 seconds.
So Schertzer towing the field through. She's run 2:12.44. Junior out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, who attends J.P. McCaskey High School. She was 65.6. Kaylee Freeze hot on her heels, and then it was Mamiya Nina from Union Catholic running in third. But now, streaking ahead, that is Keely Lightson.
Yeah, that was an assertive, aggressive move up front. So after what was a much slower opening 400 meters, Lightson now channeling our opening section of the boys and absolutely running away with this thing. She's put about 15 meters on the field in the space of about 30 seconds.
So Lightson, a junior out of Dubuque, Iowa. She's run 2:12.80. That's her personal best. She's going to be challenging that.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 minutes on the clock right now. She's going to be under that for sure. And doing it the hard way by herself up front. It's going to be about 2:10 and change. 2:09.86 for Lightson. So about a 3-second improvement on her lifetime best.
Mamiya Nina from Union Catholic came through for second, 2:13.37, and Peyton Scheffler was third, clocking 2:13.44. But a very impressive run by Keely Lightson from Iowa, and she leaves Philadelphia with a shiny new 3-second personal best. Actually ran a negative split there, which you don't see very often at this level. 65.9 and then 63.9. She made a massive move from 400 to 600.
Well, and I've had that conversation with my coach so many times where they say, okay, if this is how it plays out, this is when you're going to make that move. And that looks exactly like what happened. It was a concerted effort and it paid off.
All right, so in our second section, we'll have Janae Berry from the Scotch Plains, Victoria Guerrier, Carly Kaprowski, Isabel Walsh, Quinn Stovall, Gwen Mercereau, Tess Sherry, and Camille Jordan. So a smaller field in this one, having 4 runners scratch. So just 8 runners contesting this one. So the time to beat, Keely Lightson's 2:09.86. Janae Berry leading from Fanwood High School in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. Just around the corner from Union Catholic. We'll see plenty of Union Catholic runners in the remaining races. Janae Berry leading the way right now. So Berry's a senior. She's heading to Rutgers in the fall, not too far from home. She's run a 2:11.23. That's her personal best. But now moving alongside her, wearing hip number 11, it's Camille Jordan from Brookline. We saw her run really well in the relays last night, running SMR. But Berry does not want to give up the rail. Not wanting to run an extra inch more than necessary. So Janae Berry and Camille Jordan duking it out up front right now, and Tess Sherry occupying third. Berry and Jordan running stride for stride right now. Tess Sherry from Concord still in third, but now moving up on the outside with a really big move. It's Victoria Guerrier wearing hip number 2, and she's moved right into the lead. And Guerrier running away with it right now, unchallenged down the home stretch. Victoria Guerrier from West Hempstead, New York, heading to Yale in the fall. And she came in with a personal best of 2:12, it looks like. And she's going to take a couple of seconds off that, clocking 2:10.42. And that is our second fastest time of the day. Again, a negative split, a 4-second negative split, almost never seen at this level. She was 67.1 at 400 meters and 63.3 for the second lap.
Well, these athletes are just so strong. And again, if you know that that sort of time is in your wheelhouse, 67 is, you know, a little bit pedestrian. But to find the gears to be able to close in a 63, definitely impressive.
All right, we get ready for section number 3. Bigger field here. We've got Emma Savatsky, Elena Ryback, Zoe Marcus, Abigail Sadler, Angelina George, Anna Mordvinova, Dylan McKelney, Liv Sherry. We saw her sister run in the previous heat, Lily Bogdan, Ellie Greenwell, and Madeline Shire.
And that is Zawatsky, it looks like, into the early lead. Emma Zawatsky.
Also right up there is Zoe Marcus.
Zawatsky ran 4:49 in the mile last night, placing 17th overall.
Yeah, she's from Freehold, New Jersey.
But
Just a junior.
But now a big move to the lead there, and that's Angelina George. And she's pulled the field with her. She had some separation there, but now it's Abigail Sadler who's back up on her shoulder. And to the outside of them, it's Ellie Greenwell. And so that was a 64:19. So that was a much faster opening lap. And looks like maybe puts them on track for more even running, as that's Sadler into the lead now. Sadler looking really strong, starting to lead things out down the back stretch. And to her outside, that is Zawatsky now coming back. But don't count out Greenwell trying to get in position going around the penultimate bend.
Yeah, Abigail Sadler looking pretty strong. She's opened up with a bit of a lead now with just over 100 meters left as they go past the steeplechase water jump.
So that's Sadler holding on to her lead, but now on the outside, the big move there by Greenwell, Team Kennedy Elite. And Greenwell, big move to her outside, but Greenwell does enough to hold on. Late charges there, and I just wonder if some of these athletes left those. Oh, and it was Bogdan, I apologize. That was Lily Bogdan, 2:10.66.
Yeah,
so she was a 65:31 opening lap, 65:35 second lap, so just about dead even, and Bogdan with a big move. It was McKelney on the outside who just maybe looked like she should have gone a bit earlier.
Yeah, Bogdan shaves a 1/10 of a second of her personal best. She's a sophomore from Hamburg, New York, attends Frontier High School. As we quickly get set for section 4. Maddie Powers is on the inside. To her outside is Raquel Edwards, Jayla Atkinson, Victoria Vidalova, Kyla Palmer, Gabriela Hernandez, and Jocelyn Milliken. So only 7 runners in this heat after a couple of scratches. Got 7 heats of this. This is heat 4. And our last heat has a couple of studs who'll be facing off in Allison Inns and Sofia Grigorian.
That is Milliken controlling this race from the front. And then that's Vidalova behind her. We saw Vidalova running a brave race last night.
Milliken towing the field through. Looks like it's going to be around 64 seconds. 64:57. And now Victoria Vidalova moves into the front. So Vidalova heading to Georgetown in the fall. And she's got a personal best of 2:10.91 indoors this year.
Vidalova was 21st in the 400, so she's got some gears. She ran 56:36 there. And big gap now to the rest of the pack. Another athlete that looked like she really had a good race plan coming in and is executing some fast charging behind her. I believe that is Atkinson, perhaps, wearing hip number 4. It is. So Atkinson working hard with the pack, but no one is going to catch Vidalova, and she's using her 400-meter speed. She's a powerful runner, and she'll be rewarded for her efforts. Looks like it's going to be right around another 2:10 performance, 2:10.59 unofficially for her, so 2:10.58 is corrected to. Another very even run, 64 and then 65, and then Milliken able to just pass Atkinson to come through for second.
That's a personal best for Vidalova. That's another win for a future Georgetown middle distance runner. So pretty even running there. 64.6 she was through halfway and 65.9. And we get ready for heat 5 of 7. And in this section we'll have Lyric Olsen running on the inside. Next to her is Layla Haynes from IMG Academy in Florida. Then it's Gwen Hamilton, Ashley Landis, Amelia Dodds, Alexandra Rourke, Lena Friedman, and Stella Kerms. Stella Kerms, we've seen quite a bit of her indoors and outdoors here at this New Balance Nationals. She runs for Cuthbertson High School in North Carolina, aka the Carolina Cavaliers. She's a key cog in Cuthbertson's DMR and 4x-mile machines. And she's running on the outside in second in the white top and the green shorts. But our early leader looks like Gwen Hamilton.
As you said, a small field of only 6, and they're really strung out right now. And I think that's Lyric Olsen tucked into third. So it's Hamilton, Olsen, with Friedman splitting the difference.
Gwen Hamilton from right here in Philly leading the way. Archbishop Wood High School, actually in Warminster, Pennsylvania. But now moving up on the outside, that's Lyric Olsen now taking the lead. Stella Kerms just lurking in third place, still in the mix. But it's Olsen leading.
133 with 200 meters to go here for Olsen. And that's Hamilton doing everything she can to try to make up the gap to Olsen.
So Olsen from Savannah Arts Academy down in Savannah, Georgia. She is leading the way.
But keep an eye here on Gwen Hamilton, the Archbishop Wood Track Club athlete, and she's going to make the pass now into the home stretch.
And it's going to be a Pennsylvania win. Hamilton romping down the home stretch. Lyric Olsen tying up pretty badly, and she might get reeled in. Gwen Hamilton gets the win, 2:09.35. So it's a win for Gwen Hamilton, 2:09.35 after a 63 opener. And there she is.
Just a freshman. Just a freshman, 2:09.35.
So Gwen Hamilton, just a 9th grader, and she is in pole position as we move on to our penultimate heat. So Gwen caught 2:09.35. That's the time to beat. As we get ready for heat 6, we'll have Shale Johnson from St. Thomas Aquinas High School down in Florida. She was hip number 1. Next to her, it's Paige Shepard, just a middle schooler, as we get ready to recall them. A few nervy runners on the line, not able to keep still for the start. Ayota Bay will wear hip number 3, and there's Leona Griffin, Alexa Fortman from up your way, Kate. Is that Alexa Fortman from Ottawa?
That's Ottawa, Ohio.
Oh,
Not
okay.
Ottawa, Canada. She's a Belmont commit. I saw that too, but yeah, Ottawa, Ohio. She goes to Ottawa Glandorf High School.
Oh, so she's heading to Nashville.
Sure is.
Charlotte Bell to her outside from Cuthbertson High School, and there's Allison DeLisi, Kenya Connor, Caitlin Cleash, and Peyton Hollis, who we've seen a lot of. She is a busy member of the Union Catholic Track Club from Scotch Plains, New Jersey.
So lots of athletes with sort of that 2:07, 2:08 PR range coming in here. In fact, almost all of them have run 2:08 and change. And that is DeLisi wearing hip 7 to the early lead, with Fortman tucked just behind her. Fortman ran 2:08.60, but it was last year. She's only run 2:13 this year and looking to improve significantly on her season's best. And then that's Child Johnson to her inside, again, the University of Kentucky commit. She's got the fastest PR of the bunch at 2:07.83.
Child Johnson, the daughter of Chad Ochocinco, famous NFL player. A pretty tight field right now. Looks like they're going to come through in about 63-64. So Allison DeLisi leading.
The local gal, right here in Philadelphia. She goes to Penn Charter. We've got a couple of Pennsylvania natives in our field. And as they come down the back stretch, there's a good battle on between Paige Shepard, who now moves into the lead, and DeLisi, who had the advantage at the bell, and then behind them, Fortman doing everything she can to get back in conversation, and she looks like she's going to threaten on the outside here with 150 to go.
So Paige Shepard, just an 8th grader, running outstandingly well. Paige Shepard was in action at the Brooks PR meet in the middle school mile just on Wednesday. She's run 2:08.11 this year. Keep an eye on the clock here. And Paige Shepard just improves her personal best, 2:07.97.
Paige Shepard, 2:07.97. Alexa Corbin, 2:08.38. Allison DeLisi, 2:08.59.
So 2:07.97, personal best for Paige Shepard, the 8th grader, and she has the pole position. So unless this last heat really get after it, could have a huge upset here. But get ready for heat number 7. This is the fast one. So there's Ella Wolke from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. She's around 2:07.70. She comes out of the archway. Kaylee Littlefield is next from Allen, Texas. Next up is Angelina Napoleon. She's your steeplechase champion from earlier this meet. She's heading to NC State in the fall. Ring hip number 4 is Isis Grant from Georgia. Next up, boring hip number 5, a 2:03 exponent from Normal, Illinois. It's Allison Ince, still just a junior. Seems like she's been around forever. Hip number 6 from Rhode Island is Sophia Gregorian, 7th in the mile last night, one of the fastest 800-meter runners in history. Next to her is Nikki Sutherland. She'll wear hip number 7. Hip number 8 from Haverford is Olivia Cieslak. Elise Wilms wears hip number 9. And rounding out the field from Guilderland, New York, ran really well in the mile last night, was Addison Bellick.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Championship girls race, 800 meters.
Keep your eye on Grant, 2:04.83 her personal best, but many of these girls in that low. So again, okay. You want us to just... So another false start, it looks like.
So in this race, the lanes to watch are Allison Ince, Angelina Napoleon, and Sophia Goroyan, as well as the aforementioned Isis Simon Grant. So those are 4 of the top 6 in the nation this year. Allison Ince currently ranks number 2 in the nation, 2:03.17, and she's unbeaten this year except for her sole defeat at Arcadia against Mackenzie Brown, the number 1 in the nation this year. So 2:03.07 is the national lead this year. Sophia Goroyan has run 2 flat 65, and she is moved into the lead, the Rhode Islander. Only 2 runners, 2 high schoolers has ever broken 2 minutes. Sophia has got pretty close, so 2 runners that have done it are Juliet Whitaker and Mary Kane. Now, if you want to break 2 minutes, you really need to be hitting around 58 seconds through 400 meters at this level. And Sophia is getting after it. It's not going to be a 58. It looks like it's going to be more like 60. Actually, more like 61.
But she looks absolutely fantastic. Not wanting to leave anything to chance here. Again, 2 minutes, .65, unbelievable from 2022. She's the Rhode Island State champ in both the 8 and the 15, so she's got lots of championship racing under her belt already. And
surprisingly, Kate, Allie Ince way back in the pack.
She's taking charge of this field right now with Napoleon continuing to run behind her. So we have a steeplechaser using her strength now to come up on the shoulder of the very fast Goroyan.
And now Isis Grant looking to make the pass around Goroyan, but now Goroyan's found another gear. And here comes Sophia. Looks like she was almost toying with the field at 600 meters.
And a huge push by her. This is an amazing flex by Goroyan. She's going to absolutely dominate this. Keep your eye on the clock. We're at 2 minutes right now, so it's not going to be a personal best, but 2:04.58, 2:04.59 it's corrected to. That was a 62.9 close for Goroyan. She takes the win decisively, almost a full second ahead of Napoleon at 2:05.53, and then Grant just sneaks under 2:06 at 2:05.98. But Goroyan, absolutely beautiful performance. It's almost as if she just let Napoleon come around her down that backstretch to kind of test the speed and see how she would feel, knowing she had at least one more gear, put it to good work.
So Goroyan, your national champ, 2:04.59. But it should be noted, Paige Shepard, the 8th grader, 2:07.97. Good for 8th place overall, just missing the podium. She'll have 4 more chances to get on that podium here at New Balance National Outdoors. As we get ready for our next event, the Rising Stars Boys 800 meters. And we have 6 heats. And running in this first section, we'll have Justin Greenwood, Josiah Clapp, Jacob Byrne, Michael Crisp, Nicholas Strayer, Colton Cardwell from Montverde Academy, Lathan Love Brown, Jamel Green, Matthew Canales, Jake Boudreau, Alexon Songa, and Keenan Frisbee. So 12 runners in this first section, actually 11. Looks like Cardwell is a scratch, and Green and Canales. So now we're down to 9. And your early leader is Nicholas Strayer, the junior. So Strayer from LaGrange, Illinois, leading the way right now.
And that's Clapp behind him of the Plantation Heat team, and those two putting some daylight on third, about 54 mid through that opening 400 meters, 54.69 for Strayer, Clapp right on his shoulder. And then it's Michael Crisp, that's a name we've seen a few times throughout this weekend. He's just behind the Georgetown prep athlete.
Yeah, Clapp running well. And he's now, looks like he's taking the lead. He's out of Coral Springs, Florida, attends Taravella High School. And now Strayer holding him off at 600 meters, reached him 1:22. Justin Greenwood from Tallahassee now moving into the lead with a little over 150 meters remaining.
Setting up for a great finish right here.
Anybody's racing here.
Covers the move. Here we go.
And now it's Lathan Love Brown from Above Expectations Track Club. And now Straya looking to snag it on the line. Straya with a well-timed kick. Straya gets it on the line. 155.78. Lathan Love Brown, 155.88. And it was Alexis Songer that came through for third for Delco United, 156.04.
So we should mention that Strayer is doing double duty today. He was third in the Rising Stars Boys Mile this morning.
Wow.
So that is an amazing comeback.
So yeah, less than 4 hours earlier, he raced the mile. As we get ready for section 2. So it looks like we are going to have 9 runners. Jake Haley, Evan Smith, Will Benfield, Nick Fry, James Estafunas, Simon Donovan, Ben Feldman, Sebastian Percival Shim, and Piers Grubkowski.
Jake Haley, Evan Smith, Will Banfield.
So the time to beat, Nicolas Straya's 155.78. You're watching the Rising Stars Boys 800 meters. This is the second of 6 sections. And you're listening to Dave Milner and Kate Van Buskirk on the call. That's Sebastian Percival Shim, wearing kit number 10, is your early leader from Western Carey Track Club.
He's got a 156.14 personal best. Set that just over a month ago.
And he's a junior out of Green Hope High School in Cary, North Carolina, just outside of Raleigh. And he's going to tow this field through. Well, he's left a gap on the inside. Now we've got a change in leadership as they come through in 57.87, and it's Piers Grumkowski.
Oh, and some real traffic there. This is what happens when the pace starts to slow a bit. 2 or 3 guys close to going down did well to stay on their feet, and now a good move just to the right of your screen there. But the big stride
That's Grumkowski.
of Grumkowski coming to the, no, and that's Smith on the outside in the blue, being challenged by Grumkowski on the inside.
As Grumkowski out of White Lake, Michigan, wearing the green singlet, and he's held off that challenge, and now he's pulling away with 150 left. Piers Grumkowski, the junior, looking really strong. He's got a PB of 156.17. And it looks like he is going to eclipse that as he powers towards the finish line. He's going to take 3 seconds off his best, or 2 seconds off his best. 154.67. Another negative split. 57.8 he was through halfway. 56.81 for the close for the junior from Michigan. So he now has the time to beat as we get ready for our third section of 6 of this Rising Stars Boys 800 meters. Much bigger field on this one. Looks like we have all 14 runners showed up for this one. Andrew Burchett, Matthew Schutzbank, William Madison, Jacoby Ennis, Lucas Oliveira, Drew Graves, Mason Wakoma, Gabriel Cuffey, Baden Grogan, Ryan Krushka. We did have 4 scratches. It looks like we have 10 runners in this one. It looks like hit number 13, Alexander Risso, leading the way right now. And Risso is going to tow the field through in 53.9. So it's Risso wearing the purple uniform. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland, represents Montgomery Blair High School. He comes in with a PB of 157. So that's ambitious front running by him. But now moving into the lead, wearing hip number 8, that's Gabrielle Cuffey, wearing the white speed suit, and a big move on the outside from hip number 2. That is Matthew Schutzbank from Nyack in New York. And Matthew Schutzbank pulling away with each powerful stride now.
Again, you just have to wonder if he had gone a bit earlier, if this would have been a slightly faster time, but he's going to cross the line in about 152.3.
Big personal best for him. He came in with a 155.11, the junior from Nyack, New York.
153.97 for Gabriel Cuffey, and then Risso rounds out that top 3. Those 3 guys under 155. That's 154.24 for him.
So Schutzbank now has the time to beat at 152.31 as we bring Heat 4 onto the track next. So we're slated to have a dozen runners compete in this one. Looks like we have 1 or 2 scratches. So we've got Caleb Hymans, Nathan Blades, Cornell Smith, Antonio Ciccarelli, Joe Mahone, Logan Dingman, Matthew Gateson, Andrew Riley, Travis Wolf Thompson, Jacob Redman, and Winston McGee. Your early leader, that's hip number 10, Travis Wolf Thompson from Fort Greene Track Club.
Lots of traffic there at the line. 58.26 opening split, and the slight nod goes to Wolf Thompson. But there were 4 of them right there together. Hymans, Gayton, and Ciccarelli.
Wolf Thompson, a junior from Brooklyn, attends Brooklyn Technical School. So he's leading this field through. He's got a PB of 156.1. And he's through 600 meters in 124. So it looks like he's going to eclipse that mark. But now he's got company.
That's Nathan Blades making the gap up to him. He's out of the Portland Track Club, and Blades was about 5th at the 400-meter mark, but now he swings wide into the lead. We've seen him on track a few times this weekend as well, and Blades, beautiful stride, lots of speed to this line. He's at a Portland High School
in Maine. Not the one in Oregon.
Not as far to travel. He was out in lane 5, keeping that inside lane open, but he'll take the win in 155 flat.
So just outside his indoor personal best, 154.72, but that's an outdoor personal best for the Mainer. Nathan Blades is your winner of Section 4. Matthew Schutzbank, 152.31 out of Heat 3, still the time to beat. As we get set for Heat number 5, our penultimate Rising Stars Boys 800. So running in this section, we'll have Tyler Bartlett, and Jesse Hatlin. Sorry, Kate.
I was just going to say a lot of contact right off the line there. Almost a fall, but...
Tyler Bartlett, Jesse Hatlin, Preston Rieger, Braden Honsinger, Grant Goldsmith, Adrian Jacobs, Wyatt Pickering, and Ethan Walter. So those are your 8 runners contesting Section 5 of this Rising Stars Boys 800. And your early leader?
I think that's Wyatt Pickering.
Or was that
no, that's
Seven?
Adrian Jacobs, my apologies.
So Adrian Jacobs towing the field through about 43 seconds through the first 300.
He's out of Durham, North Carolina, attends the Durham School of the Arts, and headed to Dartmouth. And he comes in with a 154.55 PR through the first 400 meters, with the rest of the field trailing.
And I think that was Ethan Walter who passed him just as they came through halfway. Ethan Walter, the sophomore from Delaware.
Adrian Jacobs, Wyatt Pickering, Jesse Holland, Tyler Bartlett.
And after an opening 400 that saw a blanket across all of these runners, we have 4 in contention.
It's still Ethan Walter leading.
But now Adrian Jacobs' big move. He's a powerful runner, and look at the speed he's injecting, putting an enormous gap on this field in the space of just a few meters.
So it's Jacobs, the future Dartmouth runner from Durham, North Carolina, and he's powering down the home stretch. He's going to take this section in pretty emphatic fashion. And it's a personal best for him. 154.55 was his PB before this weekend.
So over a second off of that, Dave. 153.29. 154.33 for Walther behind him, and then Bartlett very close, 154.77.
So we just have one heat to go. Theoretically, this should be the fastest one. But 152.31 is the time to beat out of Section 3, and that belongs to Matthew Schutzbank, the junior from Nyack, New York. So he'll be watching carefully as this final heat unfolds. Looks like we've got quite a few scratches in this one. I only see 8 runners on the line. We were slated to have 12. So we'll have Stefan Dodu, Jack Mulcunnery, Christopher Miller-Harris, Luke Pacheco, Caleb Colson, Christian James, Ian Kane, and Trey Baker.
Wow. Foul for Great Harris. What's Connecticut in the house? Ladies and gentlemen, Coach, this is the C section of the Rising Stars. Who these amazing athletes we have here?
Final section here. Stephen Dudu, Jack Montgomery, Christopher Miller-Harris.
So this is the final section of the Rising Stars Boys 800 meters. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to Dave Milner and Kate Van Buskirk. And through 200 meters in a pretty swift 25 seconds, our early leader is Stefan Dodu from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
That might just be Trey Baker behind him, wearing hip 12, I think it is. The Dodu starting to stretch things out now. About 56 mid across the line. And then on the outside, it's Miller-Harris, Christopher Miller-Harris.
Actually, I misspoke. I think Stefan Dodu is actually from Warrington, Pennsylvania. He's ran a 152.52 this year.
And as we saw with our last section, 4 guys battling with 200 meters to go. They come through in about 123 high. With Dodu having done so much of this work throughout the race, and now finds another gear.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring him in. 150 to go.
Big move on the outside in all black. I think that's hip number 2.
And that's Mulcunnery.
Yep, McConley from Bristol Eastern Track Club. But it's all Dodu down the home stretch. Dodu from Warrington, Pennsylvania, attends Central Buck South High School. And he is your winner, 153.09.
So 56.44 opening quarter, 56.65, and he led it pretty much from gun to tape. Superb running by him, the sophomore, and then Christopher Miller-Harris, 154.68, rounding out your top 3, and all under 155, 154.80. For Jack Mulcunnery, and that will place him 10th overall. So you see your standings by time on the screen there. Schutzbank, Dodu, Jacobs, Cuffey, Risso, and Walther round out your podium, the top 6, as we head into the girls' 800-meter Rising Stars. 6 sections of these.
We've got
6 heats.
So this first of 6 heats of the girls' Rising Stars 800 meters will have Noel Barlett, Olivia Denny, Mary Gorski, Anik Poulin, Amber Wimbish, Kayla Hawkins, Abigail White, Caitlin Chang, and Zoe Brooks.
Looks as though, yeah, about 4 scratches in this one, so a smaller field.
Yep, so it's 9 runners contesting this first section. And our early leader is Olivia Denny. And moving up on the outside, representing Bullis High School out of Maryland, that's Zoe Brooks, wearing the all-yellow uniform, but it's Olivia Denny running pretty aggressively early on. Brooks has now dropped back into third, as Kayla Hawkins has moved into second, representing Mustang Track Club, and now Hawkins looking to move alongside our leader, Denny. But Olivia Denny leading the way right now. Hawkins now running stride for stride. It's going to be Hawkins that slides into the front as they hit the bell.
64.40, so that's a swift opening lap for these girls. 64.41, 64.61 for Hawkins and Denny. And Hawkins looking really smooth right now. Denny looking maybe like she's just tying up a little bit. Behind them, I believe that's Amber Wimbush, slotted into third and trying to make up some distance, but with less than 200 meters to go, Kayla Hawkins looks very controlled.
Kayla Hawkins out of, is that Kayla out of Syosset, New York?
Here it is. They put the heart, ladies and gentlemen. Newbalance, let's make some noise. This first heat. Here's the back.
But now, has she gone too soon? Who's that moving up on the into the lead with just 20, 30 meters left? It was Amber Wimbish from Bishop McNamara. 2:15.97 gets the win. Anik Poulin from Green Wave came through for second. So a lot of changes down the home stretch. Olivia Denny dropped back to fourth.
That was heat 1 of 6. Girls Rising Stars 800.
But that was a win for Amber Wimbish.
Well, and she opened up with a 66 mid. I can't just help but think that maybe our early leaders going through in 64 had to pay the price in that second lap.
But for Wimbish, that was a 2-second personal best for the junior from Bishop McNamara High School in Maryland. As we get heat number 2 underway. Slightly larger field for this second section. Looks like everybody showed up for this one. We're slated to have 14 runners. It looks like we have 14 there. So Elizabeth Shabalski, Katrina Salmon, Chase Gilbert, Charlotte Dunkel, Reagan Exley, Diana Valentini, Alexis Tepper, Riley Humphreys, Caitlin McFadden, Alexandra Giasitz, Megan Jasinski, Melissa Epting, Kate Tuttle, and Lorelei McIntosh contesting the second heat of the Rising Stars Girls 800. Your early leader is Elizabeth Shabalski, wearing hip number 1. Right off her shoulder is Charlotte Dunkel, wearing hip number 4 in the shades in the all-black uniform.
Trina Sandman wearing that orange kit in kind of the middle of the track there. She's got a 2:16.65 best, and we've seen both her and her sister Annika on track quite a bit throughout the weekend as they hit the 400-meter mark in a sensible 67.24. That's Dunkel and Zizbalski. Exley just behind them.
Dunkel out of Shaker High School in Latham, New York. She led at the bell. And she continues to lead, approaching 600 meters, which we will reach in about 1:39. Now Dunkel is being passed by hip number 5. That's Reagan Exley from the Potomac School.
But a big move now on the outside as well. By hip number 11, and that's Megan Jasinski. Battle on between hips 4 and 5. That's Dunkel and Exley. Exley looks as though she might just have enough to hold on.
And for Exley, it's a new personal best by almost 2 seconds for the junior from the Potomac School in McLean, Virginia. So 2:16.90 was her personal best coming in here. And she shaves almost 2 seconds off, right, clocking 2:15.11 with a very, very even run, 67.5 and 67.6.
Personal best also for Charlotte Dunkel. Came in with a 2:16.85 best, so another second and a half for her as well.
So heat 3 is on the track. We're turning over these heats with incredible efficiency. It looks like we are going to have 11 runners contesting Section 3. Ellie Hayes, Caroline Van Schaik, Bronwyn Parks, Erin Van Housen, Caroline Yankovic, Alyssa Blocksten, Sydney Stevenson, Olivia Palutis, Ella Christensen, and Genevieve Cowan.
Sydney Stevenson, Olivia Paulus, Ella Christensen, and Geneva Cowan. This is heat 3.
So they're still about 4 wide at the cut-in at 200 meters. That early lead is Stevenson. Palutis tucked behind her. She's got a 2:16 personal best.
Genevieve Cowan, I believe that's in 3rd place, wearing hip number 13.
And that's Alyssa Bloxton in the purple, who slotted into 2nd. So Bloxton from right here in Pennsylvania. She's from Havertown. 64.92 opening lap for Palutis. Bloxton in 2nd, 65.44. But now is that Parks up to the lead of the chase pack.
Your leader, Olivia Palutis, just a sophomore out of Ocean Township High School in New Jersey. And she's leading with a little less than 200 meters remaining, looking pretty strong. Olivia Palutis still looking in control, but now she's going to be challenged.
I think that's Bronwyn Parks out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. She's got a 2:16.17 best. 5:01 miler, and she's going to be right on the outside of our leader, and then a big charge on the outside by, I believe that's Palutis. And it is.
Well, Genevieve Cowan coming up on the outside, right? Hip number 13. Yeah, it was Genevieve Cowan from St. Tim's that came through with a very late run.
And Erin Van Housen, who really wasn't in it to speak of at all early on.
So less than half a second separating the top 4 runners, but it was Genevieve Cowan that came through for the win. Just a sophomore, clocking 2:15.36.
And a personal best also for Van Housen, 2:15.46. So lots of consistent times.
But it was a win for Genevieve Cowan from St. Timothy's School in Maryland as we get set for heat number 4.
So far, heading into this 4th heat, we have 7 girls who have run 2:15 and change. And then almost a dozen more who have run in the 2:16 to 2:18 range. So really tight right now. So we've got Ava Pinocchio, Macy Roberts, Charlotte Tuxbury, Lily Jin, Julia Rudolph, Erin Vincent, Emma Tuxbury. So Charlotte and Emma Tuxbury in this thing together. Rory Heslin, Katie McFerrin, and Kate Moncavage.
Yeah, so we've got 3 runners all from the same training group, the Emerging Elites group out of Boston, Massachusetts. And they're all running pretty conservatively right now at the back, wearing those orange and black uniforms. That's that same training group that contains Ellie Shea.
I think that's Erin Vincent, is it in hip number 6 to the early lead. She's from here in Easton, Pennsylvania. She's got 2:16:01. She ran that at state, so looking to improve on that. They're going to come through the bell. Very similar time as the last several sections, 64:44, and then it's Katie McFerrin tucked into second with Julia Rudolph in the mix.
So Julia Rudolph from Colorado coming down to sea level here. She's from Niwot High School, just a junior. Niwot, one of the better distance running programs in the nation.
And she's going to make a move now on the outside to go around Vincent and McFerrin. Again, really decisive, powerful move by her, and she's turning over really well. Wow.
Ava Pinacchio is not in the lead, Kate. Hit number 1. It's hard to see because the wind has blown off her hip number that was attached to her chest. I may regret saying this, but I have a hunch that's Ava Pinacchio.
It was, you were right, 2:13:12. Big run by her. Lily Jin threw in second, so a big mix-up in the order here over the last 150 meters. 2:14:14 for Jin, so we've seen two of our sub 2:15 times so far.
Yeah, so for Pinacchio, that was a big personal best. She came in with a 2:15:19, the sophomore from Eastchester, New York. But she now holds pole position with a 2:13:12 clocking and leaves Philadelphia with a shiny new personal best as we get set for heat number 5. So it looks like we have 11 runners contesting this one. Scarlett Simpson, Zoe Dorsey, Gabrielle Shepson from Colorado, Chloe Johnson, Grace Finnegan, Courtney McCracken, Riley Hudson, Grace Sheldon, Nicole Sampson, Samantha Urbach, and Haley Muniz. Moving up on the outside, that's the freshman Nicole Sampson wearing the black and yellow singlet. It looks like Samantha Urbach, hit number 12, is in the lead from True Speed Athletics.
Yeah, that's Urbach and Sampson beside her. So it's Dorsey hitting the bell at 1:05:38. Zoe Dorsey out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and she's got a 2:13:89 best, one of the best times of the field, and now she's starting to stretch things out down the back stretch. Oops. So it continues to be Dorsey, Urbach, and Stimson, and now a big move on the outside there by Shepson. Gabriella Shepson. But Dorsey utilizing her 54 400-meter speed to dominate this 5th heat of our Rising Stars Girls 800. She's going to completely run away with this thing. Again, she has a 2:13:89 best. She's going to demolish that. Be right around 2:10. It's 2:09:86, so 85 it's corrected to. 2:09:85. 65 opening lap, 64 second lap, 2:13:04 for Stimson, and then Shepston in for third at 2:13:42, 2:13:53 for Urbach. So close running there, but 2:09:85 is about 3.5 seconds better than the rest of the field on paper so far. Stimson in second overall. So a huge run for her. Again, the 800, we've talked about it before, kind of the meeting of the distances for our milers and our 400-meter runners. And that 400 speed and strength was on full display for Zoe Dorsey as we head into our 6th and final section of the Rising Stars Girls 800s.
So Dorsey has the time to beat, that 2:09.85. And we line up for this 6th and final heat for the Rising Stars girls 800 meters. We'll have Waverly Hassman, Kylie King, Neen Collins, Lindsay Jakubowski, Henriette Schminke, Julia Blake, Jamea King, Elise Delp, and Anna Godowski. And it looks like Jamea King from Union Catholic has moved into the lead early on, the freshman.
She's got a 2:13.69 PR. She's also speedy 400-meter runner, but
actually Jamea King's in second. I think that's Motor City Track Club's Kylie King leading.
yeah. So it's King and King. Kylie King out of Oak Park in Michigan. And she's a 2:10 runner, so not surprising to see her up there. Kylie King of Motor City Track, looking very comfortable through this opening split. Another 64 high it looked to be. 64.76 for Kylie King. Jamea King follows in 64.86. But again, 2:10.68. She ran that last year, did Kylie King rather.
Now Jamea King, just a freshman, she's got a personal best of 2:13.69. So these two matched incredibly well. There's no surprise that they're running stride for stride out in front.
But to their outside, they've got lots of company, including Jakubowski. That's Lindsay Jakubowski running really well. So too to their outside, Julia Blake.
And it's Blake that's moved into the front with about 170 meters remaining.
Julia Blake, a 2:13.46 runner. So it's Blake and Jakubowski, and now Jakubowski going wide. And almost a fall there as Jamea King comes back into the conversation.
And now Waverly
Kylie
Hassman.
King, rather.
Waverly Hassman with a late run on the outside. Is Waverly Hassman going to steal it on the line?
It was Hassman, 2:13.49. Kylie King, 2:13.77. And then Julia Blake, 2:14.39. But as we saw with many of these other races, that means that your fastest time, in fact, your top 4 times have all come from previous heats.
And for Waverly Hassman, a well-timed kick.
So your podium rounds out as follows. Zoe Dorsey out of Heat 5 with that blazing 2:09.85, a full 3.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Scarlett Stimson also from that section, 2:13.04, 2:13.12 for Panaccio. Shepson will be 4th, Hassman 5th, and then Urbach 6th. So those are your podium finishers, and you see another beautiful shot of Hassman's, to your point, Dave, well-timed kick. Good enough for 5th. So we've got some 400 relay action coming up. That will conclude all of our individual events for the weekend after almost 4 full days of excitement here at historic Franklin Field.
Okay, it looks like we've been running a little too efficiently. I think we're going to have a slight pause in the action and we get back on our originally published schedule. So as Kate said, the next race on the track will be the Rising Stars Boys 4x400 meter relay.
So we've got, as you said, some exciting 4x4 action yet to come, but we're going to take a short break now. Stick with us. We'll be back with you in a moment here from historic Franklin Field for day 4 of New Balance National Outdoors.
Once again, I want to thank all the families
So back for the final time here in gorgeous Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, under sunny skies. This is, I think, the nicest weather day we've had of the 4 here at Franklin Field. Had lots of drama on the track and the field and in our weather conditions. Big rain delay on day 2. But as Dave said earlier in our broadcast, our team on site doing a fantastic job of keeping us running as smoothly as possible despite conditions beyond our control. Not a concern today. I'm Kate Van Buskirk. I'm here with Dave Milner, and just to the bottom left of your screen, you're seeing our entrance in our 4x400 meter Rising Stars relay. There's going to be 6 sections of them. They're going to be timed finals. Again, on paper, running from slowest to fastest. And we've seen lots of crowd excitement here at Franklin Field as well. Again, the generally good weather has led to lots of audience action. Probably heard some of that coming through our audio. And Dave, this is kind of the classic way to wrap up a championship meet, is with the 4x4s. And it's so fun because it's, of course, a team event, but you also have, you know, sometimes 100-meter and 200-meter runners stepping up to the 4. You have 800-meter runners, even milers coming down from those longer events. And you don't have to hold anything back, because whatever work you put in throughout the weekend, it all culminates in this 4x4 relay.
Yeah, 4x4, kind of a melting pot for the sprinters and the middle distance runners coming together. And like you said, it's like everybody's going to throw the kitchen sink at this last event. There's nothing to come after this. So the action is heating up, as indeed is the temperature. It's now up to 81 degrees. A little bit breezy, and you may have heard that on our headsets earlier. The wind swirling around historic Franklin Field. We're going to have 6 sections of this Rising Stars boys 4x400 meters. And in the first section, we'll have LaSalle Academy occupying lane number 5. NMBL goes in 6. Tiger Elite is in 7. Mott Haven Track Club out of New York is in lane 8. Delco United is in lane 9. So if you're just tuning in, you're watching the Rising Stars boys 4x400 meter relay. The first of 6 sections. And in this first section, it's got 4 teams: LaSalle Academy, Tiger Elite, Mott Haven, and Delco United. That's a really strong start. Out of lane 7, that's Tiger Elite. And they're leading after 200 meters. And running for Tiger Elite, that's Romel Randolph. And he's made up the stagger on Javon Bolt and Colin Nemi to his outside. Now, has he done too much too soon? Colin Nemi bouncing back again, and he's in lane 9, tucked up against the wall, which gives him some shelter from the wind. And a pretty even handoff. Looks like Mott Haven might have made up some ground towards the end there, and now Marvin Markland is running for them. And Diego Arrietas from Tiger Elite now moves into the lead, but all 4 runners within a second of each other as they break for the rail.
Pretty tight, coach. Once again, right answers. Right questions being answered. Who are the eager signature coming up? Delco United rolling. The sound right there. We're about to go stick.
All right, so here we go with our third leg runners.
The sound sitting in third. The Delco United
Pretty
was
even
second.
race so far.
But somebody's
We've had about 5 leadership changes.
You see that march the leg right now, oh my.
Delco United running well. So we're halfway through this third leg. It's still anybody's race. All four teams within a second of each other.
Oh, look at this. All four in it. Coming back to the last leg. Who are your anchors? Stick.
And it's going to be LaSalle that gets the baton first. And running for LaSalle Academy is Joshua Aceto. And he's the one with the target on his back coming around the first turn.
Dated. Great exchange for LaSalle. Here's the race.
The wind really picking up in Franklin Field here. So it would make sense for these runners to tuck in along the back stretch. Joshua Aceto not giving up the rail. He's wearing the all white. He's trying to hold off his challengers, but now we get a big move on the outside.
Look out, here comes LaSalle again.
Joshua Aceto is not done yet. He's fighting back. And it's Aceto from LaSalle Academy trying to hunt down Tiger Elite. But Tiger Elite's Malaki Patterson holds on for the win. And his quartet clock's 326.35.
DC boys took it. Tiger Elite 326.35.
Tiger Elite from DC.
326.94.
They post the time to beat, 326.35, as we get set for heat number 2.
Heat 2 up next. Coach, in this heat, can you please
So slated to compete in this second of 6 sections of the Rising Stars Boys 4x4 is Xaverian Track Club in lane 1, Team Pilotti in 2, Spartans in 3, Natick in 4, Fidelis Track Club in 5, True Speed Athletics in 6, Amesbury Track Club in 7, Cary Track Club in 8, and the Arlington Warriors out in heat 9. So 326.35 is the time to beat, set by Tiger Elite. As you get a look at Thomas Burke from Fidelis.
I want to say thank you to the amazing officials here.
That's Michael Cliver from Natick.
Passing the 2 hours.
Maximilian Musiel from Spartans.
Stand up for these amazing men and women in red. We thank them. Speaking loud for these people.
Our hardworking officials getting a round of applause right now. 4 days of incredibly long days here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, withstanding rain delays and looking after the needs of 7,000 athletes here this weekend. So it looks like lane 6 and lane 8 are empty. So 7 teams contesting this second heat.
Ooh. And our first false start of our relays.
Green card held up, so nobody ejected. Good to see. All right, let's try this again.
The Spartans moving really well in lane 3 there in that yellow kit, making up the stagger already on Natick to their outside. Again, tough position for the athletes from Arlington in lane 9, running pretty blind right now down that back stretch. And this is the Spartan Maximilian Misail continuing to run really, really well in lane 3. It's Antonio Smith of the Warriors trying to hold him off in lane 9, but it is those two into the home stretch leading to the first exchange. So Spartans and the Warriors, and they hand off almost at exactly the same time. And that looks to be Amesbury. That's going to be Max Sanchez running their second leg. But now you see the advantage.
Yeah, the Spartans from Amity High School in Woodbridge, Connecticut, running second leg for them is Michael Bowman. And he's extending the lead for the team in the yellow and black right there.
Second exchange coming up. It's early.
The Warriors starting to make up some of that gap. So after Smith did so much work on the outside in lane 9 for the opening leg, and now Jackson Frederick has run a great second leg. He'll be handing off to Silas L'Esperance. But it remains Spartans ahead of the Warriors, and now the gap has been made up, and a true battle on between these two teams, Dave. Looks as though the Warriors just wanting to go outside, and they do down the backstretch.
Yes, the Warriors from Arlington, Virginia, Wakefield High School, and they've moved into the lead. And it's Silas L'Esperance. He's going to hand off to Owen Jack.
So they're going to have a clear advantage coming into the final exchange here. Owen Jacques with the baton, and then a pretty even exchange. Looks as though Natick has gotten themselves back up into the conversation, but it's a trio trying to chase down the lead of the Warriors.
Now, Owen Jack, just a 51.6 guy, so in a little bit over his head perhaps on this ankle leg, and he's got plenty of company already. Let's see if he can maintain his composure.
Well, that's Daniel Kim of the Spartans now into the lead and pulling a couple other guys with him, including Fidelis, is it? Nick Barbaro? Again, hard to see from this angle, but it is definitely the Spartans. Daniel Kim, move on the outside now. That's Natick. Natick is going to just take this with the skin of their teeth. Beautiful final leg there for Dylan Weddle. That was a 50.8. A 49.43 for Amesbury, who is the team getting themselves into third. But Natick, Spartans, and Amesbury, 326.42, so that's good enough to move Natick into second behind Tiger Elite.
Pretty impressive anchor for Dylan Weddle, who's been spending most of his time high jumping, long jumping this season, and comes through showing his versatility to bring home Natick for the win. As we move on to heat number 3. And looks like lane 1 is empty, so in lane 2 is Pike Creek. Sorry, lane 2 is Duxbury Track Club. And in 3 is Deptford. 4 is Clipper Track Club. 5 is General Nation. 6 is Waverly High School. And 7 is Crofton Track Club. And on the outside in lane 9, that's Dundalk. So the time to beat, still 3:26.35 out of heat 1. That belongs to Tiger Elite. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the third section of the Rising Stars Boys 4x4.
Interestingly, that Dundalk Track Club placed 12th in the Rising Stars Boys 4x200 with this exact quartet. That was 2 days ago on Friday. So they've had some time to recover, although also having run a few individual events in between.
Dundalk High School out of Baltimore, Maryland.
And they are in lane 9, and they are running well at the moment. Slight lead over the athletes to their inside, which is Crofton. So it is Dundalk and Crofton. And then good exchange too in lane 1, or in lane 2 rather. That's Duxbury Track Club. That was Gavin Thomas with the opening leg, handing off to Bradley Harrington. And just when I thought Dundalk may be out of this, they're on the outside there. They're going to cut in now. And they've got the slight advantage.
So right behind them is Crofton High School out of Gambrels, Maryland.
So
it's the two teams in red duking it out up front right now.
I believe that's David Williams and Brian Schaefer. And now Crofton into the lead. No, and Dundalk is able to hold them off. So a clearer picture of this here as we get some splits on screen after those opening 2 legs.
So it's the two Maryland teams out in front right now, both wearing red just to try and confuse us. And then moving up into 3rd place. Is that Duxbury wearing black?
Crofton opening it up with that backstretch. Duxbury right there. Denver track right there. Here's the race. Cooper Shock.
I think that's Duxbury in black, Kate, in 3rd place. But right now, it's the two Maryland teams out in front.
A lot can happen with 400 meters. We have a race right here. 3 teams in the middle, something special. We're looking to go stick.
So Dundalk,
Go. This is it.
Crofton, and Deptford. Now Deptford to the lead.
Looks like Denver track club 235.28. That was a 50.
And look at the speed here of Abu Dhabi. This is the closing leg for Deptford Track Club. And he is cruising down that backstretch.
Deptford running away with this. They're not done.
But now Dundalk looks like maybe they're trying to come back. We believe that's Dundalk. Again, they're wearing the exact same kit as Crofton, and I believe that is Dundalk. And now Jabi's starting to really tie up, and both of these red teams are going to go around. It looks like Dundalk and now Crofton trying to take the slingshot. Good little move there by the runner from Dundalk to hold him off. And they led pretty much from wire to tape with the exception of a couple small lead changes in the middle. That was Dundalk taking the win.
And taking the lead. Overall, 3:26.08 is their winning time.
3:26.12
I'm not sure that's
for
right.
Deptford, and I think we're just waiting on Dundalk. They took a second to be slotted in at the halfway mark as well, so just awaiting confirmation. But as we do that, here's a gorgeous shot of that final 50 meters or so between Jerome Patterson and Zion Akinlawan, and Dundalk with the win, 3:26.12. Again, moves them squarely into the lead.
So like Kate said, 3:26.12, the time to beat, set by Dundalk out of Maryland. And running in this 4th section of 6, we'll have Penridge in 1, West Orange is in 2, Parsippany is in 3, lane 4 is empty, Ravens go in 5, Hereford is in 6, EO Panthers in 7, and the Union Mead is out in lane 9. Lanes 4 and 8 are empty. And once again, teams in lane 9 just tending to go out really hard, running blind. They're getting a little bit of shelter from the wind. And once again, lane 9, housing our leaders, it's Union Mead, and that's Emmanuel Olowajaru.
Somebody's up front, coach. Rolling.
Yeah, Mead continuing to run really well on that outside. And they'll hand off actually pretty much right at the same time as the 3 teams to the middle of the track in lanes 5, 6, and 7. And they are the Ravens, Hereford, and Panthers. Ravens, incidentally, placed 6th overall in the Rising Stars Boys 4x200 a couple days ago, and they have 3 of those athletes returning to this 4x4.
And Union Mead is going to be first of the rail. A little casual with their merge in, and they've lost some ground there.
And I just want to point out that's a really great shot that you just saw of how they bring the inside athletes from the rail and the outside athletes in together. They have to create sort of a separate rail on a bit of a diagonal to bring the inside athletes out, which is unusual and very unique to Franklin Field.
Way to go, stick. Go.
And a big lead there for Parsippany. That was Brett Reed on that leg, and 142.08 at the halfway split. That's a full second and a half ahead of Hereford. And the Ravens trailing them.
With a good 12-meter lead, that's Parsippany.
Parsippany continuing to enjoy the advantage given to them by their second runner. But fast charging behind them. We're just trying to get a sense of whether that's Hereford into second.
Anchor leg. We're going to go stick. Go. There it is.
Actually, I believe that was the Ravens. I think that was Nana Apaya on that third leg, and it was. So it is Parsippany with a much less of an advantage now over the Ravens. The Ravens is going to be Maxim Ryklov, and he was part of that 4x200 meter team as well. So he's chasing down Liam Hansberry, at least that's the information we have on paper here. So it's Parsippany and then the Ravens, and then a pretty big gap back to Hereford.
Yeah, the Ravens are Robbinsville High School at Robbinsville, New Jersey, and we think they're being anchored by Maxim Rykov.
And he's closing hard on the Parsippany athlete, but it's not going to be enough. Parsippany is going to hold on to take the win here in section number 4 of our Rising Stars boys 4x400 meters. So 3:21.37. That's a full 5 seconds faster than what we've seen from any other team so far. And both of our final legs there ran 48 and change, 48.58 for Hansberry of Parsippany, and Ravens Ryklov 48.12.24 for him. So two teams at 3:21 and change. Big results here.
Yeah, so that's dropped our time to beat by 5 seconds.
Here we go. No rest on the heat 5. The action.
So we move now into our penultimate section. Heat 5 of 6. Again, a few open lanes, so just waiting on confirmation of who those scratches are.
So it looks like lane 4 is empty, and also lane 7.
Here we go, heat 5. The house. I-270 TC.
So the house is in lane 1, I-270 Track Club is in 2, Charlotte Country Day is in 3, Motor City Track Club is in 5. Above Expectations occupies 6, and it's Railway in 8 and Scorpions in 9. I-270 Track Club out of Urbana, Maryland. They've been very busy here over these last 3.5 days in Philadelphia.
And that's Motor City Track Club, another team we've heard from quite a bit. They were third, by the way, in the Rising Stars boys 4x200. And they're going to have some company to their outside there with Above Expectations.
That's Dion Cleary running second leg from Motor City. He's going to be first to break as they pass the cones and drift into lane 1. And he's got quite a bit of daylight now.
So Dion Cleary was part of that 4x200 team. He's joined by Rondre Austin on his Motor City team. But they are continuing to extend that lead. Good battle on behind them between Above Expectations. And the team in blue will get a update on the standings here as they come through.
So that's Cleary handing off to Rondre Ostian. This is Oak Park High School out of Michigan, aka Motor City Track Club, with a pretty healthy lead going into the backstretch on leg 3.
Yeah, and that was Juan Carlos Barberena for I-220 Track Club in the blue, and they move into second now. That handoff to Keen Tani Tang, another athlete we've seen quite a bit in action over the last couple of days. And they are eroding that enormous lead from the last leg of the Motor City Track Club. So they've not only passed above expectations, but they're making up huge ground on our leaders right now as we enter our final exchange. So this is going to be Quinton Blakely for above expectations. A bit of a rough exchange there for I-270TC. This is going to be Jordan Safon, but don't count out above expectations Dante Dockery. 300 meters to go.
So Quinton Blakely, better known as a 100-200 guy, just a freshman. And he's gone out hard, but he looks pretty controlled still. 250 meters in, and that's a big gap for anybody to make up on Motor City Track Club. And Quinton Blakely looks like a pretty safe bet to bring Motor City Track Club home for the win. And he has run very well. 3:18.04. 48.45 anchor for Blakely. That's actually corrected, 3:17.95. So it's Motor City Track Club heating up the track here at Franklin Field, and they now have the time to beat with just one heat remaining. So 3:17.95 is the time to beat. Currently to get on the podium, 3:23. But this, in theory, should be the fastest section. And it looks like we are going to have a couple of empty lanes, perhaps. Looks like lanes 2 and 8 are empty. So running in 1, we'll have Panther Track Club. In 3 is Falmouth. In lane 4 is Grand Street. In lane 5 is Blythewood. Roman Catholic Track Club from right here in Philly occupies lane 6. DC Cadets are in 7. And then Deptford out of Connecticut are out in lane 9. Lane 9 has been pretty kind to a lot of these relay teams so far this weekend.
Yeah, and Dave, I'm just wondering, you made a point earlier about how, you know, this track is so unusual, and lane 9 ends up running about 3/4 of the way against a brick wall. I said that would make me claustrophobic, and you said that might provide some break from the wind. It is really windy in stadium, and maybe they're just getting a bit of an advantage with some protection out in that far lane.
And I think that's just a tendency to run a little more aggressively when you can't see your opposition and you're running a bit scared.
Right. Well, Grand Street running really well, not running scared at all. They're in the black strip in lane 4. That appears to be Xavier Mack for them, and he's made up the stagger on most of these teams heading into the home stretch after the first leg. But on the outside there in lane 7, that is the DC Cadets. And then in lane 1, the Panther Track Club. So hard to call right now, and it is Panthers and Cadets. Panthers moving really well in that pink strip on the inside.
So the Panthers now pulling away in the pink and black.
And then coming back in lane 4, that's Grand Street after a bit of a rough exchange. So it is Panthers, Grand Street, and the Cadets, those three with some clearance on the rest of the field. And now the DC Cadets making a pass, a big move around the two athletes ahead of him, or just starting to fade slightly. So that's Zion Omatesa, and he'll pass off to Paul Robinson. Again, at least on paper, that is the plan. So DC Cadets done a great job on that leg to put themselves in a clear lead, and then a slight advantage to
I think it's Panthers.
The Panthers,
second,
yeah. Panthers just ahead of Grand Street.
The Roman Catholic moving up through the field. For anchoring for them is Jack Kearney. And Roman Catholic are in third place. So they're in the pink and lilac singlet. That's Jack Kearney wearing the headband. And he's running pretty much in his backyard. He's running really well. But now moving up on the outside is that the cadets in red. It's Mark Litchfield. But here comes Kearney swinging wide. And can the hometown favorite win it? Nope.
And at the final exchange here, it is Roman Catholic, and they've done a really good job of just bringing themselves up patiently throughout this race. It is the same quartet that won the Rising Stars 4x200 on Friday. So they're used to some glory in front of a home crowd, and it's going to be a battle down the backstretch between the Panthers and the Cadets.
Yeah, I got a little ahead of myself. That was Julian
Ward. Or between
Ward.
Roman Catholic and the Cadets. My apologies.
Yeah, that was Julian Ward running third leg for Roman Catholic. I got a little ahead of myself. Now it's Jack Kearney anchoring, and he's moved into the lead, Kate, with 150 meters left.
He's running the wider tangent on the outside. The Cadets doing a good job of holding him off. But it is going to be Roman Catholic taking the victory here in this fastest section of the Rising Stars Boys 4x4.
But it's not good enough to surpass the 3:17.95 of Motor City Track Club. The Roman Catholic gets the win. Jack Kearney brings them home with 3:19.54, 0.3 of a second ahead of DC Cadets, who were anchored by Mark Litchfield. But your champs are Motor City Track Club out of Heat 5, 3:17.95. Helped immensely by that fantastic ankle leg by freshman Quinton Blakely, who clocked 48.45.
DC Cadets, I-270 TC, Grand Street TC, and rounding out our podium for Symphony.
So the 6 teams that made the podium: Motor City, Roman Catholic, DC Cadets, I-270 Track Club, Grand Street Track Club, and Parsippany in that boys Rising Star 4x4, as we now move on to the girls. And this is the first of 5 heats. Got Ottawa Glandorf High School, Union Catholic, Classical, Needham, who are a scratch we now understand, Irmo High School out of South Carolina, Port City Track Club, Mawa, and Ramsey.
So the athlete for Classical High School, I believe that's Jasmine Braganza, moving really well in the black. They're out of Providence, Rhode Island. But it is on the outside in lane 7, Port City, Morgan Feltz in those green shorts, having a great leg. Now Braganza of Classical looking like she has the slight advantage coming off the final turn. But it is Ramsey's Julia Costa. Again, we said lots of good running out of lane 9, and that's happening right now. She's holding off the charge of the other 2 to her inside. So it's going to be Ramsey, Mawa, and Port City.
Also running well, Irmo High School out of South Carolina. And it's Jayla Weaver that's taking the baton for them. So Weaver, just a freshman, but now she's been passed. And now it looks like Union Catholic, is it? I'm not sure what's going on with the rail as she... Alita went on the inside. Hopefully she doesn't get penalized for that. She didn't really gain any advantage. But it is a little bit confusing if this is your first time running at Penn. And now moving up into the lead, wearing hip number 9, is Ramsey.
So 9, 7, and 3 it looks like. So that's Ramsey, Port City, and then Union Catholic. And Union Catholic up now in that yellow and white. They were 5th as a team in the Rising Stars girls 4x2, and now a blazing leg here for Erica Deans, it looks like, of Union Catholic.
Yeah, running in second place, that's Michaela Newman from Ramsey High School in New Jersey. The Union Catholic now pulling away with every stride. Natalia Thompson will hand off to Vanya Gould.
And Gould was part of that 5th place performance in the 4x2 on Friday. And it just looks as though our leader is starting to tie up a little bit. That was a huge opening 200 meters for her. It's going to be enough, it looks like, for her to hold on to the advantage as they come into the final exchange. Really big push there on the outside by the athletes from Ottawa Glandorf in purple.
So it's the Ohio quartet giving chase to Vanya Gould from Union Catholic in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. And Ottawa Glandorf going off hard in pursuit of Union Catholic. But Vanya Gould looks very relaxed and in control down the back stretch. Now she probably doesn't yet know that Ottawa Glandorf is closing. But when the crowd start getting a little more angsty, she'll realize what's going on, surely. But Vanya Gould looks like she might be tying up ever so slightly. And Ottawa Glandorf have got the finish line in sight, and perhaps victory as well. Neck and neck down the home stretch. And it's the Ottawa Glandorf quartet that's going to take the win. 3:59.09. A 55.97 anchor. Union Catholic hangs on for second, 3:59.66, and it was Classical that came through for 3rd place with a strong anchor by Zaida Depina, clocking 56.61 to bring on the home in 4:01.97. So 3:59.16 the time to beat by Ottawa Glandorf as we move on to heat number 2.
Great shot there of the battle between Union Catholic and Ottawa Glandorf.
There's a 55-second anchor by Ottawa Glandorf to make up 4 seconds on Union Catholic there. So we get set now for heat number 2 of 5. It looks like everybody's here. So on the inside we'll have Hebron Track Club. In lane 2 is Eau Claire. Kennard Track Club is in 3. Hull Track Club is in 4. Norristown is in 5. Abington Heights is in 6. Javelin from New York is in 7. The Potomac School from Virginia is in 8. And Agnes Irwin School is on the outside in lane 9. So it's a strong start by the Potomac School in lane 8. Nobody really made up much of the stagger so far, pretty even. Running well in lane 5 is Norristown. And also Hull Track Club, courtesy of Ryland Priest in lane 4. The wind has picked up again here in Franklin Field. You may be able to hear it whistling through my headset. But as we approach the first exchange, it looks like Hull Track Club is going to hand off with about a half a second lead. But now, after a slick exchange and a strong start to heat number 2, that's Denasia Williams from Eau Claire. And she's gone out very hard on this second leg. So it's Denasia Williams has gone out really fast on this second leg for Eau Claire. Eau Claire High School out of Columbia, South Carolina. It's Denasia Williams, the junior. running second leg for them. And she's going to hand off to Anila Demas, the sophomore, as she runs out of steam, and this exchange can't come fast enough for her. Anila Demas now takes over, but that big lead of about 4 or 5 seconds is now down to about 4 or 5 feet.
Dave, I'm getting flashbacks because I've run a couple 4x4s in my life, and of course I was an 800, 1500 meter runner through high school and college, and this was always a bit of a nail biter for me because it would take me to the last 100 meters often to catch the sprinters ahead of me in the 4x4, and I know that feeling and that look of the athlete running out of steam after a really hot opening 200.
Yeah, it's interesting in these 4x4s. You often get 100-meter runners and 800-meter runners meeting over one lap, and they approach the race very, very differently. And once again, got a runner just running out of steam down the home stretch. It's been a long weekend for these girls. Some of these girls might have been their 3rd or 4th race of the weekend.
And Cody is clear on his first attempt of the day. Cody, of course, our U.S. #1.
So that's Hull Track Club now have moved into the lead. Catherine Moscal with a 61-2 split, and she has handed off to her sister Lauren. Lauren's the one with a target on her back.
But on the track, heat 2 of Rising Star Girls 4x4. This is the anchor leg.
And this is Eau Claire coming back into contention with Tequasia Williams. Tequasia Williams once again has ran a real, each of the Eau Claire runners has ran an amazing 300 meters and then just faltering in the home stretch. So it looks like Hull Track Club is going to come home the winner, or are they move on the outside with a very late run? It's the Potomac School, anchored by Maya Davis. I'd love to see what her split is. 56.6 from Maya Davis takes them from 3rd to 1st in the last 100 meters. So 3:59.53, the Potomac School from McLean, Virginia, wins section 2. We have 3 more heats, and the fastest time belongs to Ottawa Glandorf from Ohio out of section 1, 3:59.16. All right, here we go with section 3. Got the Carolina Cavaliers. We've seen a lot of them this weekend. They go in lane 1. Falcons are in 2. Oh, we're watching a replay of the previous heat. And now you see on the outside Maya from the Potomac School just getting it on the line. Back to heat 3. So it's the Carolina Cavaliers, the Falcons Track Club, Garden City Track Club, I-270 Track Club, Bartram Motivation, West Orange Track Club out of New Jersey, the Hotchkiss School, Falcons, and Cranford. So looks like we may have 1 empty lane perhaps. I only see 8 teams. It looks like lane 8 is empty, Kate, so Falcons are not here.
So that's I-270 Track Club in lane 4, running really fast. And so too to their outside is Bartram Motivation. So that's Eldridge versus Amethia. And now the advantage to Bartram Motivation. Renaya Eldridge. And she's neck and neck with Cranford in lane 9 right now. Good handoffs there. So that's Bartram Motivation.
Yeah, that quartet from right here in Philly.
And kind of an optical illusion there. It looked as though the athlete to her outside passed in her same lane. That was the West Orange Track Club.
I think her uniform is just merging with the track. It's like she's camouflaged.
And this is what's confusing. You see these athletes not sure whether they need to go into that diagonal yellow rail. They ultimately just need to cut into lane 4, and fast opening 200 there for West Orange.
Yeah,
I believe that's Taylor Wilson.
I think it would have benefited the athletes to maybe play some little cones there, just to clarify things.
So West Orange, Barter Motivation, and then I-270, I believe is the order.
Go.
So Bartram Motivation, the Philadelphia outfit, were leading at halfway. Falcons Track Club.
I don't think that's true because Falcons did not start. At least there wasn't an athlete starting in lane 8, but it was Cranford in 3rd, wearing hip number 9. And I just have to wonder if that's West Orange or I-270. I think that's West Orange in 2nd.
Over to find out for minutes. Who the anchors on. We have a battle between the two amazing teams.
And it may be Falcons. They've actually been listed twice on the start list, so it could be that they have been, there's just been some confusion there about which athlete started where. That was West Orange because that was Bailey Cox. So on our results, West Orange is a DNS, but I believe that that's actually Falcons. West Orange now into the lead.
Yep, and that's Kaya Alsimi from West Orange High School in New Jersey. She's run 59.26, and she's going to need to run that or faster to hold off this challenge.
And West Orange continues to lead Barter Motivation. Cranford a distant 3rd right now. Battle is on for 3rd, but it is absolutely the West Orange Track Club with Kyla Alsimi and Ramaya Cornish doing everything she can to close, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Cornish starting to go backwards, and it's the West Orange Track Club out of New Jersey. Kaya Alsimi taking a comfortable victory here.
She had a personal best of 59.26. She's run really well. I think she split about 58.
So 3:59.20. The nod does go to West Orange for the victory there.
So 58.5 anchor for Kaya Alsimi.
Well, and look at this, 3:59.20, just 0.04 of a second slower than that very fast time laid down in heat number 1 by Ottawa Glandorf. So West Orange, great support there from her teammates. Excellent work as a team, but it's going to be just enough to put them in 2nd in the standings overall as we head into section number 4.
So the top 6 get medals in these Rising Stars Girls 4x4, and currently you're going to have to break 4 minutes right now if you want a medal, I'm sure. But Triton Track Club will go in lane 1. Halton Arms in 2. Detroit Cass is in 3. Looks like actually lane 2 is empty. Detroit Cass is in 3. Port Jeff Runners Club is in 4. Mini Sync from New York is in 5. General Nation is in 6. Tusker Track Club is in 7. Blythewood is in lane 8, and Ursa Elite is in lane 9.
And the athletes have just been instructed to stand up and reset. So 6 and 2 are open. Away cleanly now in section 4 of our Rising Stars Girls 4x400. Again, the time to beat, 3:59.16, set in heat number 1 by the quartet from Ottawa Glandolf High School. And that's a very fast opening 100 for Blythewood Elite. I believe that's Madison Ross in the all-black kit on the left side of your screen.
Also running well out of lane 3, that's Detroit Cass out of Detroit, Michigan. And that's Kai Allen running for them. She's run 57.3 over this distance.
Yeah, she's really moving right now. You'll see them, again, things become a lot more clear as they enter this home stretch. It's been a really good run on the outside by Blythewood Elite, but looking like they're just starting to tie up now. That was a very fast opening 200. She might just be paying the price. And then, like you said, in lane 3, that is Detroit Cass Tech. Detroit Cass Tech running really well in that pink top and white shorts. So it's 3 and 7.
So now running second leg for Detroit Cass is Sierra Hawkins, the freshman. Now she's only a 62-second runner, so we'll see how she fares here, in at the deep end here.
And then in lane 5, Minisink. I believe that's Zoe Tierpak. She's distant right now, but she did good work to make up some of the gap. On Blythewood. But now you can see the bear has jumped on the back of Detroit Cass Tech's Sienna Hawkins. I believe that's Hawkins.
Yep, now she's going to hand off to Paris Williams. Now Paris has split 60. Sorry, she's run 60.7. That's a big lead, Kate. She's got about 6 seconds lead.
Well, again, just like we saw in the previous leg, she's gone out really hard. So too has the Blythewood elite athlete, Amina Roan. And again, it's like you said, so many of these athletes run an excellent 300 to 350 meters. Unfortunately, the race is 400, so a lot can happen in the closing meters of each of these legs. But like you said, an advantage that's going to be difficult to surpass. That being said, the athlete from Blythewood looking really strong.
Well, here's the thing. Detroit Cass has a little ace up their sleeve. They have Lindsay Johnson set to take the baton on the anchor, and Lindsay's run 56.8. One of the more accomplished runners in this entire heat, and I'd be shocked if she does not lose what looks like a 6 or 7 second lead.
Well, but 30 meters separating our top 2 runners right now. And like you said, if you have a 56 and change athlete on your anchor leg, you could pretty much tie this thing up with a bow right now.
So it's Lindsay Johnson against the clock. I mean, I don't think she looked behind to see what kind of lead she had.
No, she didn't need to. And beautiful running form by her. A powerful athlete. Great arm action. She's very efficient. That's a really good shot of it. Very fast turnover.
Very accomplished high hurdler, 5th in the state meet. Over 100-meter hurdle, she's run 14.4.
Well, she's going to come in with a clear margin of victory. She can celebrate now as she powers towards the line. Huge run for her, and it's going to be 3:52 and change, so about 7 seconds. 3:52 flat. That was a 55:54 rolling start lap for her. Unbelievable. 3:52.00. So that is 6.5 seconds faster than any other team. That team being Blythewood, that comes out of this section in position 2, 3:58.58. Meaning that Ottawa Glandorf has been pushed down to 3rd in the standings. But my goodness, Detroit Cass Tech. What an outstanding race by these 4 young women.
So 3:52 flat means 58 flat average for the Michigan quartet. And we'll see if this time holds up. We've got one more heat of this Rising Stars Girls 4x4. 3:52 flat is the time to beat as we welcome onto the track our 5th and final heat. And we may have a battle between Detroit quartets here. So Detroit Cass has the lead at 3:52, but in this next section, Motor City Track Club will be in lane 9, and they'll be looking to take that time down. So from inside to out, it's Patriot Track and Field, Western Monsters, Newtown Elite, DC Cadets, South Brunswick, Track Life University, Rancoas Valley Track Club, Borough Panthers, and then the aforementioned Motor City Track Club occupying lane 9. All right, nice clean start. Keep an eye on Motor City Track Club in lane 9. They're going to be looking to take out their crosstown rivals. So it's a battle of Detroit here, albeit across 2 separate heats. But running well early on in lanes 7 and 8, it's Rancocas Valley and Borough Panthers. They're pretty even so far. So Motor City still running with a slight lead, I think, but running really well out of lane 4. That's the DC Cadets. We've seen a lot of them this weekend. So running for DC Cadets is Kendall Robinson. And she's going to hand off with a slight lead to Sydney Moore, with Motor City Track Club in second place out in lane 9. And now Motor City Track Club barreling around that first turn. They want to get to the rail first. And they'll do that. And Motor City Track Club easing into the lead.
Wow, talk about traffic. Big lead up front, but then a real battle on. 4 chasers trailing our second place runner right now. Gonna move to the outside. Looks like that is the Cadets in the red in that chase pack, trying to make up some distance on our leaders as, again, the lactic acid starts to set in.
This is working out just as I thought it might. It's the Battle of Detroit between Detroit Cast Tech, who ran in the previous heat. They'd ran 3:52 flat, so 1:56 through halfway would be what they would need to do to be on track to eclipse that. And Motor City Track Club 1:55.32. So far, they are 0.6 seconds ahead and on track for the win overall.
Some very fast running happening behind them. DC Cadets trying to pull into the second place position here. And then a big move on the outside. I just wonder if that's hip number 6, Track Life University. They won the Rising Stars Girls 4x200.
I think you're right, Kate. It was just out of our shot on our monitor, but now they're coming into the screen. But Motor City Track Club still leading right now. So it'd be looking to 2:54. So we're actually right on track. This is going to be an epic battle against the clock.
And that was actually Newtown Elite in that white top and burgundy bottoms who have moved into second. But there you get a real sense. Our second place runner out of screen, really, to the right.
So Motor City Track Club would have needed to have clocked 2:54 to be right on track for that 3:52. They were 0.6 of a second off. So this anchor runner for Motor City Track Club, we don't have relay cards, so we're not sure who it is, but they need to make up 0.6 of a second and run 57.4 on this anchor or better.
Well, if they eclipse Detroit Cass, they'll have to go under 3:52. It's going to be down to the wire. They're going to do it, I think.
Yes.
Wow, 3:51.33, 2/3 of a second faster than Detroit Cass. Motor City Track Club, unbelievable. 56.73 for their final leg. 56.40, we should say, for Track Life University, who made up a huge gap to come back into the conversation. And that will be good enough to move them into third, but it's Motor City who takes the win overall, with Detroit Cass just behind them. Track Life University in third, DC Cadets fourth, Newtown Elite in fifth, and Blythewood Elite rounds out your podium. Top 6 finishers here in the Rising Stars Girls 4x400 meter relay.
But Detroit dominating the girls' Rising Stars 4x4, taking gold and silver. Just 0.67 seconds apart of each other. All right, it's time to turn up the heat a little bit as we move on to our final 2 events. The Championship Boys 4x400 meter relays, and they'll be followed by the Championship Girls 4x4. And the boys, we're going to have 9 heats. And then the girls will have 8, so 17 remaining 4x4 relays for you to consume. is first of 9 sections of the championship boys 4x4. It looks like we're just going to have 4 teams occupying lanes 5 through 7. So New Philadelphia will be in lane 5. St. Xavier is in 6. The Hand High School Tigers will be in 7, and then Poly Prep will be out in lane 8.
3:15.78. And I think that's going to go down today. And like Coach said, we got 9 heats here. Championship boys 4x4. And again, we are running over 5-6 minutes ahead of schedule. So coaches, athletes, please keep an eye on that.
So if you're following along at home, we're running about 5 minutes ahead of schedule right here. And you are watching Heat 1 of the Championship Boys 4x400 meter relay. I'm Dave Milner here, along with Olympian Kate Van Buskirk on the call, and we're going to bring you home to end what has been 4 days of non-stop action here at Franklin Field.
So only 3 teams, I think, Dave.
Yep, late scratch. So St. Xavier from Cincinnati did not start. So it's New Philadelphia in 5, the Hand Tigers in 7, and Poly Prep in 8. And Poly Prep, I'd say leading just ever so slightly right now out of lane 8. That's Zaya Morales running for them. And he's going to hand off to Kofi Rossi. So Zaya Morales has handed off to Kofi Rossi. And Poly Prep out to a pretty healthy lead. 100 meters into the second leg.
I want to ask you kindly, once again, can we make some noise for the ladies and men who are wearing the red, our officials, our times? Can we make some noise for them, please?
Poly Prep running away with this. Kofi Rossi will hand off to Jordan James.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's our finals of the championship girls. High jump girls. You can check out lots of action on the infield going on here. So we got the championship ball going on. Finals of the long jump.
So Jordan James now has the stick for Poly Prep, but that lead of about 20 meters has been whittled down to about 8 meters now. And Tigers are in second place, and it's Liam Elliott that has the stick for them, and he's chasing Jordan James. And Liam Elliott creeping ever closer to Jordan James as they enter the home stretch to hand off to their third leg runners. Jordan James staying nice and composed, and he hands the stick to Luke Gustafsson. So Luke Gustafsson has the stick for Poly Prep, and his lead only about 6 meters. And here come the Hand Tigers. Kyle Hoffman barreling down, but Luke Gustafsson is going to hold him off. And Poly Prep from Brooklyn, New York, get the win. Luke Gustafsson brings them home with a 48.91 anchor, 48.65 for Kyle Hoffman, who made up quite a bit of ground to bring home the Hand Tigers in second. So Poly Prep has the time to beat at 3:21.63. We have 8 more heats of this championship boys 4x4. And we will no doubt be getting faster as we move along.
Heat 2.
So in Heat 2, running in lane 1, we'll have Wildcats Track Club. Short Track Club goes in 2. The Golden Eagles are in 3. The McNamara Mustangs are in 4. Suffern is in 5. Piscataway is in 6. Minisink is in 7. OTM Track Club is in lane 8. And occupying lane 9 next to the wall is LaSalle.
Let's clap it up, ladies and gentlemen.
This is section 2 of the championship boys 4x4. OTM is a scratch, so we've got 8 teams contesting this one.
Heat 2, championship boys 4x4. The Wildcats, short track club.
That's a blazing opening leg out of lane 7. That's Minisink. Samuel Anderson. And he's, again, one of these athletes we hope doesn't run a great 300 and then have to hold on too much in that closing 100 meters. He's looking really strong right now. And you see the battle on behind him, moving well in lane 4 too. The McNamara Mustangs, that's Nicholas Steed. And holding his own in lane 9, LaSalle's Alex Rotondi. But I believe that that's going to be Minisink Track Club. The slight advantage at the handoff, lane 4. McNamara Mustangs now into the lead. Incredible foot speed by Mason Samuels as they approach the cut-in and no one else in sight. So he'll be comfortably, that's the great thing about running in lane 4 is you get to just stay in your lane, no movement necessary. So that's the most efficient spot to be, and he's got a solid 15 meters on the rest of the field right now.
So Mason Samuels from Bishop McNamara High School, a junior. And he's putting the Forestville, Maryland quartet into a big, big lead right now.
Look at this, ladies. Look at this.
Battle on behind him.
So Nathaniel Spears is next in action, and so he's got the baton for Bishop McNamara. Now he only comes in with a PB of 52.21, so he might get close in on just a little bit.
You can see no one else in the shot of the camera right now. That gives you a real sense of the lead here. Just behind them, I believe that's Suffern, along with Minisink. Although a big move on the outside, there's a whole bunch of drama happening behind our leader, but he's far clear of the field, extending that lead out to about 20 meters now, coming into the home stretch.
So it's the 2 teams from New York chasing the Maryland quartet at Bishop McNamara, the class of the field so far. And Nathaniel Spears is going to hand off to Jackson Crenshaw.
So it remains the Mustangs up front with the clear advantage. Suffern Track Club. This will be Anthony Couch running for them as their anchor. But the battle on, and I just wonder if the Mustangs are clear and away, but if Suffern now is going to have to deal with some fast closers behind them, I don't think there's any way the Mustangs are going to be caught at this point.
No. Jackson Crenshaw, the sophomore running for the Mustangs. I mean, he's run a 51 second. Somebody would have to run a 47 to close that gap. Doesn't look like that's happening right now. In fact, Jackson Crenshaw running probably well faster than his 51.6 open personal best as they clocked 3:18.90. Jackson Crenshaw came in with a PB of 51.61, anchors in a 49.27. It just shows the power of carrying a baton sometimes.
And he is down for the count. Even with that rolling start, that counts for A big unofficial improvement on his lifetime best, and now peeled off the track by his appreciative teammates. We just hope that he's okay and that that's not anything more than just effort on display as we prepare now for heat number 3 of our championship boys 4x400 meter relay. From where we're sitting, Dave, up here, just to the right of your screen, just off screen right now, there's carnage on the infield. And again, I know well, and I remember well, the feeling of an all-out 400. I'm not certain there's anything quite as painful in track and field as an all-out quarter.
400 hurdles, maybe?
I've never done it, so I couldn't tell you. But I just know that an all-out 400 is can leave you in head-spinning pain for hours afterwards.
Yeah, especially when it's your 4th or 5th event of a meet.
Exactly. So we've got lanes 1 through 6 on track. And I'm just wondering if Hayes, St. Johnsbury, and PSHS are out of this.
Looks like lane 7 and 8 are empty. Lane 9 is occupied. That's PSHS.
So 2 scratches.
So from inside to out, it's Middlesex School, Bergen County Harriers, Freedom Track Club, West Springfield, the Paladins, and then PSHS. So the time to beat, 3:18.93, set by the McNamara Mustangs out of Maryland.
Big special salute, shout out, City's Mag in the house, Running Space in the house, shout out to Miles in the house, and I'm happy for coming on me. One of the next things coming up, about to go stick.
So a big run there in lane 6. That's Paladins. And that was Corey Sanders Jr. handing off to Adrian Lang. Moving well, too, in lane 4. That's Freedom Track Club, and this is going to be Jelani Blount. But look at lane 3 here. You're seeing them there on your screen in the red shorts and the white singlet. And that's the Harriers, and I believe that's Evan Smith for the Harriers, and he is slotted into 3rd and charging hard. I believe that that's West Springfield perhaps in the lead. No, it's hit number 6. It's Paladins continuing to hold on to their lead.
So for the Paladins, it's Josh Dalgetti running the 3rd leg for them.
And the Harriers moving well too. Paladins, you see the grimace on his face, that pain starting to set in, and he'll probably start to hear from the crowd that there is some work happening behind him.
But for the Paladins, it's Josh Dalgetti. This is Paramus Catholic High School out of New Jersey leading the way.
And then that's West Springfield in that bright pink top. And they're just going to be passed by the Eagles.
But for Paramus Catholic, it's James Dealey anchoring. Josh Dalgetti split 49-29 for them as they chase that 3:18. So they need a 49.5 anchor from James Dealey here in the lead to put them into the lead ahead of the Mustangs.
But watch just to the right of your screen there. You're going to see a fast charging figure in all black. He's not going to have enough room to make up the gap. And it is going to be Paladins to the line with the win, 3:18.62. So that's going to be 66, it's corrected to 3:18.66. That's going to be the fastest time of our group so far. And that was another, so 49.29 on our penultimate leg, 49.24 on our final leg. Look at the close there for West Springfield, 48.16, 47.01 for Lucas Milan of Middlesex.
Yeah, that's the fastest split we've seen so far in a 4x4 by Lucas Milan, 47.01. Takes Middlesex to 4th place in that section and 7th place overall as we get ready for Heat 4 of 9 of these Championship Boys 4x400 meter relays. So we've got Croton Run Club running in lane 1. In lane 2 is the Cannon School. In lane 3 is Blacksburg Track Club out of Virginia. Lane 4 is Bloomfield High School. In lane 5 are the Brothers. Lane 6 is Washingtonville. Lane 7 is Newburgh Elite. Lane 8 is Empty, and in lane 9 is Lexington Elite.
So that Brothers Track Club is Christian Brothers Academy out of Lincroft, New Jersey. Again, seeing many of their athletes in good action over the last 4 days, and it appears as though, again, lane 8 empty, the rest of our teams here. This should be for an exciting section 4.
Absolutely.
Away cleanly at the first time of asking here in section 4 of the Championship Boys 4x400 meter relay. As we've seen with many of our other heats, moving well on the very outside there in lane 9 is Lexington Elite. That is Jake Wheaton. But moving well too in the middle of the track there in the white top and black shorts in lane 5. That's the Brothers Track Club. That's Aiden McManus.
Lexington Elite in lane 9 running fast. Lucky lane 9. And that's Jake Wheaton. It looks like he's going to hand off first, I think. Also running well in lane 5 is Aiden McManus for the Brothers. And 5 and 9 hand off pretty much simultaneously. So Aiden McManus has handed off to Matt Herman for Christian Brothers Academy. And now in lane 9, Jake Wheaton has now given the baton to McKenna O'Hare-Gibson.
So again, get a good sense of this head-on shot here at the cut-in with the athletes coming in from lanes 1 through 3 and out from lanes 1 through 3 and in from the rest. And a pretty clear
So for Lexington
here.
Elite, the Minutemen from Massachusetts. And now taking the baton for them is Alexios Konathanasis.
Brothers remain in second. That's Sean Lawson trying to make up the gap. And then a trio behind them with a fast charge to the outside. You see good movement there in the team in all black.
But down the home stretch, it's Alexios Konathanasis leading for the Minuteman from Lexington, Massachusetts. And he's got about a 12, 13 meter lead over Sean Lawson from Christian Brothers Academy.
And then he's got some pressure back from our third place athlete right now. Just trying to get confirmation on who that is. That is hip number 1.
That's the Croton Run Club, and that's Luke Nicolaisen. But the Minutemen hand off in the lead. Gap has stayed the same. Christian Brothers Academy in hot pursuit. So it's Brandon Uda Thack being chased by Declan Picardio.
And I think Croton has continued to look really good. They've made up a big chunk of this gap. They're about to move into second position.
Yeah, it's Matthew Quisp running for them, and he is going to move them into second, and he's got first place in his sights.
It may just be too much of an advantage, although With 150 meters to go, it might be a battle to the line. It looks as though
I think Brandon,
Lexington is just going to be able to hold on.
yeah, I think Brandon has sensed the challenge from behind, and he's now picked up the pace. So the time to beat, 3:18.66. They're not going to do that. It's a heck of an anchor from Matthew Quist. Let's see what his split is. So 3:19.74 for the win for Lexington Elite. Matthew Quist, 48.81.
And then 48.32 for the Washingtonville anchor. That's Jaden Bradshaw.
Yeah, Bradshaw took them from 6th to 3rd with that strong anchor. But that hasn't impacted our overall standings too much. Paladins still lead Paramus Catholic High School out of New Jersey, 3:18.66. Bishop McNamara still in second at 3:18.93. But Lexington Elite now move up to 3rd overall at 3:19.74 as we get set for heat number 5.
Heat 5. Coming up next here, Ladue Rams, Hamilton Track Club, New Trier High School, Digital Ram Tech, Panther.
So again, if you're listening at home, you might just be hearing some wind across the mics here. Dave and I sitting pretty high in the bleachers just above the start-finish line, and it is windy. Feels very different down on track, given sort of the bowl-like shape of this stadium. They get some protection down there, although it can also mean that the wind sort of circulates. So it looks as though we have our first section that has all 9 lanes occupied.
So from inside to out, it's Ladue Rams, Hamilton Track Club, New Trier High School Track Club, Digital Ram, Panther, Jefferson High School, Middletown, Greenwich, and Mervo Elite. Temperature is now 83 degrees.
And that's Jefferson High School's Tashawn Roper moving really well in the middle of screen in the burgundy there. As we've seen, I think you're right, just having to run blind means that you have to just put in that much more effort on the outside. Lane 9 has consistently run very, very strong opening leg, so that is Mervo Elite, and it's Jaden Adams. And it's going to be Adams and the Panthers athlete. So it's Jaden Hines versus Jaden Adams at the exchange. So in lane 5, the Panthers, Hines hands off to Elijah Bolick. And then moving really well, I believe that's in lane 4, is the Digital Rams' Collie Davenport. You'll see him there in that light blue in the middle of screen. But this is an excellent second leg for our leaders. We've just continued to extend this lead over the rest of the field. Get a sense of just how much of an advantage they have. Again, the Rams doing well to have made up some of that gap.
It's a very fast opening split, 135, so 47 and a half. Sorry, 48 and 3/4, 48.75 per average. Is that my math correct, Kate?
That sounds right to me.
Yeah,
47 and a half, certainly not.
Yeah, 48.75 for those two splits. So that actually puts them ahead of what the Paladins did at that same point. They were 140. So this is our fastest heat so far by quite a bit.
The Rams running well, but there is some fast sprint action happening behind them. Unbelievable lead here by the Panthers. This is really impressive running. And this is going to be Noah Harper handing off to Terry Travis on the anchor leg. Travis hears that bell, and he's got a comfortable cushion, but of course the time matters a lot here. So it's going to be the Ladue Rams against Digital Ram Tech.
So Ladue Rams out of St. Louis, Missouri.
And they're running really well in third right now in that pink strip that you'll see coming into screen just in a moment. But again, and we've seen this so many times, our leader doesn't even have company on screen there. He's got about a 30-meter advantage over the Digital Ram Tech athlete as well as our Ladue Rams. And then most of these teams have put themselves back in contention with 150 to go. I don't think that the Panthers are going to be beat. Terry Travis doing an excellent job to maintain that enormous advantage granted to him by his teammates. He'll come across the line in the fastest time of the day by far, 3:16.50 unofficially. That's 3:16.52. So that's going to be the only team under 3:20 in this heat. So 3:16.52, that's about almost 2.5 seconds faster than the Paladins ran out of heat number 3.
So it's Massaponax High School out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, aka the Panthers, slide into the lead. 3:16.52 is now the time to beat as we get ready for heat number 6 of 9.
New Balance, make some noise for our long jump champion and the competitors. Let's make some noise.
So getting ready now for section number 9. Looks as though lane 6 is empty. And the Panthers, with that stunning 3:16.52, have the fastest of the runners so far. That is the time to beat. So runners line up as follows. It will be Newburgh Elite Track Club in 1, Patriot Track and Field in 2, South Effingham in 3, Mount St. Joseph Track Club in 4, the Raleigh Wildcats in 5, lane 6 is open, the Red Wolves go in 7, Osborne Park in 8, and Newton North Track Club start in 9. Cleanly away at the gun. And really fast running there in lane 7. That's the Red Wolves' Antonio James. Antonio James there you see in the red strip, third from the left. And then good turnover too in lane 4. That's Mount St. Joseph Track Club. That's Matthew Goins. Again, another name that we've gotten familiar with throughout this weekend. And as always, lane 9 continuing to run really well. Newton North, that's Miles Scott, and he'll have actually a significant advantage here at the first exchange. And then out of lane 2, that's Patriot Track and Field Club running really well. And that is going to be Derek McCorkle who's going to take the stick for the second leg for them. And as you see them coming through your screen here now in that red strip, they're going to be in the lead at the cut-in. Only having to move up a couple of gentle spaces to lane 4. And that advantage has shrunk significantly in the space of just a few meters. So at this second exchange, it is the Patriot Track Club still with the advantage, but not by much, over Newton North. About half a second separating those two. And now Newton North right on the heels of Joshua Wilson, who is the third leg runner for them. Taking close order, the Wildcats out of Raleigh, North Carolina. That's Dominic D'Angelo. And he has put himself right in the mix here. In fact, surpassing both of our early leaders to establish a lead coming into our final exchange. All three of these athletes running really well down this home stretch. So that is the Raleigh Wildcats with about a second and a half over Patriot and Newton North. The Wildcats a 46-71 split there, and that's why we saw Dominic D'Angelo take that team from about 4th up into the lead. Unbelievable split for him. Patriot in 2nd, Newton North in 3rd, but that 46-71 gives Maximilian D'Angelo. We saw Dominic D'Angelo. Again, this is based on the entries. We don't have relay cards, but watch out for the Patriot Track Club. They're closing hard.
So for Patriots on the anchor, it's Jordan Tuck, and he's closing with every stride. Jordan Tuck, from Northern Calvert High School in Owings, Maryland, comes out of nowhere.
Well, we saw that 46.71 by Dominic D'Angelo of the Wildcats on that third leg. That gave them the huge advantage. And then we must have seen a really impressive split there for Jordan Tuck as well. We'll get a confirmation on that split for you momentarily here. And that was a 48-1. And we're still compiling results here.
Heat 7 is on the line. Heat 7 of 9.
Was it Newton North that came through for the win and not?
They're calling it for Newton North. So just wondering if hip numbers were flipped. Sometimes 6s and 9s can be put on the wrong way. They are wearing hip number 9. And that would mean that that was...
Yeah, Newton North, it looks like where your win is.
Newton North, yep. Just ahead of the Wildcats. So we'll move into section number 7 of 9. Again, getting progressively faster. So the Panthers still with that 3:16.52 out of Heat 5. That is the time to beat. Newton North, the winners of Heat 6, they're 3:18.93, good enough to move them into third in the standings by 1/1000th of a second, Dave, ahead of the McNamara Mustangs.
So it's tight to get on the podium. We have 3 more heats. What you're seeing now is Heat 7.
And a few scratches here, so it looks like lanes 6 and 7 are open.
So from inside to out, it's Run Fast Track Club, Maverick Track Club, Linden Track Club, Tallahassee Zoom, which is Leon High School. Hall Track Club is in lane 5, and lane 8 is Peak Track Club, and Windsor is out in lane 9.
With a lead of 5:10. Congratulations, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heating up.
Pretty even so far. Nobody's really broken the stagger.
Good running there by the 2 teams in blue. I believe that's lane 5 with the slight advantage. Lane 5 with the slight advantage. That's Hall. That's Jonathan York for them. Hall closing really well. Looks as though Windsor Track Club out in lane 9 just starting to tie up a bit. So Hall has the advantage at the handoff. Good charge there as well. So they're inside by Tallahassee Zoom. So now we have Mackay Danzy on this leg for them, and he's moving really well. You see him, the blue figure, moving into second now in lane 4. So Mackay Danzy slotted in there. But a lot of movement now.
Gabrielle Sisk running for Hall. That's West Hartford, out of West Hartford, Connecticut. They're running in second right now, but you throw a blanket over the top 3 as we come into our second exchange.
Hall in second, Zoom in third. And that was Windsor Track Club in the lead position.
And this is Tayshawn Berry running the third leg for them. And he's got about a 2 or 3 meter advantage over Hall's Ferry Abdu Rabia, if our relay cards are correct. Tayshawn Berry from Windsor Track Club leading the way right now. So Tayshawn Berry is going to hand off to Hunter Howard. He's not quite holding, oh, he's just about holding them off. Leon High School out of Tallahassee moving into the lead. Tallahassee running wide. And the Tallahassee anchor, Cade Stewart, gave his rival, Hunter Howard, a pretty stern look in the eyes. He came cruising past. A little bit of gamesmanship as they took off on the anchor.
And now on the outside, Paul looking really good, looking to contest the lead there by Zoom. So it's the 2 teams in blue. It is Tallahassee Zoom versus Hall Track Club. Tallahassee Zoom, Cade Stewart holding off that charge on the outside. Will it be enough? It looks as though it will be, and he finds another gear, pulling away, a little look over his shoulder. Sprinting for home here in our 7th heat. It will be Tallahassee Zoom taking the win. Again, 3:16.52 the time to beat. 3:16.96 for the Zoom, so that is enough to put them into second. 3:17.46 for Hall, that puts them in third. 47.79 and 47.78 for the closing legs there for Zoom and Hall respectively, and 47.97 out of Linden Track Club, third in that section, and enough to put them in fifth in the standings with 2 heats remaining.
So the Panthers still holding pole position, but the Floridians, Leon High School, now slide into the silver medal position.
We want to say thank you to all the parents, the fathers.
So we have 2 sections left. Looks to be a full track here. All 9 lanes occupied. So set to take to the track for heat number 8. In lane number 1 will be the Viking Track Club out of Spring Valley High School in Columbia, South Carolina. Union Catholic Track Club, we can't say enough about them. They're going to start in lane 2. Then it's going to be the Pirates out of Perkins High School in Ohio, starting in 3. Rams Track Club from right here in Royersford, Pennsylvania. They start in 4. In 5, it'll be North Track Club from Toms River North in New Jersey. Fordham Prep Track Club out of the Bronx go in 6. In lane 7, it is the DM Stags. Unfortunately, no relay card for them. And then in lane 8, we have Mount Vernon Track Club out of Fort Hill, Indiana. And rounding out our field, Union High School out of New Jersey takes position number 9.
Well, since they share my initials, I'm going to be cheering for the DM Stags at lane 7. We don't know who they are. We don't have a relay card for them, but they're wearing the all blue uniform in lane 7. So the time to beat, 3:16.52. That was from heat 5. And that time belongs to Massaponex High School out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. So that's 49.1 or thereabouts per runner.
So our starter just taking a beat as we've got some infield action. It's getting the crowd pumped up. And they'll take to their blocks for our penultimate section of Championship Boys 4x400 meter relays. So off to a very quick lead in lanes 4 and 5. That's Rams Track Club and Fordham Prep. Yes, Rams and Fordham Prep. Rams and North Track Club, my apologies. And that is North moving well in the burgundy. The Rams in the yellow in middle of screen. Mount Vernon Track Club moving really well in lane 8. That's Caden Casada. And Caden Casada starting to tie up a little bit.
I think lane 5 leading at that handoff. That's North Track Club.
So North Track Club in 5, and then to their inside, and you get a shot of it here in lane 3, that is the Pirates, and that is John Normington Slay. He'll be joined by his brother Noah Normington Slay on this relay as well.
This is heat 8. Boys 4x4, we've been waiting for this.
The North Track Club is Toms River North High School out of Toms River, New Jersey.
Who wants to go to the first exchange? Stick.
Union Catholic heading off in second now.
A real battle up front between those three teams.
And it looks like North has moved into the lead. Union Catholic are running third.
Behind them, it's the Pirates out of Sandusky, Ohio. Pirates moving well on the outside. I believe they're also in that lighter yellow kit, but running away with this thing now, it's North Track Club. Rensky Ambrose for them.
Oh, they're moving. Oh, yes, they are. They're moving. With a little stick.
And it's actually Mountain Vernon wearing hip 8, along with Union Catholic, who seem to be in the mix.
But for North Track Club, it's Mamadi Diawara on anchor duty, and he's got about an 8-meter advantage with Union Catholic giving chase. Mamadi is a 54-second 400-meter hurdler.
Look at
Just a
him.
sophomore, but Union Catholic closing fast.
Backstretch action.
Avery Attickside for Union Catholic.
I think that's, yeah, you're right, Union Catholic.
Avery Attickside trying to get past. He's not quite able to do it, and he's been held off by Diawara. So Diawara wins it for the New Jersey quartet from Toms River North, and that is a new meet record, Kate. It also slides them into the lead overall, 3:14.90, a 48.11 anchor for Diawara. Still waiting for Union Catholic's time to pop up. I'm sure they were second.
Incredible result. Almost 3 full seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So Union Catholic's Avery Attickside, 47.35 anchor
Wow.
to bring them home second in 3:15.09.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnson on the pole.
Fordham Prep also with a really strong anchor from Javelin Santiago, 47.70. So, but North Track Club slide into the lead with a 3:14.90 clocking. And we have just one heat remaining.
And it's going to be a strong one.
Stay ready.
So that looks like the Beavers Track Club. That is Malachi Chapman, who is leading out for them. They're out of Beaver Creek High School in Ohio. They'll be occupying lane number 8. So lane 9 is empty. That looks like a Laughlin Lions late scratch.
Got a lot of scratches in this one, Kate.
Yeah, it appears as though Chapman is going to have empty lanes to either side of him. No lane 9, no lane 7. So it'll be the Cedar Falls Tigers.
Lane 6 next, Kate. Angel Flight Track Club.
So Angel Flight will be next. They're out of Cherokee Trail High School in Aurora, Colorado. Then it's Bullis.
High School, ladies and gentlemen.
We can't say enough about them. That's going to be Julian Robertson as their leadoff leg. Now it's the Cedar Falls Tigers. I was a bit confused by our graphic on screen. We're back on track. That looks to be Hunter Russell, I believe, scheduled to be their leadoff leg. They're out of Cedar Falls High School in Iowa. And that will be it for our field. So no Montverde Academy in 1, no Carolina Cavaliers in 2, or IMG Academy in 3. And that really was going to keep things interesting. So unfortunately, only 4 teams contesting this final section of our Championship Boys 4x400. Again, they're Cedar Falls in 4, Bullis in 5, Angel Flight in 6, and Beaver Creek High School in 8.
So 3:14.90 is the time to beat. set by Thomas River North. And top 6 mark belongs to Fordham Prep, 3:17.82. One would think that those standings are getting a pretty mighty shakeup in this last heat.
All right, so we're underway. Cedar Falls Tigers, Bullis, Angel Flight, and the Beavers.
So for Bullis, it's Julian Robeson out to a fast start, and he's already close to making up the stagger on Zachary Ryan to his outside. But Malaki Chapman running well for the Beavers in lane 9, Kate.
And it just looks as though, I believe that's Teddy Roshway of Angel Flight, who's the lead leg, and he just sort of woke up when he got that injection of speed in the last 150 meters, feeling bullish to his outside. Now he pulls into a clear lead. Angel Flight out of Cherokee Trail High School, they'll be first at the exchange, and then Bullis with a slight advantage over the Beavers. But this is going to be Solomon Morel, at least again on paper, for Angel Flight in that pink strip. But Bullis moving really well. This is Ethan Long, and look at the speed poured on by Ethan Long in the opening 150 meters of this second leg. Blazes past Angel Flight as if they're standing still. And now it's the Beavers starting to wake up as well. That looks like it's going to be Caden Ellerby. And now it's the Beavers in that orange kit.
I think you're right, Kate. Yep, that's Beavers running into the lead. Bullis in second. So for Bullis, it's Alex Lambert, and he'll hand off to Chris Tangelo. But Bullis have an ace up their sleeve. Quincy Wilson will be anchoring for them, we think.
Bullis continuing to run in lane 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they haven't cut in yet. Quincy Wilson is going to have his work cut out for him because Chris Tangelo doesn't appear to be firing on all cylinders, as the Beavers, courtesy of Ben Watson, are running away with this.
But now this is Cedar Falls all of a sudden back in the mix. This has been the most bizarre race. So into the final exchange, it is Beaver Creek and then Cedar Falls, who were not even on in our camera shot for most of this race. And just a few meters separate those two, with Bullis and Angel Flight doing all they can behind. Bullis back in lane 5 again. This has been absolutely bizarre running. The Beavers continuing to extend that lead up front. This is Ben Watson scheduled to take the final leg for them. Good advantage right now over Jordan Townsend of Cedar Falls. Both men running really well, but I think that the Beavers might just have enough to hold on to this. Let's see what they've got over the final 150.
And even a Herculean effort by Quincy Wilson is not going to bring Bullis back into contention here.
No, it's going to be Beaver Creek for the win. Keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be close. It's going to be just outside that top time, 3:17 and change, 3:17.17 for the Beavers. So that's going to put them in 5th place overall. And that meet record and fastest time of the day by North Track Club at 3:14.90 out of Heat 8 will round out our field ultimately at the top of the list. 3:14.90, 3:15.09 for Union Catholic Track Club. The Panthers in for 3rd, Tallahassee Zoom 4th. The Beavers, again with that great performance, will put them in 5th overall in the standings. And then Hall Track Club from Heat 7 hold on to a podium position in 6th place with 3:17.46. But Dave, that was very unexpected. And here you see the final exchange with Beaver Creek and Cedar Falls.
It was Liam Gluck on the anchor for the Beavers, and he brings them home. 47.86 was his anchor split. We thought Bullis would be much more in the mix, and Quincy Wilson did run 47 seconds, but he had so much work to do.
Well, not just that, but it's unfortunate that when these races are seeded early on, It's always the fastest times, of course, that end up in the last heat. But what that sometimes means is that those athletes have done so much high-level racing already throughout the weekend that they're fried and end up with late scratches. So all of that to say, as we enter our final event of the day, this is going to be the championship girls 4x400 meter relay.
And we have 8 heats of this.
But like we saw in our last section, pay attention because we could see some of the best excitement coming out of perhaps heats 4 through 7.
These two teams helping each other to use like a quick crash course in using starting blocks?
If it is, I love it.
This is Halton Arms showing Tabor City how to adjust their blocks. I love this.
That's true sportswomanship. I really enjoy that.
Coach, we have the first heat. This is heat 1 of 8. We got Richfield.
So it looks as though perhaps a late scratch here as well. We have lanes 5, which is Ridgefield, and then 7 and 8, Tabor City and Holton Arms. Glastonbury appears to not be present.
Lead off from Halton Arms. Looks to be a little inexperienced at this level in the championship girls 4x4 at the Penn Relays, but she's getting a crash course on how to use the blocks.
Here at the New Balance Nationals, also home of the Penn Relays.
Oh, sorry.
You look around and you see all of this history here. It's hard not to get them confused. Many of these athletes likely moving on to collegiate experiences that will grant them opportunities to run often at the Penn Relays here at historic Franklin Field, just as I was able to do in my collegiate days. But we are on track with day 4 action here at the New Balance National Outdoors, and our first of 8 sections of the championship girls 4x400 meter.
So it looks like Katie McFerrin is leading for Tabor City, having just shown her starting block expertise to her opponent on her outside. So Tabor City leading. Katie McFerrin will hand off to Eliza Brand. So here comes McFerrin. Eliza Brand there in lane 7, ready to take the stick. And Tabor City have a pretty healthy lead in this first section of the championship girls 4x4.
Yeah, they're cruising right now. Big lead at the cut-in. Again, this great shot of the athletes moving, in this case, from the outside to the inside of lane 4. All 3 of these girls turning over really well, but decent space separating them with less than 200 meters to go in this second leg.
Looks like Tabor City in the lead. Tabor City rolling right now. With a little exchange coming up.
So Tabor City running well now.
Tabor City.
And it's going to be Eliza Brand handing off to Bronwyn Parks.
Go.
Bit of a tough exchange there for our leading team, and that means that Ridgefield is back in contention. Ridgefield right up on the shoulder and now looking to contest on the outside, moving into the lead. For Ridgefield, that is Nora Foley.
Yeah, Reagan McGrath ran a strong second leg to bring Ridgefield right back into contention and set it up nicely for her teammate, Nora Foley. So these two pretty much stride for stride right now.
And Park's not letting her go. Sitting in her slipstream. Stride for stride now.
So waiting in the wings will be Elaine Matthews for Ridgefield and Hannah Riley for Tabor City, and they're going to be taking their respective batons side by side, it looks like.
What a race. Stick. Go.
Slick exchange by Tabor City, and they jump into like a 2-meter advantage. That was a very smooth handoff.
Well, not so in the handoff before that, which I think is why Ridgefield was able to just get a couple steps on them. But It's a real race between these two teams right now.
So they were 3:02 at 1,200 meters. Let's see if they can crack 4 minutes. They'll need a 57.9. It's Richfield leading down the home stretch, and then Lane Matthews bringing them home. And she is going to be under 4 minutes. 57 or so for the anchor, 57.58 for Hannah Riley.
That's a great closing leg. So getting ready now for our second section of 8. Set to take to the field here. We have the EO Panthers in lane 3, Warrior Track Club in 4, Rocks Track Club in 5, Hamilton TC will start in 6, West Springfield goes in 7, Warwick in 8, and the Scorpions go in lane number 9. And it looks as though 9 is open. So too lanes 1 and 2 as scheduled. So everyone else is here. That means that we have the Panthers, Warriors, Rocks, Hamilton, West Springfield, and Warwick. Lanes 3 through 8. Cleanly away in section number 2. Panthers, Warriors, Rocks, Hamilton, West Springfield, and Warwick.
Out to a fast early start at lane 4 is the Warriors, Layla James. And she's made up the stagger on the team to her outside, Rocks Track Club.
Rocks Track Club out of Bishop Freien High School in Massachusetts.
Also running well in lane 7 is West Springfield Track Club, Kiki Richardson. And it looks like she is going to hand off in the lead for West Springfield. Kiki Richardson will hand off to Kenza Elakari. And Kenza is away, and she has a pretty big advantage going around the top turn in front of the big scoreboard.
It's the EO Panthers in that light green, mint green, just to the right of your screen there. EO Panthers, Gabriela Hernandez on our relay card, now moving into a strong second position, trying to make up some of that gap on West Springfield, who's continuing to lead. Really fast turnover, actually. Looks like she's picking up speed. She is. She's turning over really nicely into the final 100 meters of this leg. And that is Kenza Elakari, handing off to Chloe Miller. Good exchange to Miller. And very tight now between lanes 3 and 4. That's the Panthers and the Warriors. So Madeline Doran for the Panthers against Alyssa Graham. And Alyssa Graham moving incredibly well. Sorry, that's Madeline Doran for EO Panthers moving so well in that green kit, we believe. And now she is going to swing wide to the lead.
Was a thank you officially.
So it's EO Panthers ahead of West Springfield.
Charles Stiles, we say thank you guys for raising me trophy. To the main man, Richard Easter, thank you, Richard.
And into the final exchange for the Panthers. This is going to be Duran handing off to Alexis Buskey. Great exchanges, clean, both for the Panthers and West Springfield. So this is Aiden McGrath. And they will be hunted down by Tammy Thomas of Warriors Track Club. And after that big move by EO Panthers in the third leg, we're now seeing a response. Tables turning a little bit here as McGrath charges hard, trying to catch Alexis Buskey.
Interestingly, Alexis Buskey, more of a miler for E.O. Smith High School in Stores, Connecticut. So she should have the strength to maintain this gap.
Well, she's had a great leg. Really strong arm movement here into the final meter. She won't be caught. It is going to be the Panthers taking the win in heat number 2. Charging hard behind her. That's West Springfield, but they will not catch the Panthers, who take the win also under 4 minutes. That was a 3:58.19. That means that it was a 55-97 split for Madeline Duran. I knew that she had run really fast on that penultimate leg, that third leg. But that's stunning running, 55-97. Smiles all around for the Panthers in mint green as we get block set for section number 3.
So in section 3, we have Lane 4 Track Club out of Evans, Georgia, occupying lane 1. Huron High School out of Ohio goes in 2. Charlotte Country Day High School out of North Carolina is in 3. We have Fern Creek in 4. Bronxville Track Club from New York in 5. Union High School is in 6. Deep Run Track Club is in 7. Border City AC in 8. And Hunterdon Lions Track Club are in lane 9.
And unfortunately, Dave, Border City Track Club from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. I know many of the athletes on that team, and they are not here. So lane 8 is open, and it appears that lane 5 is as well.
Well, they had a long weekend last weekend, I would think, at officers. So to bounce back and to come to New Balance Nationals Outdoors would be a tough ask. Bronxville Track Club also a scratch out of lane 5, so we'll have 7 teams contesting this one. It's a really strong start out of lane 1. Lane 4 Track Club, the Georgia Quartet, being led off by Ricky Carver, and they are absolutely flying. They've already made up the stagger on 2 teams after just 100 meters. So keep an eye on the inside to your far right of the screen. It's Ricky Carver lighting up the track.
Lane 4's opening athlete running so well. And then on lane 9 as well, Hunterdon Lions, the team in white. That's Danielle Diesso. Sorry, that's Leah Rudolph, my apologies.
And it's lane 4 out of lane 1 in the lead. So it's the Evans Georgia Quartet, and now Kennedy Myers is running for them, and when they break, I think you will find that she is in the lead.
Looks like the athletes from Deep Run High School also, or Deep Run Track Club rather, also running really well. They're out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Deep Run Track Club. And now they move into the lead ahead of lane 4.
So it's the Virginians leading the Georgians and moving up on the outside. Can't see what hip number that is. And the black and yellow, it looks like Union moving into the mix. And now Sierra Latonnel has the baton for them. So now Union forging ahead. And it's Sierra Latonnel running for them. Union High School out of Union, New Jersey. And they've got about a 12-meter advantage.
Lane 4 starting to come back a little bit. Jada Ray scheduled to run for them. Good battle on behind here. But it continues to be Union High School chasing down. Union High School in the lead, being chased down by Deep Run.
And now it's Naomi Salters that has the baton for Union. And she's got about a 20-meter advantage over that chase trio.
Well, now the chase is on indeed, because lane 4 has come back around the Hunterdon Lions, who had a good exchange to move into 3rd. Now they're in 4th. And this is Kennedy McDonald absolutely cruising down the backstretch. You'll see her at the top of your screen there. Again, Naomi Salters with a big lead for Union. She looks really strong. But closing well behind her are both Deep Run and lane 4. Sorry, I think that's actually the Lions and lane 4.
Naomi Salters is only a 63-second 400-meter runner. On paper, she could get caught. Let's see if she can hold on for the win here and maintain her composure.
And that is the Lions who are going to take the win. Hunterdon Lions, Daniel Diesso, 3:55.15. That was a 56 flat close by their anchor, and that follows a 56.86 by Shelby Yeager. So two blazing fast legs for the Lions. And there you see really good support from the teammates, celebration at that 3:55.15, and that is a solid 2 seconds ahead of Union High School.
So that's North Hunterdon High School from Annandale, New Jersey, who now have the lead, aka Hunterdon Lions. And here you see Danielle Diesso with a huge ankle leg rolling past Union to get the win.
Well, it's hard to believe that these results are correct, but there you see the advantage she put on. It shows that the Lions ended up with a 2-second lead over Union to the line. So that's the time to beat, 3:55.15. Heading into our fourth section of Championship Girls 4x400 relays.
So we'll have 8 heats in total, so we're halfway through almost. Jefferson High School from West Virginia will occupy lane 1. Springfield Gardens will be in 2. There you see them. Oxon is in 3. Perk Valley Track Club is in 4. Mount DeSales from Maryland will be in lane 6. Naugatuck is in 7. Jaguar Track Club is in lane 8. And Freedom Track Club is in lane 9. Panthers Track Club from North Carolina are scratch.
That's Naugatuck moving really well in those light green shorts in lane 7, I think, Dave. Scheduled to be Lauren Cropo, and she has made up the stagger already on lane 8 and closing quickly on lane 9.
You're right, it's Naugatuck High School out of Connecticut. Lauren Cropo running really well for them. She's a 57-1 exponent. Yeah,
she's having a dominant opening leg here. to her outside. That is the Freedom Track Club Bird, their opening leg, and she's doing well to hold on. But it's going to be Naugatuck with the slight advantage at the exchange.
And for Naugatuck now, it's Lauren Sonsky who's taken over the baton.
Good battle on there. That's such a great shot of these two runners in lane 7 and 9. And again, a good sense of what things look like at the break here as they move into lane 4. And it looks as though Freedom has just regained their advantage by the slightest margin. And as I say that, Naugatuck trying to make a charge on the outside. But good response by Freedom Track Club's Casey Diggs.
Sonsky trying to come around the hard way. She's run 60.2 is her open 400-meter personal best. Showing a little bit of inexperience here, trying to go the hard way around on the apex of the turn.
And I think that was just enough that it gave Freedom a bit of an edge here. So they're going to head into their third leg now, and that's going to be Amanda Boateng for Freedom. Charging hard behind them, Naugatuck's Divine Kabongo has made up the difference in the space of less than 100 meters. So that was a huge push by her, and now she'll just slot in behind Boateng. And taking close order behind, there's a trio charging hard. You can see on your screen there, 3 runners working well together to try to bridge up to our leaders. And now Naugatuck powering away from Boateng's Kabongo from Boateng. Boateng working hard to get back in the mix, but it's going to be Naugatuck into the final exchange. Kabongo will hand off to Lily Jason, tying up hard, but holds on enough to get the stick across cleanly. So it is Lily Jason being chased down by Adriana Thomas for Freedom. And then it's the Jaguar quartet with Sarah Nasinovich anchoring for them. But look at the move here by Freedom's Ariana Thomas.
So Freedom High School out of Woodbridge, Virginia, being anchored by Ariana Thomas. Just a freshman, but showing a lot of maturity here.
Thomas went out so hard from that exchange. She's continuing to increase her lead. Lily Jason not wanting to give it up, but I think it's all over. I think this is going to be a win for the Freedom Track Club.
So keep an eye on the clock. 3:55.15 is the time to beat. It's going to be very close to that. I think they're just going to be outside. Oh, they get inside. 3:54.97. So that is the new lead. Actually, it's corrected to 3:55 flat. So they move into pole position. And for Ariana Thomas, who had never broken 60 seconds in an open 400, runs 55.90. Just a freshman, so keep an eye on her.
I actually just wonder if their order was reversed, because I think that Thomas was perhaps the taller figure on our screen there a moment ago.
Okay, that would make more sense.
And again, we're just going off the information that was submitted to us from the time of the entry for these athletes. So there is a good chance that the order has been switched up. We know the athletes will remain on track, just perhaps not in the order that we're calling them in. So apologies. We'll do our best to get that accurate information to you. But nonetheless, fantastic close there by the Freedom Track Club.
All right, we're getting ready for heat number 5. We have Union Arundel in lane 1. Patriot Track Club goes in 2. Bloomfield Warhawks are in 3. Ottawa Glandorf from Ohio is in 4. The Crozet Crew is in 5. Penn Charter is in 6. The Ladue Rams from from St. Louis, rather, are in lane 7. Pirate Nation are in 8, and looks like lane 9 is empty. So lane 4 is also empty. Ottawa Glandorf are a scratch in this section. But out very fast, it's the Pirate Nation and Ladue Rams. Ladue Rams leading right now. The St. Louis quartet. They've been laid off by Layla Murray, we think. Union Arundel running well in lane 1 also. They're being led off by Noel Evans. And in fact, they're in the lead now, entering the home stretch. Just about a stride ahead of the Ladue Rams. Actually, maybe even more than that. And now Union Arundel with a pretty sizable lead. It's Bryce Hatcher running for them. So it's Bryce Hatcher, we think, the junior from Union Arundel. That quartet from Gambrills, Maryland. A lot of Maryland teams really doing very well in these relays. Led by Bullis, of course. This Union Arundel team are dominating this heat right now. And Bryce Hatcher will hand off to Grace Hickman. And Grace has about a 12-meter advantage over the Ladue Rams, who have Harper Buxner on duty for them. And the St. Louis quartet closing in on Arundel. And coming down the home stretch, it's Union Arundel and Ladue Rams, and they're going to hand off neck and neck. So anchoring, it's Audrey Owens for Union and Delaney Brinker for Ladue. Audrey Owens with a big push down the backstretch, and she's now opened up about 6-meter lead over Delaney Brinker. And it's Union in command here with Ladue about 7 meters adrift. And it's Audrey Owens from Union. Is she going to have enough to hold on to this lead? Because Delaney Brinker has found another gear, and now she's swinging wide. And Delaney Brinker is going to bring home the St. Louis quartet. And it's going to be a new lead, 352.16. It's corrected to 352.23. So 58 low per runner. And Delaney Brinker runs 56.17 to bring her St. Louis team home for the win. So there you see the Ladue Rams, 352.23. They have the time to beat as we get ready for heat 6 of 8. And there you see the replay. Look to the left there, you see Delaney Brinker. She swings wide, has a ton of momentum coming off the turn as she powers down the home stretch. Takes about 12 meters out of Audrey Owens in the last 50. All right, so we're getting set for heat 6. Right there in lane 8, you're looking at the Chargers. That's Chloe Jones. That's Timber Creek High School out of New Jersey, by the way. But from inside to out, we have the Lawrenceville School out of New Jersey. We have the RFH Dogs. We have WETC, which is Winslow Township out of New Jersey. We have Easton High School of Guilderland out of New York. Cornwall Track Club out of New Windsor, New York. We have Central Columbia. We We have the Chargers, that's Timber Creek you just saw from New Jersey. And then we have the Speedy Striders, that's Morristown High School, also from New Jersey. So just 3 more races left at New Balance Nationals Outdoors. 3 heats remaining for this championship girls 4x4. We should be getting faster as we go along. The time to beat, 3:52.23 by the Ladue Rams out of heat 5. So 58.05 per runner is what is required.
I think we've got 5 teams from New Jersey in this heat.
Yeah, very much an East Coast affair here.
It looks like the Chargers moving really well in lane 8. And so too on the inside of the track there. I think that's in lane 4. That's Gilderland. It is Gilderland in those burgundy shorts. And that's Seda Asabai. But also in lane 9, again, we've seen so much good sprint action out of lane 9 today. Speedy Striders. That's Nia Freeman.
So Nia Freeman in the black top and the orange shorts, running really well in the outside lane. Also running well in lane 8, Ryan Jennings of the Chargers. But leading, I think, right now at lane 4. It's Samantha Osei Kiai from Easton, and she's handed off to Mackenzie James.
Don't count out lane 1. You're going to see here that red singlet in lane 1 there in black shorts. That's the Lawrenceville School, and this is Sophia Swindle set to take the track. And she's established a really big lead now at the cut-in. She'll just float up, and that's good experience showing, as you see on the outside in the orange shorts tucked in behind her. It looked like a bit of a hard swing at that cut-in. Lawrenceville School doing a good job just to establish position. Being hotly pursued right now. Trying to get a read on who that athlete in second in those orange shorts is. I think that's Claire Anyuk for the Speedy Striders. It is from that lane 9 opener.
So the Lawrenceville School hands off with a slender lead. Audrey Bing is on relay duty for them right now. She's got a personal best of 59.2.
And a real battle of duos developing here. 2 up front. Speedy Striders now back in 5th position. And really good move on the outside now in those light gray shorts. That is hip 8, so that is the Chargers Athletic Club. That's Chloe Jones running a really strong 3rd leg for them. And she's moving incredibly fast into this final exchange. So Chloe Jones hands off to Nyla Jones. Chloe Jones, 56.54 for that lap. But a real battle. You can see 6 girls all sort of evenly spaced and in contention. Now it looks more like a quartet. And the back of that group pulling up, that is lane 2, and that is the RFH Dogs. That's the Rumson Fair Haven High School out of New Jersey.
If that's Clemmy Lilly, she's taken them from 4th to 1st in the space of about 60 meters.
And now a response. Response by the Chargers, Nyla Jones. She was just toying with them, and now she finds another gear and strides for home. Chargers indeed. Here comes the charge for Nyla Jones.
3:52.23, the time to beat. She needs to run a 58 or better.
It will be enough. What a fabulous performance, 56 flat. So that means that it was Chloe and Nyla Jones, respectively, running 56.4 and 56.0. Great response there from Rihanna Scott of the Lawrenceville School, 56.43 for her closing leg, and then a pair of 55 and change 3 athletes. with 55-point final legs. So that was Guilderland, Dogs, and Striders. But 3:51.3 now sits as the time to be. The Chargers move into the lead ahead of the Lawrenceville School and Guilderland. We have 3 teams under 3:52 with 2 heats remaining.
So our penultimate heat, Heat 7, is next on the track. So looks like everybody's here. So from inside to out, we have Coppell High School from Texas occupying lane 1. Pennsauken High School from New Jersey is in 2. Windsor Track Club is in 3. The DC Cadets are in 4. Lovejoy High School from Texas is in 5. Colgan High School from Manassas, Virginia is in 6. St. John Striders are in 7. Charlotte Velocity out of North Carolina are in 8. And we've got Burnt Hills in 9. So the time to beat, 3:50.13, set by the Chargers in the heat you just saw. So that's 57.55 per runner. So just 2 heats remaining here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors, here at historic Franklin Field. And you're watching Heat 7 of the Championship Girls 4x400 meter relay. So out to a fast start. It looks like in lane 4 in the red, the DC Cadets. And also running well just to their inside, that's Windsor Track Club. The Windsor Track Club with a slight lead, but also running well in lane 8. That's Charlotte Velocity. And Journey Gordon has run a strong opener for them, and she hands off to Janiyah Barnes. But look at lane 3. It's the Windsor Track Club that have forged ahead now, and they're going to be first to the rail as they break by the cones now. It's so weird to me to see them move to the outer lane, go from 3 to 4, but that's the way they do it here at Franklin Field, at this old facility. It's had to adapt over time. So Windsor Track Club looks like they just got passed by DC Cadets. So it's Pennsauken leading. Hit number 2, Pennsauken is leading. And now Amina Rodriguez has the baton for them. And Amina Rodriguez running so fast, her hip number is struggling to stay on her legs. And right behind her, it's Windsor Track Club's Karima McKenzie, no, Tajay Daly. And they are pretty much stride for stride as they roll towards the anchors. So for Pennsauken, it's going to be Sanaya Dupre, and she takes off with about a 1-stride advantage over Karima McKenzie for Windsor. So Sanaya Dupre from Pennsauken in New Jersey in the white and red. She's leading. Right behind her in the pink and black is Karima McKenzie. But moving up closer and closer with each stride is Samaya Urish from DC Cadets. And now Urish moves into second. And now first, it's the DC Cadets moving into the lead. Samia Urish entering in the home stretch And she's going to bring the DC Cadets home for the win, and it's going to be inside the time, I think, 3:49.90. 3:50.13 was the time to beat. Let's see if it gets corrected at all. 3:49.97, so they do get the lead. So DC Cadets, 3:49.97. 54.31 anchor leg for Samaya Urish. By far the fastest split we've seen thus far.
And now the time you guys been waiting for, like, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone, everywhere.
All right, folks, here we go. This is the final section. And in lane 8, we're going to have Motor City Track Club from Detroit, Michigan. Montverde Academy will go in lane 7. Adeja Hodge leading off for them. So there you see Adeja Hodge, the U.S. record holder for 200 meters for high schoolers. Running in lane 6, it's Bullis, and they'll be led off by Mariah Bernard, it looks like. Bullis out of Maryland. Running in Des Bullis. That's Morgan Rothwell running for their B team. Such is the prowess of Bullis, they have 2 teams in the fastest section of the championship final. The Canes from Heritage High School in Newport News, Virginia. They go in lane 4, and then you're looking at Sabrea Wooden. Running in lane 3 will be Union Catholic High School. And then McDaniel will lead off for them. Justice McDaniel will lead off for McNamara Mustangs. And it looks like Dillard High School from Fort Lauderdale are a scratch. So this is the fastest of the fast. The final race of the day. The fastest section of the girls' championship 4x400 meter relay. And we got 2 teams from Bullis High School in Maryland. They're so outstanding. They have 2 teams in the fastest section. But they're going to be challenged by Montverde Academy and Motor City Track Club for sure.
Well, Dave, Bullis has already set records so far this weekend in the championship girls 4x200 meter relay and the SMR. Again, 2 different teams of girls doing that, and all 8 of those girls are here on track today. So can they add another meet record? They ran 133 for the 4x200 to take that win. They ran 142.60 for the SMR to take that win and set a meet record. Can they add another meet record to their collection?
So Bullis High School have the national lead at 3:36.25. Set right here on this track at Penn Relays. And the number 2 ranked team is Montverde Academy. They ran 3:37.28 to win the Florida Relays way back the first weekend in April. So 3:36.25 is the national lead. .335.49 is the national record. So just keep an eye on the clock. I'm not going to make any bold predictions, but I wouldn't be surprised if that national record wasn't at least given an almighty scare.
Well, and I should also mention that Bullis also has the championship girls 4x100 meter meet record and win from this meet. So they've got 3 meet records, 3 victories. Can they make it a 4th?
So out in the lead is Montverde Academy, courtesy of Adeja Hodge, the world junior indoor record holder over 200 meters, stepping up in distance here. And she's out to a pretty commanding lead ahead of the 2 Bullis quartets. So Adeja Hodge gets the handoff to Michelle Smith, the best 400 meter hurdler in the nation. So they're going to be off to a pretty amazing start. And it's the question of, can Bullis reel them in?
strain on the face there of Adeja Hodge, but she gets the stick away cleanly. Maybe lost a little bit of time there into that exchange.
Yeah, she's running out of gas the last 25 meters, but still split high 54, low 55.
Dave, it looks like the McNamara Mustangs are running really well too in that burgundy kit. Just off screen to your right, you'll see them come into picture here in just a moment, and that is Layla Hansen running for them. But at the cut-in, unsurprisingly, it is Montverde versus Bullis.
Yes, Michelle Smith waging battle with Sydney Sutton, we think. So Michelle Smith, the 400-meter hurdler, she's run 56 flat over the sticks. So this is a tough one to contend with for Bullis here.
And Montverde just pushed to the outside there a little bit at the 200-meter to go mark, but now cleanly away, and that is a nice advantage for her.
So Montverde has Elise Dickinson with the stick right now. They're 148.11 at halfway. Remember, 3:35 is the national record, so right now they're running 3:36 pace, but they did probably have their two strongest runners on their opening legs, and in all likelihood, Bullis has their two strongest on their remaining legs.
And I think that's exactly what we're seeing playing out there. That gap is shrinking with every stride of Bullis, and now I think they're going to swing wide around Montverde. This is going to be an exciting final 450 meters.
And it's Mila Green trying to get around Elise Dickinson.
The race is on. Bullis versus Montverde. Both athletes tying up, doing everything they can to get the stick to their teammates. And Bullis with a good advantage at that final exchange.
That was a 54-79 split for Mila Green after what was probably a couple of 55s. Now Bullis running away with it. They've got about a 18-20 meter advantage over Montverde Academy, with Bullis' B team running really strongly in third place. Could it be that Bullis goes 1-2? Sage Hinton has got a very commanding lead. I don't see her giving this up. So let's just see. Keep an eye on the clock. It's Bullis versus the clock right now. So 3:35.49 is a national record. I think that's just going to be out of reach. But Bullis is going to come home the champs. 3:39.01. Montverde does hold on for second, and Olivia Williams didn't really seem sure where to stop exactly. But Bullis goes 1-3.
And another meet record. So that is 4 relay meet records for the Bullis Track Club here at the 2023 New Balance Nationals. 3:39.07. That is a full 3 seconds ahead of Montverde. Bullis B closed really well to be within a second of Montverde taking third overall. But what an absolutely thrilling way to close out our last day of action here at Franklin Field.
What a show. But ladies and gentlemen, everyone who raced here today, you guys should be proud of yourselves. It was an amazing weekend of racing. You guys are all superstars. Give yourselves a round of applause. The future of track and field is bright, and it is you, kids. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you.
All right, folks, so there you see a great shot of Franklin Field and our 4x400 meter relay runners having just concluded. We had 7,000 athletes compete here at New Balance Outdoor Nationals here at Franklin Field, and it's been an amazing 4 days of action. Kate, final thoughts?
Well, I gotta say, after day 2 with a 4-hour rain delay, it looked pretty apocalyptic, but it shows the resiliency of our sport, not only of our athletes, but of course our coaches, our officials, all of our behind-the-scenes folks, our team here. It really does take a huge team to make an event like this happen. So incredible performances on the track and the field. Meet records galore went down. We saw upsets, we saw drama. I loved seeing so many athletes come out of sections that on paper they shouldn't have been running as fast as they did to take wins in our various sections. and just a really fabulous way for these high school athletes to get a taste of historic Franklin Field and get ready for whatever comes next in their careers.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous 4 days of action. Thank you for all of you for watching here on the live stream and for the fans that attended here live. We've had a great 4 days of action. Here you're seeing some of our relay races going down. And thank you for everybody for tuning in. I'm Dave Milner here with Kate Van Buskirk, and it's been a pleasure closing out 4 days of fantastic action for you. Thank you, New Balance. Thank you, Franklin Field.